Hello everyone and welcome to the 2024 Silverstone Festival. Now this is the biggest motor racing festival in the world. We are ram-packed across 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it's all about qualifying today. So what have we got to look forward to? There is so much. We've got races for GT cars, we've got Formula Junior cars in the assembly area with me right now. We've got Formula One cars, historic Formula One cars. We've got modern demonstration of Formula One cars. We've got sports cars, GTs, as I said, tin tops, you name it. There are 1,000 race entries this weekend. So if there isn't something for you, then you're probably in the wrong place. We've also got a tribute to the late, great Ayrton Senna, who died 30 years ago this year, and we've got the biggest collection of his cars ever. Of course, the Brazilian has such an amazing relationship with Silverstone because he won here more than any other circuit in all the feeder series and Formula One in 1988. We're also celebrating 60 years of the Ford Mustang, that incredible pony car that was such a raving success. And there's so much more to look forward to. But look, let's have a run through the timetable and I can let you know exactly what we're doing today. So today is all about qualifying. We're starting with a historic Formula Junior. The car's in the assembly area now, and then we're rushing through quite a few qualifying sessions because we've got the racing Saturday, Sunday, the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy, one to look out for, and of course the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy for those beautiful sports cars. Do not miss the BRDC 500 for the pre-war sports cars. Some absolutely amazing machines in that. And then we go on through the Racing Legends, the GT Trophy, and those Endurance Legends. Really quite recent Le Mans cars to look out for in that. And then the modern F1 demonstration. Another highlight has got to be the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. They're going to be out later this afternoon after 5 p.m. And then we've got the Mustang celebration that I mentioned before, and we're finishing the day with the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. So it is a ram-packed timetable today. We've got all the racing Saturday, we've got all the racing Sunday, but today is the day when all the drivers find out whether all their preparation has paid off. So look, we are surrounded by Formula Juniors. It's one of the biggest grids of the weekend. Let's go and talk to some drivers because they've all got their helmets on. They're getting ready to go out on circuit and whisper it. In order to get to the front of the assembly area, some of these cars were pushed in here at 5 a.m. You ask why? Well, you do not want to be out down in the middle of the pack trying to get a clear lap in. So let's get right to the front. We've got Tim De Silva here, he's always quick. And then we've got Alex Ames up at the front, he's just putting his helmet on, and Michael O'Brien right up on pole position at the moment. Michael, I'm sorry to jump in, right up at the front. I guess in qualifying session it's all about avoiding traffic.
Yeah, I think absolutely that, and also in these conditions, making sure you're in the right place for the end of the session to potentially get that one dry lap right at the end. So, yeah, that's definitely the idea. Stay clear of the traffic, get some clean laps, and hopefully be quick at the end.
Great, well, enjoy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can have a chat to Alex Ames. Sorry, Henry, just follow me. Alex, I was going to ask which drivers you're kind of keeping an eye on, but it's probably a case of which drivers do you not have to keep an eye on? There's so many to watch.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit like that here. You know, Michael's going to be very quick in the car next to us, so conditions this morning, he sort of knows where we're going to be with it. I think trying to get a clean lap early on is going to be important, just in case there's a red flag or it gets stopped short.
Well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
They're all starting up, so let's just get slightly out of the way. Lucas Alusa here, another very quick driver. These Formula Junior cars, they're split into loads of different eras. So we've got front engine, rear engine, disc brakes, drum brakes. But these quick guys are all in the quicker version, the disc brakes, the rear engine. Andrew Hibbard here. Andrew, I'm just going to jump in. As far as you know, car's going all right and up at the sharp end?
Well, I don't know. I've not driven it since April, so we'll find out. But yeah, it seems to be going all right. It got down here.
Do you guys come up with a plan for getting a bit of a tow in qualifying, or do you just go out and get it done?
I've been under strict orders, stay away from everybody. That's what I've been told. Do your own thing.
All right, Andrew, enjoy. Let's follow me, because I think we've got time to have a quick look at some of the other cars. We've got Duncan Ravaliati here in one of the front engine earlier cars. He's sort of Mr. Formula Junior. Duncan, puts all these grids together. Been racing for absolutely decades, and he's running drum brakes. Cars aren't moving yet. Follow me. And then this car here, you cannot miss it. The Ray Malek's car. Fantastic driver. And this is the wonderful thing about Formula Junior, is that you get all shapes and sizes. Obviously a front engine car. Ray, a very good morning. Are you going to be trying to mix it with some of the quicker guys with the rear engine cars?
Well, yeah. First priority is getting ahead of the class if I can. But yeah, it's always good fun to have a dust up with the rear engine cars.
Excellent. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
So I think we've got the cars just about to head out. So there's no way I'm going to get down to the bottom of the grid, but I think that's everything from the assembly area for now.
And welcome to the Silverstone Festival, the first day of action. And as you can see, it is a relatively clear sky now, but wet patches on the ground. I'm Martin Haven. Alongside me, delighted to be working again with Alistair Douglas. And Alistair, right at the beginning of every day, we get this injection of adrenaline that is the Formula Junior car. 50 cars in this field from a variety of different eras of Formula Junior. And it's always a great way to start, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes. They may be small, they may be junior, but they give great racing.
They really do. And these cars, as Ed pointed out, were the foothills of single-seater racing. The class was created at the very end of the 1950s to take over from little 500cc cars, and starting out as 1-litre cars with front engines, like the Malek, like the Stangallinis, and a few others that you'll see here. And then, as everything else in motor racing, transferring to the rear engine revolution led by the likes of Cooper, Brabham, and so on. But there are lots of small marks that rose and fell during the Formula Junior era, and some that are still with us today. And of course, Malek still produces cars, the company set up by Sir Arthur Malek. Now, Ray Malek, 73 years young, driving a U2 Mark II, which he raced here last year and has raced on a number of occasions. And he's now retired as being the chairman of RML. His son, Michael Malek, is the chairman of the company that celebrates its 40th anniversary here. That's RML, Ray Malek Limited, rather than Malek as a car manufacturer. So RML supplying the safety cars as well. So one of their new reimaginings of the Ferrari short wheelbase, the SWB, is out and about at the moment. Bright yellow car with the black stripe down the centre. Fabulous looking and sounding device. And RML have got a display of cars here. Among the various different displays, all the host of car clubs, all the attractions, and the live stage that will be in action later on this afternoon and every evening. The cookery stage as well. So much going on for visitors to the festival. I know an awful lot of fans, like the British Grand Prix, will come here and camp for the weekend because, as Alistair and I were just saying on the way in, there's actually too much to see in one day. And that's if you can tear yourselves away from the racetrack for a little while. Horatio Fitzsimon, look out for that yellow Brabham. He is undoubtedly going to be one of the front runners, unless there, as all these little pocket rockets, just occasionally there's some mechanical frailty. Look out for him. Look out as well for Andrew Hibbard. Michael O'Brien, double race winner last year in the Lotus 27. Sam Wilson in a T59 Cooper as well. He's got a purple and green helmet. You'll see Sam Wilson was one of our front runners. Alex Ames. It's unfair actually to pick out even 15 names out of the 50 because these things swap positions so frequently that often the lead group is different every lap.
Well, another one to add to your list of about 7 or 8 so far you've named is Samuel Harrison, who's been carrying all before him in many classes of historic racing in the unique Renmax, the gold car. Look out for number 44, Samuel Harrison, as well.
So we'll look out for him as well. And yeah, you run down the list. I'll start in numerical order, but just with the car makes. So there's Lola, Lotus, Brabham. Yeah, okay, we understand all those. Alexis, Cooper, Stangalini. There's Emerson's, there's the Malek, there's Kieft, Deep Sanderson. Now, I had kind of forgotten that Deep Sanderson actually made a Formula Junior car because my thoughts of them were always with a sort of rather random Le Mans entry. Renmax, What else have we got? Merlins, Donfords, mentioned a Lexus and Brabhams and Elvas. There's a Nike, there's a Gemini, Britannia, Elva. I mean, lots and lots of different manufacturers that have come and gone. And there's a Lynx as well further down the order. So it was an era where you could fairly easily create a small, light, nimble single-seater. And because the power regulations were relatively well controlled, you could be competitive. There's a great example with the Alexis of Duncan Rabagliati of what the front-engine Formula Junior cars look like. And why were they front-engined? Well, because when Formula Junior was created, Grand Prix cars were front-engined as well, and you know, some say that was the greatest era, but the rear-engine revolution arrived, and so companies like Brabham and Cooper and Lotus and Lola and so on, who were building rear-engine cars for Formula 3 and Formula 2, also built rear-engine cars for Formula Junior, and in a lot of cases, Alistair, it was mostly a change of engine in the same chassis that made it a Junior or a Formula 3 car.
Absolutely right, yes, it was the same chassis that was used in both, and we saw probably in excess of 100 manufacturers of Formula Juniors around the world. It was an incredibly successful series, but it only ran for 5 years, from 1958 through to 1963.
And if you think, well, those look just like the Scalextric cars that you used to have, well, they do. That's the classic cigar tube shape. We just saw a Cooper, a Lola going through, Lotus. I mean, they look like the Grand Prix cars of the period because they're basically slightly shrunk in the wash Grand Prix cars of the period. If you were designing at Lola, everything you knew about cars went into Formula Junior cars as well as Formula 3, Formula 2 and Formula 1 cars. And again, with their diminutive engine size, you know, the smallest of them are 1 litre cars, 1098s, 1100cc. So you're looking at really small engines, power output, a little over 100 horsepower, not a great deal over 100 horsepower from a 1098. A lot of them were A-series engines. That was a very popular engine, but some of the Italian brands, Alfa Romeo as well, were used, and that Lancia engines. Qualifying underway at the Silverstone Festival. The first day of action here Friday on a clearing but still slightly damp Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And it is Formula Junior who are first out. The gold number 44 car of Samuel Harrison, the Renmax. Unique in this field, one of a handful of small manufacturers who made their name in Formula Junior, a number of whom disappeared straight afterwards. But he is already out there. Everybody out just trying to find some grip. And this first lap out, a sighting lap, won't see any quick laps produced, but as you can see from the time on the side, this is only an 18-minute session. See in the shadows there of the pit wall that it's quite damp up by the pit wall, but the rest of the track actually, Alistair Douglas, is looking pretty dry.
Yes, and I think looking at the drivers, the way they're approaching the corners, they're really looking for where there might be any wet patches, and there'll be certain sections of the track that have had full sun, and it's been quite breezy as well, quite a warm breeze. Oh, we've got one car off already, but parts of the track will be wet.
Jeremy Flynn's Lotus has, it would seem, either lost its brakes or found a very wet patch. Is that down at the end of the Vale? Not quite sure where he has gone off. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Oh, that's absolute sea of gravel. It's not down here at Luffield, is it? No, it's not. My gravel track recognition might need a little bit of brushing up.
Well, being as we've got a green flag in front of us, you're probably right, it's Luffield.
So waiting for a few laps to come in, identifying Stuart Monument there in his Lotus 18, and that in the colours of Rob Walker. So it's a Lotus 18, was one of the popular Lotus Formula Junior, and the 1821 also became a Grand Prix car. And Sterling Moss famously winning, of course, the Monaco Grand Prix with the car very similar in appearance to that, but with the side panels removed because it was a lot cooler that way. And again, you can see on some parts of the track, very, very wet. It is very wet in the pit lane still in parts. And Jeremy Flan with the Lotus 22 being rescued. So first puffing and panting action of the day for our heroes in orange. Thank you very much indeed to everybody who volunteers in whichever of the Marshals clubs you are part of, whether you're here at Silverstone or watching online. Without these volunteers who keep the drivers safe, predominantly from each other and themselves, there would be no motor racing. So the Marshals, absolutely a fundamental part of all motor racing. Now, currently on the timing screens, you can see, look at the time of Mike O'Brien, who's on top of the pile. Purple in that left-hand bar, that's sector 1 of the track. That's the fastest time set by anybody. Green in the middle sector, that's the fastest time that he has set. And yellow means not as quick as a previous time set by him. But it is Mike O'Brien who is at the top. Harrison currently second, Alex Ames third, and Horatio Fitzsimon in fourth place. Andrew Hibbard rather in fifth place, and Sam Wilson just popped up to seventh. Lucas Halusa in eighth, Tim De Silva in sixth, and there is Harrison again. You can see parts of the track dry and parts of the track lots of spray still coming off the tyres. But predominantly the racing line, there's a great example, the racing line dry on the right-hand side going under the bridge, but very wet offline. These cars running treaded tyres, so it's not like you get a soaking wet slick. They will disperse a bit of water. Lotus 27 of Michael O'Brien. And again, just don't watch the car, watch the head. You can see as the head's bobbling about, that reflects what the car is doing underneath him.
And these narrow tyres not really squeegeeing much water away, are they? We're really relying on the drying wind.
Yeah, the good news is Storm Lillian, it is blustery here at Silverstone. It's an airfield for a very good reason, and not just because you can land aircraft, or used to be able to land aircraft on it. This place is very exposed and gets a lot of wind, and that really does help the drying of the track. Wasn't a lot of overnight rain, fortunately, but there was just enough to make it a bit greasy. Michael O'Brien again, first sector of this lap, purple, second sector, purple. So it's a very good lap from Michael O'Brien as we watch him sweeping through in the Lotus. He's already on top of the pile with a 2-minute 40.2 seconds. And this looks like it could be quite a decent slice quicker. Very neat and tidy as he comes across the line, just been caught out a fraction. So it does go quicker, 2:36.9. That is a substantial slice faster. That's 4 seconds quicker. So second fastest now, Sam Harrison in the gold Renmax. He's improved as well. Andrew Hibbard into the 2:39, so to Horatio Fitzsimon. Alex Ames still further back, and this reflects what Ed was saying, Alistair, that everybody is just trying to wait and be out there in the perfect position at the end of the session to get the driest lap.
And also as they go around learning where the wet patches are, so that when they do go for that best possible lap towards the end, when any little bits of water might have dried up, there's still going to be, we can see, still spray coming off the tyres, so that's not going to dry out. A good effort from Michael O'Brien. Samuel Harrison has come close now. He's done a quick lap as well, not quite as quick as Michael. And then Sam Wilson, another one of our top tips with Andrew Hibbard and Horatio Fitzsimon. Watch out for Horatio. He's won races this year in this class of racing. Very quick driver in a Brabham. a well-known Brabham actually that was raced in period by the Australian Paul Hawkins. Stayed in a barn for 40 years in Oregon in America, and Horatio found it, had it rebuilt, and it's its second race back after 40 years in storage.
Now, in a field of 50 cars, Ray Mallock is currently at the top of his class, the front engine, the oldest of the front engine cars, in 17th place. Now, the gap, as he's gets shuffled a little further down the order by a couple of improvements, the gap from him to the top of the pile is currently 17 seconds. No, it's not. Yes, it is 17 seconds. But again, the gap from first to second is well over half a second. First to third is 3 seconds. Trying to spot, is there something on the right rear?
And that's Horatio Fitzsimon.
Yeah.
So
no, car looks like everything is attached. I wonder if he just had a wobble on the right rear wheel, but that looks like that might be a bit of a mechanical issue.
Well, that's bad luck for Horatio. He had a similar problem in qualifying at Alton Park a few weeks ago and started from the back of the grid. Let's hope that his time that he set, which is currently in 6th place, it may be that he'll drop down a little, but that's better than starting at the back.
Well, interesting, there was another improvement just then, but that was Andrew Hibbard in 4th, going quicker than he had done and moving up to 3rd. And so Horatio's time, well, he's still got a second in hand over Tim De Silva, 3 seconds in hand over the next car back, which is Callum Grant in the Merlin. So unless there are some substantial improvements, Horatio may still end up, probably very likely to end up still in the top 10, may even end up still in 6th position.
And Samuel Harrison trying hard now in the unique Renmax, which is the only one ever produced. The builder of the car, Bob Britton in Australia, wanted to copy the Lotus 20 and built the Renmax, but then was able to buy a Lotus 22, so it didn't build any more cars.
Yes. Callum Grant in his Merlin improves again, so Callum Grant up to 4th fastest. And that's pushed Horatio Fitzsimon down to 7th.
Another purple sector 1 for Michael O'Brien. Despite the fact he's reasonably comfortably in pole position, he's still trying hard.
Nice lap from Rudiger Friedrichs in the Mark V Lola. A unique colour scheme, aubergine with a red nose, so sort of purpley with a red nose band. And he moves up into, lost him now, 15th place. So it's quite a substantial improvement on his previous best. And Ray Mallock now down to 9th place, leading his class. So essentially 5 different classes here. And I beg your pardon, 10 different classes here for a championship that lasted just 5 years. So nicely sliced and diced. So essentially for the big difference is front-engined and rear-engined, and between the rear-engine cars, drum brake rear-engine cars and disc brake rear-engine cars. So the front-engine cars are normally quite easy to spot because they don't look like your average Scalextrics car and look much more like a sort of 1950s Van Wall or Lotus with a long nose and the driver set well back. Everything else pretty much like the car you're looking at here, Richard Ferris's Dunford, where the driver is in the middle because he's amidships and the engine is behind him. And that's where you get those sort of classic low-slung cigar tube shapes. There's another of the earlier Lotuses, Type 18 of Clinton McCarthy. And with the traditional yellow cast wheels, the wobbly wheel, which rather than spokes was a solid pattern, but with a sort of spokey raise around the radius of the wheel.
Callum Grant is going well. In fact, just as I say that, he goes on to pole position. So 57 Callum Grant, that's on our screen if you're watching the live stream, and the red car with the yellow stripe down the middle. Callum Grant, very, very experienced driver in all types of historic racing.
And interesting, first sector was a personal best, second sector of the lap better than anyone else, third sector of the lap not as good as he himself has been previously in that sector, so he must have caught traffic. So despite that, despite a slow third sector, Callum has set the new fastest lap and is currently our potential pole sitter, nearly 2 tenths ahead of Michael O'Brien. Everybody's still out there. Was actually one pit caller earlier on, but I think the car's been shooed away again. And I think Horatio Fitzsimon is the only car that is not circulating at the moment out of our 50. So back to Michael O'Brien.
It seems that the wettest part of the track is as they come out of the loop into Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. There's quite a large amount of water there, although the track there looks shiny, doesn't it, as well as they go into Club Corner.
Very wet. You cross a little dry bit and then it gets very wet again. Here it's very damp as well. Luffield looks pretty wet. And then you come out onto the straight. And there's, look at that difference between two Lotuses that are separated by just 4 years. A really, really very big difference. As Michael O'Brien chases the times, he's gone quickest with 2 purple sectors. Alex Ames up to second fastest. So down to third now is the man who was quickest, Callum Grant. His current lap, sector 1, not as good as he had been. And we saw actually as he was starting sector 1, he did catch slower traffic. Tim De Silva, another quicker lap for him, but he remains in 6th place. Sam Wilson is still 7th. He's on a slightly better lap. Grant is not. Sector 2, still not as quick as he has been, but Sam Wilson moves up to 4th now. Horatio Fitzsimon from 6th when the car stopped is now down to 8th. So Michael O'Brien back to the top of the pile. Yellow first sector might mean that he's slowing down a little to find some space on the track. Checking the mirrors as the car that comes towards us, Dave Ward in his Gemini, looks to see a big group of cars behind. And it's not so much finding a clear lap, because you can actually pass the cars fairly easily because they're all pretty small, but as Lucas Halusa just showed in his Lotus, to do so you actually have to go off line onto the wet part of the track. And of course, not only then do you cover a little bit more distance, but it's also wet.
And we're into the last minute and a half now, so with a lap time of 2.5 minutes, some of these drivers will only get this one final timed lap. So this is the time when, was it Michael O'Brien in Ed's interview earlier on was saying we need to be in the right place when the track is at its driest, which is now.
So seeing the orange car there, Stuart Roach, another of these small manufacturers, the Alexis. And here again is the Lotus of Michael O'Brien. Again, you can see how small the tyres are, even for their relatively modest output. These cars move around a lot. That's all part of the art of driving old-fashioned racing cars. You don't arrive, stand it on its nose and turn in and let downforce do the rest. It has to be a much more organic process to get it through. O'Brien quickest again by 4 seconds, goodness me. And that's off a slow first sector. A little bit of a recovery from a half spin there. That's at Luffield as well. So who's that? 182, that's Ralph Carter in a Lotus 22. One of the later cars from 1963.
And Michael O'Brien did get over the timing line before the flag went out, or the flag is about to go out, so he's actually on his last timed lap now, and he could improve further with Harrison now less than a second behind him. So exactly as Michael said in the interview before the start of this session, the track is getting quicker and quicker as the session goes on, and parts of the track are drying out.
So Sam Wilson, the first to take the checkered flag in our lead group. 2 minutes 33.3. He's currently third, ahead of Alex Ames, who's on a lap. Andrew Hibbard he started another lap, 3 seconds back in fifth. Of course, you can be on pole by 12 seconds, but the car that's second will still be alongside you. Looping spin for Jeremy Flynn in the Lotus 22, right in sight of the flag. And again, just shows that there is jeopardy on the curbs, because you can see as the cars come out of the final corner to the checkered flag, outer club corner, that 3 apex right-hander, 3-part right-hander. It's dry where it's grey, and it ain't where it's white. So Sam Wilson takes the flag.
And on this last time lap, Michael O'Brien, purple sector again in sector 1, but Samuel Harrison not as good as his times before, so it looks as though Michael O'Brien may be able to improve again.
There are a few improvements coming at the bottom of the top 20 still. Rudiger Friedrichs goes quicker again as he takes the checkered flag. So too did Nathan Metcalf in his Cooper. Haven't talked a lot about Coopers in the lead group. Alex Ames there in the Brabham BT6. Alex on a purple second sector. And as you can see, he's only half a second behind Sam Wilson, and only half a second as well behind second place. So Alex Ames, this could be enough to put him second fastest. He hangs onto a big slide across the line. He goes fastest. Wow. And that's with a big heart in the mouth opposite lock moment over the curbs. Goodness. Right, so 44, Samuel Harrison in the Renmax. He crosses the line, no improvement. Andrew Hibbert goes up to 5th at the final gasp. And Horatio Fitzsimon's time from, what, 8 or 10 minutes ago is still good enough for 8th place. Don't think we've got any surprises coming. Only one car actually failing to complete the session, and that was Nick Carlton-Smith's Lotus 20, which called into the pits a little earlier on, but he still qualifies just under the top half of the grid. Car number 7 here, this is Duncan Rabagliati's Alexis. And again, why is he sitting to that side? Well, because the engine's in front and the differential is inches behind him, so the prop shaft has to go somewhere, and it can't go through the driver, which means that it is usually an offset diff, so the diff won't be right in the center, it'll be to one side of the axle, and the prop shaft will be angled to go alongside the driver. So Duncan, Ray Mallock lost pole in class. He did as well. So Duncan Rabagliati comes across the line, and I'm going to start rather unfairly from 50th and look up to see Duncan Rabagliati qualifies 47th. But Alex Ames with a sensational lap, overhauling Michael O'Brien by nearly 0.3 of a second in some mixed conditions. Sam Harrison third ahead of Sam Wilson, and Andrew Hibbert and Callum Grant with a Lotus and a Merlin respectively. Then the Brabhams of Timothy De Silva and Horatio Fitzsimon, who didn't complete the session. Stuart Roach in the Alexis, just quicker than Pete De La Roche in his Lotus. Looking a little further down, looking for our class leader, and that is Peter De La Roche in his class. Next class leader as well in 18th place, Nathan Metcalf. He is leading his particular class ahead of the 21st fastest qualifier, Ray Mallock. I think Ray Mallock, his car is giving away a few years to his opposition, and Ray is as well. However, he is still a very doughty competitor, and I'm sure he will be looking forward to getting into the race just outside the top 20. Kazuya Kubota's Lotus 2022 is in 23rd place, rather disappointingly for fans of Symmetry. The Britannia of Keith Pickering, 32nd. The Dunford of Richard Ferris, we were watching that earlier on, he's ended up in 36th position. There you go, all the way down. Chris Wilkes and Deep Sanderson, just outside the top 40. And Peter Fennichel's Stangalini rounds out the 50. Well, 50 cars qualifying, 18 minutes on track. 2 or 3 of those will be spent just doing the outlap, and then in mixed conditions, trying to be in the right place at the right time. For much of the session, it was the Lotus of Michael O'Brien that was the car to beat, slicing several seconds out per lap. Horatio Fitzsimon's car came to a halt midway through the session when he was 6th quickest, but he still ended up with a lap that was good enough for the top 8. Plenty of variety from this short-lived formula. The foothills on the road to Grand Prix success, and a battle in the end that saw Michael O'Brien pipped at the post. A dramatic last flying lap from Alex Ames. His car on the lock stops as he came off the curbs. He managed to hold it. The soul spinner, not the soul spinner, but the most dramatic one was Nick Fennell's Lotus 22. And Alex Ames, right at the end of the session, just managed to grab pole by a quarter of a second. They started off doing 2 minutes 45 laps, the quick boys, down to 2:32. Well, off track, what on earth are you going to go to first? You're going to go to the tent masterclass, the tasting masterclass with really good sausages. Well, you might do if you haven't had breakfast on your way here. The kitchen will be live during the course of the day as well, with demos from our winners from Bake Off and from the cookery shows. So that's going on through the day. Lots and lots of car displays as well. Plenty to see and do here. There'll be lots of catering as well, so lunch and a drink here or there won't be too much of an issue. Diddley squats, tasting, I'm sure will be very popular as well. So first of our qualifying sessions is done. Let's catch up now with Ed Foster and see what's coming up next.
Next up, the Adrian Flux Trophy, and as you can see behind me, it is wall-to-wall touring cars. Now, obvious reasons, touring cars were popular all over the world. In this country, it started with the British Saloon Car Championship back in 1958, and the popularity soared. These were cars that you could buy in dealerships. They looked like cars are on the roads. It's bumper-to-bumper racing, it was close, and we've got an entire evolution here. So before they go out, I'm going to try and grab a couple of people. As Andy Middlehurst was right here, what he's done is that he's obviously disappeared. We've got Chris Middlehurst in here sharing with Andy. Andy's usually in a Nissan Skyline right up at the sharp end, but something a little bit different from this weekend. This is what always happens, that you see a driver and then they disappear. I'll tell you what, let's have a chat to Chris. Chris, I'm sorry to doorstep you. This is quite a special car, this one. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so we had it built by Owens Fabrication over the past couple of years. We bought it from a chap called John Midgley, who does a bit of rallying. He's from Yorkshire. But the car was originally ran by Chris Hodgett's Motorsport in BTCC and also the World Touring Car Championship as well. Basically, a chap who was rallying bought the shell, the rolling sort of shell, if you like, of Hodgett's, and then he converted it into a rally car, and then basically rallied it for a few years, and then he just laid it up into a barn. So we dug it out of the barn literally about 3 years ago, after being sat there for the best part of 25-30 years. So quite an incredible story, but it's some good history with the car. Obviously back in the day with Alan Minshaw racing it originally in '86, who's recently obviously unfortunately passed away. So we're very proud to race it with his name on the side in the original livery. It also won the last round in '86 when Hodgett's won the championship. So yeah, a lot of history with the car, so great to get it back out.
Right, we'll leave you to it. That's the car's going out. I'm going to stand in the most dangerous place possible. Jeepers. There are worse cars to be run over, but there's a few I want to point out to you. So coming up on this side, we have an enormous Camaro, and in that Camaro are Bill and Fred Shepherd, father-son team. And many years ago, Bill Shepherd said to me, don't ever buy anything but a Ford. And he's gone and got a Chevrolet Camaro. They tested it about a month ago, and Fred, his son, was saying that it's running on slicks and he cannot believe the grip. I asked him what the brakes were like, and he said, I have no idea. So that should be interesting to watch. That should be up at the sharp end. We've got Lotus Cortinas coming past, much earlier 60s touring cars, but in the right hands, they are blindingly quick. And despite the sort of lack of power to a lot of these bigger engine cars, they are really pretty useful. Beautiful BMWs. We've got every single era of touring car here. And then, of course, one of the last cars here, the Nissan Skyline, these are always right up at the front. Not 100% reliable, but they're always very, very quick. So watch out for those with the Ford Sierras. They should be right up at the sharp ends. Lots of different classes that I'm sure Alistair and Martin will talk you through. And oh, look at this, Mercedes. And of course, the famous Ford Caprice going this side of me. And they had a monumental battle with the BMW CSLs over in Europe. But that's the last of the cars leaving the assembly area, and we'll pass over to Martin and Alistair.
Cars heading out then onto the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Good morning wherever you are watching us. If you are listening around trackside or in the car on the way to the historic festival, good morning Stuart Hall. Where were you yesterday for testing? Cars are out for the first laps of Motor Racing Legends historic touring cars. And as Ed has pointed out, Alistair, this is sort of 60s to 90s, basically. Have you got an interesting touring car? Bring it along, we'll work out how it works. See, there you go. Big Arch Mark 1 Escort and an E30 BMW M3 that was in colours that were Watson's Water, one of the big sponsors of Macau in the 80s and the 90s cars there. You've got a Bastos Rover, you've got Cologne Capris and BMW Batmobiles from the 70s, from the late 80s, early 90s, here are Sierra Cosworths, you've got British touring car BMW and Mobil 1 colours. You've got so much to choose from. Whatever your sort of favoured brand is, there's definitely a few cars to root for here.
Indeed, yes, and for anyone that's watched touring cars for the last 40, 50 years, as one comes past and you see the colours or the type of car, it probably brings back memories of what you were doing when you saw that car in period. And so you're immediately thinking, oh yes, I saw that at Brands Hatch at the Grand Prix support meeting, or yes, I was overseas watching a long distance touring car race. Absolutely fantastic to see all these cars. We've got the Mark 1 Escort side on to the track, but I think he'll get going. Yes, he will. He's got it fired up, and that's Joe Gom in the RS 1600 Mark 1 Escort.
Well, it's got big Group 4 arches on it that you're much more used to seeing in forest Escorts, but having a little spin there, you can see how wet the track is in places. Still the racing line on the extreme left-hand side of the picture, driver's right, that's pretty dry, but if you're coming offline, and we're going to see here with the Sierra Cosworth, the Escort spinning, actually probably just got his outside wheels onto the curbs, and actually that's all it takes. When you're fully laden there, you don't want to lose too much traction. Again, yeah, BMW's there, BMW 635 CSI in Marlboro colours, E30 M3 in Schnitzer Warsteiner colours, so that's a DTM car, the Decra panels on the door, and going by in Andy Rouse's Caliber colours, the Sierra Cosworth. Of course, it was Andy Rouse, Rouse Engineering, that created the Sierra Cosworth, if you like, because he brought a Sierra, or a Mercure as it was called in South Africa. South Africa, they had a turbocharged version of the car that didn't exist on the European market, and always a man to look for a hole in the rules or an opportunity in the rules. He was a multiple British touring car champion or saloon car champion, not always in the top class. Won in Alfa Romeo GTV6, won the championship 1 year.
Dolomite Sprint.
Dolomite Sprint, yes. Exactly, his first title. But yeah, really completely changed the face of Group A racing when he brought the turbocharged Sierra to the table, and then Ford and Cosworth, their long-time partners, were not far behind. from the 1970s, the iconic sight of a BMW 3-litre CSL. When it appeared with all those aerodynamic additions, the little fences on the top wing, the spoilers and so on, instantly named the Batmobile. And again, you'll see there is a lot of disparity in pace between a much more modern car like the RS 500 there and the CSL. In fact, the CSL smoking quite a lot there, being caught by an even earlier generation, BMW, well, a slightly newer generation actually, the BMW 150.
And that's that car, the BMW CSL, dominant in European Touring Car Championship, won the outright driver's title 6 times. So up against Ford, and we've got examples of the Ford Capri that was up against that. The number 10 caliber Sierra Cosworth you mentioned earlier, being driven by Julian Thomas, that is actually Andy Rouse's car from the period. So they built 2, Andy Rouse, one for Guy Edwards, the other one for Andy Rouse, and this car is the car that Rouse drove.
Now, I've already spotted an anomaly, and an anomaly is the Lotus Cortina behind, which appears to be car number 57, with the 7 hastily attempted with gaffer tape. You're seeing it there. So the white car with the blue stripe. So, in fact, no, actually on the bonnet it looks like the 7 is actually a 7.
So that would be Jonathan Mitchell.
Do we have a 57?
Yes, Jonathan Mitchell in the Lotus Cortina.
I don't have a 57. Oh, he's on the other side because he's in the under, yeah, UTTC. Okay, so 3 different classes, although James Slaughter's Mark III Capri, which was supposed to be in a class, the only car in the Tony Dron Trophy class, seems to be moved up into the Historic Touring Car Challenge category. So normally he has more friends to play with.
There is one car that has joined him in the Tony Dron Trophy, which is for what we call Group 1.5 cars, which is a bit of a laugh, but not quite Group 1, which was production, or not quite Group 2, which was modified. Tony Dron, a driver that excelled in that class of car in period, but another car been added is Stefan Jocher in another Capri.
Again, BMW M3 is another of the 4-cylinder E30 cars, and again in the livery of DTM. So this is Darren Fielding in the E30 M3, and of course in that era of DTM, predominantly it was these cars versus a car that we saw a little earlier actually, the AMG Mercedes, the 190E 2.5. which had a Cosworth tuned engine. Of course, the BMWs, well, later privateer cars, Heidegger BMW, but these would have been factory cars. The Bastos car in front. Tony Partridge sharing that car with Steve Soper. So Soper, man, was a BMW factory driver in this period, and very successfully too. Now, the Jägermeister BMW coming to a little bit of a slow halt. I thought it was the CSL that was smoking earlier, but it might perhaps have been that car that was right behind it. There's a couple of Cologne Capris, a very distinctive shape, and there's the ex-Chris Hodgetts Toyota. Chris Hodgetts, actually, we were hearing from with Ed earlier in the collecting area about the history of that car. Chris Hodgetts ran it in the British Saloon Car Championship and was the overall champion in the up to 1600cc class, predominantly because he won that class every time out, gaining maximum points. But in the top class, the RS 500s are always knocking each other's doors off, and there wasn't a consistent enough winner. Another RS 500, and that's Paul Mensley in the black machine.
Paul Mensley actually had that car built a few years ago now, but an absolute copy. But the livery on that, not so familiar to us in the UK, Netcom, Murray Carter's livery from the 1989 Australian Touring Car Championship, as Paul Mensley puts lots of opposite lock on. We're used to seeing that with Sierra RS 500s, aren't we?
Well, when the turbo spools up, yes, but especially when the turbo spools up on a wet curb, that's definitely... He's the fastest car at the moment, by the way. So he is quickest of the lot. We just saw him going by Nick Strong's Taisan Advan liveried Nissan Skyline. Now, in last year's race, it was very wet, and the Skylines really just romped away from everything else until it dried out, and the pit stops And then a big surprise, a Ford Capri came through, to the surprise of us, the fans, the competitors, and especially its driver, to win everything. Richard Kent in the Broadspeed livery, blue and white Cologne Capri, just being passed by the Eggenberger Texaco liveried RS 500. That's the livery that Steve Soper raced with in his Ford period for Eggenberger. That was at the height of the Group A era, of course.
And that blue and white number 88, the Broadspeed Capri, is the actual car that was built. It's not a copy. That's a car that was built in period by Broadspeed, Ralph Broad and his team in Southam. And it raced in the Belgian Touring Car Championship and by that man again, Andy Rouse, in the 1973 Tourist Trophy here at Silverstone.
And it's just heading into the pit lane, the orange Jägermeister CSL, car number 179, and that is currently where they are. Just spotted them, I've just lost them. They are currently just outside the top 20. That CSL is 21st. Pat Blakeney-Edwards driving that and sharing with historic car dealer and ace racer Gregor Fiskin. So Gregor, a late addition to that car, and why not? I'm not sure if he's ever raced it before, but I'm sure he will enjoy it a lot. He's raced in both historics and in modern. He's a long-time competitor in the British GT Championship in very much up-to-date machinery.
And the orange Jägermeister BMW there that you're mentioning, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, Gregor Fiskin, that car was one of 10 built by Alpina, the specialist tuning firm for BMW. Very, very original car. Having looked inside it, you would think you were back in the 70s.
Probably smells like you're back in the 70s as well, doesn't it?
It also competed in the 1973 TT here at Silverstone with Derek Bell sharing with Harold Ertl. Wow. So 2 cars in this race that actually competed here all those years ago. What's 73? How many years ago is that? 51 years ago.
Yeah, 73. Harold Ertl, one of the greatest moustaches in motor racing. That is a hill I will die on. 116 we're just taking a look at, and this is Steve Dance's Ford Capri, another of the Cosworth engine 3.4 Cosworth GA Cologne Capris. And here is the other Skyline, looking a little smoky. That looks more like an oil leak for Simon Arthur onto the exhaust, or possibly another kind of fluid rather than something dramatically going wrong. And the Capri we're looking at, 116, which is Steve Dance, currently 8th fastest. And again, that's a car from the 1970s, so doing pretty well. Fastest of all at the moment, not sure who's driving, Simon Watts or Alex Buncombe in the white BMW CSL, car number 14. So they've just gone to the top of the pile by actually a fairly sizable 0.3 of a second. And the cameras are picking up more and more dry track with every lap, Alistair, aren't they? Not entirely as dry as you might like in an RS 500 in the Beckett's S's, though, I've got to say.
And second quickest at the moment, and I've just picked up off our timing screens, there's a second driver in that we didn't know about. Paul Mensley we knew, he's the owner of the car, but we've got a Lyons sharing. Now that's got to be Michael, hasn't it? Michael Lyons. You would think. So a shared entry for Paul Mensley, Michael Lyons. That will be a very, very competitive team.
85, not the most familiar livery, the Brown and Geeson RS 500. This is Daniel Brown driving it. Now, again, it's not a livery that you immediately think of from the Group A British Touring Car era, so whether that's a period livery or not entirely sure. The Advan Skyline behind, we saw that a little earlier, starting to pick up a bit of speed. The problem with the Skyline is that it's four-wheel drive, which in itself is not a problem, but it means that you carry a lot more extra weight. And we talked about the fact that last year in the rain, the cars raced away and then ended up not winning. That's because certain cars in last year's regulations had a much longer pit stop, and the Skylines are among them. And so one of the older Capris actually spending a minute less stationary than the quicker cars came through to win it. But this year the rules have changed, so everybody spends the same amount of time stationary, so that the quick cars should still be at the front.
And the Nissan Skyline was named the Godzilla because it was a monster from Japan.
Fire-breathing monster from Japan, yes, yeah, the Aussies,
But
never short of a good nickname.
Absolutely, but it dominated touring car racing through the period. It won the Japanese Touring Car Championship 3 years running. And talking to Rick Wood, who I don't think is in our entry today. I haven't spotted him.
He was spectacular last year, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Well, talking to him at another meeting, he said that with his car, he runs about 1.35 bar boost and a 650 horsepower. So the Nissans we've got here today will be running a similar amount of power.
Well, again, you'd normally expect to see Andy Middlehurst in a Skyline. He is Mr. Skyline, and in fact, fundamentally, it's Andy Middlehurst's belligerence and persistence that actually got Skylines into the UK in the first place. Now, here's a problem for another of our Capris, and again, this is your Mark III Capri rather than the Cologne Capri, with a very period German livery. Kamai you almost always saw on Golfs or VW products.
That might be Stefan and Matthias Jocker, I think.
I believe so. So it's a Group 1 3-litre Capri. Now, this is the kind of car that in Demon Tweak's colours, Gordon Spice would have been racing in British Saloon Car Championship and Alan Minshaw, and in the Spa 24 Hours, but with a very typically German livery on it.
In fact, Gordon Spice took the last win at the Spa 24 Hours on the old long circuit in 1978 in this type of car.
Well, here, look at this. Sierra Cosworths versus BMWs, and the slight latecomer, which would have been the Skyline. That's a very period battle. And then in the middle, Cologne Capri, Lotus Cortina, and top of the pile, Julian Thomas in his RS 500. So that is the ex-Andy Rouse car.
Yes, unusually Julian driving solo this year, but he's actually, despite the fact he's what you might call an amateur driver, he is very, very quick indeed, as you can see from that time. 2.2 seconds quicker than Steve Dance's much, much earlier Capri from the highly modified era.
What did that 5 start out as? Because it didn't start out as a 5. Was that an 8 once upon a time?
It was all about changing 8s into other numbers on his racing car.
That's Andreas Halusa in his Alfa Romeo Giulia GTA. So the more advanced version with the bigger arches and even more from its fuel-injected 2-litre car would have been the GTE AM. And he is just on battling with one of the Lotus Cortinas. He didn't quite pick out which one. And again, you got Batmobile, the orange car, and Cologne Capri. Again, the factory blue and glacier white of the works cars. And here again, that's number 22 of Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons, their RS 500. And he's down to 5th fastest now. So,
but he's done 2 good sectors, purple sectors on this lap. That could mean that Michael Lyons is on board. No disrespect to Paul Mensley, but Michael Lyons is a hugely experienced historic and modern racing driver.
Well, yellow flag's out here, so in safety car? Safety car board's being shown. Safety car coming out. Well, this is not always necessarily strictly seen in qualifying, but we do expect, or we are hoping, that the marshals will get the opportunity here to really practice the safety car procedures, and actually that really works for race control and everything else as well. The Capri obviously is proceeding no further, and so they are going to need to send a rescue vehicle around the corner to it, and everybody's slowing down, hopefully just enough. Shell liveried M3, there's something you don't see too often.
This is the problem when a car stops on the Hamilton Straight next to the international pits. There's no way of getting it off the track without moving it quite a long way. And it's been there a couple of laps, but I think the clerk of the course has decided that now is the time to put the safety car out.
Well, traditionally, if anybody has a problem there, they spin off on the outside into the gravel rather than come to a grinding halt where you just can't reach them. But yeah, to make sure that the marshals are not exposed even to slower traffic, then the safety car is scrambled. For those of you that haven't seen a lot of Silverstone recently, oh, there's a bridge across the track with people walking. Well, that's from the new hotel on the outside of the Formula One start-finish straight. Not everybody seems to be... The problem with the safety car flags being out is that everybody is dashing around to catch up to the safety car, at which point they will be in the queue, but they're not quite aware why it's out. So there's quite a few cars coming rather quickly out of Abbey and out of Club rather, and onto the start-finish straight, or the Formula One start-finish straight, because we are blessed with more than one start-finish straight here at Silverstone. Our commentary position overlooks I was going to say the original start-finish straight. I suppose it was the original start-finish straight in 1948.
No, it was actually between Abbey and Woodcote.
Ah, was it?
In 1948, and then it moved to beyond Woodcote towards Copse a little bit later on. And now, of course, we've got the two start lines, depending on which configuration of the track you're using.
And half the field are using this pit at the wing, and the other half of, not of this field, but of all of our cars, are based in the old Formula One pit lane, the Heritage pit lane. So there's just not enough, I mean, there's not enough room actually in the wing to put all the cars that are on that side of the circuit. Now, here is one of our safety cars. We talked about RML having their 40th anniversary, and this is their most recent project, which is a reimagining, I think is probably the best description of Ferrari's legendary 250 short wheelbase. So very much in the looks, the style and the feel of the 250, but this is a very much more modern car, essentially based on the V12 underpinnings, I believe, of a 550 or 575 Maranello, but with a beautiful handmade body and interior, and just 30 will be made by RML. Haven't had a chance to really examine one up close, but I know that Michael has been really excited about the reaction to this car. It's a fabulous looking thing. It sounds gorgeous hooning around the not hooning, sorry, driving professionally around the circuit as the safety cars were earlier on. And if you won the lottery, why on earth wouldn't you? Well, there's another RML car in the middle. We've just seen one of the Acuria Cos Cavaliers from the British Touring Car Championship. Those were built and run by RML. And in fact, in the iconic auctions competition car sale today is another RML-built Vauxhall Cavalier, one with which John Cleland won the British Touring Car title. His second such, but his first overall class championship. Well, there's the Capri that was failing to proceed. So this is very period, isn't it? Little group of RS 500 with the skyline behind. A couple of M3s. There's the black Mercedes 190E just behind the Cortina. So that would have been the BMW's arch rival in period before Audi arrived with the V8 limousine. And why is nobody racing one of those in British historic racing? That's what I want to know. Not that there were many. Rover SD1 came a little later. There's the Acuria Cos Cavalier, Bastos Rover, Bastos BMW, Motul BMW, and going back again into the late 60s, Mark II and Mark I Escorts, and the Lotus Cortina. So there's the 190E. And yeah, probably not as often seen as a road car in the UK as E30 M3s. But with a Cosworth-tuned 2.5-litre engine, it was absolutely on a par with the M3. And DTM in the 90s, featuring these cars and the Audis, was a rumbustious, paint-swapping, door-banging fest at high speed. All the German manufacturers with very highly paid teams of professional drivers. It was... yeah, absolutely. So I think the zenith of DTM competition. So the RML cars, the Acuria Cos cars, when 888 took over the factory program for Vauxhall. Ray Mallock Limited built cars sponsored by Kyriakos and driven by likes of Bobby Verdon Rowe. Very successful David Leslie as well. David spent a lot of time with RML. Good friends with Ray Mallock. Late David Leslie was helping to develop that car and race it very much at the front of the field.
We've got 1.5 minutes remaining in the session. The safety car is currently up towards Beckett's, so not all of the field is going to get over the line before the flag goes out, which means the front few, probably half the field, will get a further timed lap. However, it's not going to be an ideal start to that lap with the safety car pulling in.
Behind the Bastos, Steve Soper and Tony Partridge, E30 M3 was a bit more of a rarity, a 5 Series touring car. You don't often see those. I think they were just perhaps a little bit large, didn't quite have the power to weight ratio that the M3 did. Lights are off on the safety car. It is in timing sector 3 as it heads down the hangar straight towards Stowe. And of course, one of the features in period of the British Touring Car Championship was the British Grand Prix support race. Always produced excitement, plenty of spectacle, and British F3 always used to have a support race slot as well on the Grand Prix bill. So safety cars peeled off, and what's left on the clock? 13 seconds. So who's going to get a lap? Maybe the first 5 or 6 cars. Across the line they come. Again, that shell liveried RS500, another very familiar livery, and we are down to 0, so the checkered flag.
I think the Mercedes was the last car to get across the line before the flag.
Well, hang on, the green flag is coming out now, not the checkered flag, so yeah.
No, okay.
Okay, so, well, the clock hasn't been reset, but I wonder if TSLR timekeepers have been told other things. However, they did actually manage to pick up the fastest car rather than the race leader, which was very handy indeed for Julian Thomas, because here's Andy Rouse, Caliber Sierra.
1.5 seconds quicker than the Mensley Lions Black Sierra RS500, which we were watching before the safety car. And I think that lap that he did to take him up to second, probably Michael Lyons at the wheel, was compromised by that safety car coming out. So we may see a quicker time.
41 red coat. This is Dave Bartram and Mike Kane. I'm not sure quite which pub they decided that they ought to put themselves together in a car, but that's a great combination. That car in the livery, I'm not sure if it is an ex-Dick Johnson car, but certainly in a Dick Johnson Aussie touring car livery. Dick Johnson, famously the flag bearer for Ford against all the Holdens in Australian touring cars, and spent a lot of time racing in Ford Falcons, then briefly the Ford Mustang, and then in the Group A era wholeheartedly embraced the Sierra. Checkered flag is now out, and Dicko, sponsored by predominantly by Palmer Tube Mills, Aussie company, and then by Shell and Tough Coat as well. So we come across the line. Second fastest, that's an improvement for David Tomlin in the Sierra Cosworth RS500. He was second in the queue, he moves up to second, but 2.8 seconds behind Julian Thomas. An absolutely whopping lap for Julian Thomas. And no major changes behind. The Pearsons have moved up a couple of spots into 20th place. Or did something just change high up the order? No, it didn't. Patrick Watson, Alex Buncombe car didn't bother with a final lap. A few didn't actually. They've come into the pit lane. And there's the big grumbling Camaro that Ed was waxing lyrical about. He does like a bit of a cube, does our Edward. Bill Shepherd, Bill and Fred Shepherd, not sure who is at the wheel. Of course, Bill Shepherd, a big American car specialist, particularly specialises in Fords. Bill Shepherd Mustang, I'm sure will have a lot to do with the Mustang celebration. We're celebrating 60 years of Ford's Mustang here at Silverstone this weekend. So there's a massive display in the infield of Mustangs of all ages, fueled by Pure Michigan, which is not a company, it is the Michigan State Tourist Board. And why Michigan? Well, because Mustangs are built at Ford's factory in Detroit, Michigan. So there you go, qualifying has been completed for the Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars. It will be our third race of the meeting, so they will race on Saturday, just after 10 a.m. The forecast for Saturday, well, pretty mixed. So if they get a track as dry as this, they will be feeling fairly fortunate, I think. And there you can see the results of our qualifying session. 49 cars, but a couple of them didn't complete a full flying lap. Well, a combination of greasy conditions and cold tyres and brakes led to a couple of lurid moments early on for some of our drivers. No major damage to anybody, which is always good news, and a great opportunity in this MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge to witness cars from all sorts of eras. Smoky Godzilla rather than fire-breathing. Lotus Cortinas versus Alphas from the 60s, BMWs and Mercedes and Rovers from the 80s and the 90s, as well as from the 70s. The BMW Batmobile versus Cologne Capri battle continues to rage on. Safety car was scrambled after that Group 1 Capri came to a halt, but in the end, at the top of the pile, the Andy Rouse Sierra Cosworth of Julian Thomas, comprehensively faster than anybody else. Well, it looks like it's turning into a rather pleasant day here. Let's catch up with Ed Foster. He's in the collecting area, ready for our next session.
Next up, the F2 Inter Series. Now, these are Formula 2 cars. Most of you know what they are, but Formula 2 was a stepping stone into Formula 1, and all the kind of great drivers went through Formula 2. These cars are from 1967 to 1978, so they're pre-ground effects and pre-1984 when it went to Formula 3000. So there were two sets of engine regulations. There were 1600 engines and 2-litre engines, so we've got both of those cars represented, and we've also got a couple of Formula Atlantic cars. Why don't you come with me and we will have a wander. What I want to do actually is I'm going to try and get up to the front and speak to Matthew Watts, who's sat in his car at the moment. I'm going to go around this way. Now, Matthew was the winner of round 2. Matthew, I'm sorry to jump in. Very successful round 2. More of the same today?
Yeah, I hope so. Great circuit, great event, so really looking forward to it. Hope it's dry out there.
And how's the car going?
Yeah, car's really good. Last raced at Zandvoort, won the last round, so looking for a solid result this weekend.
At Silverstone, is there a bit of slipstreaming here?
Not really in these cars, it's not that effective. So yeah, just more of the same, I hope.
Fantastic, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, well, look, follow me. Let's see who else we can find. This car here is it's a lovely little car that ran in the Temporada series with Brian Henton in period. Spent a long time in South Africa, beautifully restored, and it is back out racing, which is absolutely fantastic to see. So Mark's piloting that one. We've got Alex Capadia here. Alex, obviously a lot of you know as sort of a modern driver. and he turned to historics in 2022, and he's now been racing this Formula 2 car. So watch out for him, because he will be at the sharp end. We've got Michael Lyons here. Now, Michael is the chairman of the HSCC, and he's the guy that's put this grid together, the Inter-Series grid with HVM Racing in France. So it's a joint venture. If you could follow me, sorry, Henry, I'm making you walk around a fair bit. You can see with this shot just the sheer number of cars, which is absolutely fantastic. There are loads of these cars about, but there hasn't really been that many places to race them. And where better than somewhere like Silverstone? I can see the marshals all starting to get quite excited. So that's everything from me for now.
Nearly 30 classic Formula 2 cars in this F2 Classic Inter-Series competition, and predominantly the dominant force at the front of the field is likely to be Bicester-based March. So part of that group of motor racing triangle that sprung up around the Silverstone circuit. March set up in the early 1970s, late 1960s, but by the mid-70s they were a very, very strong force in junior single-seaters, and the March 782 is likely to be one of our leading lights in terms of the machinery. And to work out what a 782 is, it's a Formula 7 car from 1982, or possibly a 1978 Formula 2 car. So the March nomenclature had the category that it was based around as the final digit, and the year that it was introduced as the first two digits. So 782 would be a 1978 Formula 2 car, a 783 would be a 1978 Formula 3 car, and you can work the rest out from yourself. Other marks aren't quite so easy to decipher. Chevron, just if they'd built a B39, the next car would be a B40, very much the same. For Brabham, following on from the BT24 would have been the BT25. Didn't give you much of a clue in the way that Lotus type numbers never did either, of what category it was designed for. It was just the next one off the production line. So let's take a look at some of these cars. Well, Chris Porritt here in a Chevron B40, looking at here the Olympus. Hello, Chris. Can you hear me? Probably. The Olympus livery car, and again, handsome looking thing, and you see an awful lot of these cars, particularly the March, with very low bodywork, the later cars, and that sort of almost submarine conning tower bodywork around the driver. Ex-James Hunt Hesketh Racing entry here. This is car number 50, Paul Basson, in his March 712, so right at the early part of James's career. Wasn't one of the leading lights, Alistair, in Formula 2, James Hunt, and wasn't really until he got himself into the Hesketh Formula 1 team that suddenly the reputation of Hunt the Shunt became transformed into something an awful lot more mature and promising.
Yes, he got the name Hunt the Shunt in Formula 3, didn't he? And he was very, very quick in that, but also had a few, as the name suggests, a few accidents.
Rather too easy a nickname, wasn't it? You know, if nobody in the UK called a crash a shunt, he would have been Hunt still.
But, picked up by the local Hesketh team just across the way. In fact, the Hesketh estate, I think, bounds the edge of Silverstone. Very close indeed. But yeah, of course, the rest is history, as they say, with James Hunt. Won his one championship with McLaren, but ended his career with the Wolff, Walter Wolff team.
Yep.
But yeah, strangely, he was so quick in F3, but F2 didn't really suit his style, perhaps.
And I think that happens a lot with drivers, and I think that's really an underappreciated factor in a lot of cases, that because, and particularly historically, because Formula 3, for instance, and you think about, you know, Senna, Brundle era, which we'll see cars racing from later or qualifying from later, those cars are all about momentum, an absolute microscopic finesse. Racing line and momentum was everything. Then you get into an F2 car, an F3000 car, and you're wrestling the thing around. Absolutely diametric opposite requirements from a driver. So you could be a genius in F3 and really struggle in F2, and then potentially, you know, come good again in F1. Or maybe you just found your limit in F3. I mean, Lots of drivers used to like Formula 2 and never go any further. So the rest of the day looks like this. F2 qualifying next. It is qualifying all day. Then the RAC Tourist Trophy and those classic F3 cars that we were talking about. The 2 races in one, the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy qualifying. That'll be at midday. Before lunch, we'll also see the pre-war sports cars out. Post-lunch, the 66 to 85, the Cosworth era Formula 1 cars, Masters GTs, the Endurance Legends, the Le Mans cars, as recent as just a few years ago, very few years ago, and a whole host of others racing, rallying racing, qualifying into the evening. And by that stage, Sophie Alex Bextor's sound check will be complete. Sophie Alex Bextor is the musical addition for this evening. And among our various other stages on the eBay stage, lots of music and entertainment. And as I said, Sophie will kick off proceedings. Not a kitchen disco, but maybe a Silverstone disco tonight, starting from 8 p.m. Tomorrow, a year after I introduce them, it will be Busted. And on Sunday, it will be Ollie Murs. So qualifying underway, or just beginning, cars on their outlap for the F2 Classic Inter-Series competition. We'll pick out a few as we go round. And Alistair can maybe look at a couple of runners' horizons. Just saw Dean Forward in his Surtees. So John Surtees, multiple two-wheel world champion, then became 1961 world champion with Ferrari in Formula 1, went on to found his own team and ran cars in Formula 2, but predominantly in Formula 1. So Surtees' F2 car is quite a rarity.
And in fact, that car was driven by Mike Hailwood in period, so another motorcycle racer who moved into 4 wheels very successfully. Mike Hailwood drove for the Surtees team in Formula 2. And we're looking on screen at the number 77, Graham Ridgway, March 742. So lesson earlier from Martin, that means it's a 1974 Formula 2 car. But it was a period when March were very, very strong indeed. And it's when we see one of the later cars, we'll see the difference in the aerodynamics.
Now, we've just seen the Formula Junior cars out right at the beginning of the morning, and on their narrow treaded tyres with no aerodynamics, slipping and sliding around is part of how you drive them. These cars, very much different. In fact, you know, these are the sorts of cars where very occasionally in a non-championship race, Formula 2 cars would form part of an F1 grid as well. So these cars, big slicks, and decent-sized wings. Of course, aerodynamics still really being sort of fumbled around. This is pre-ground effect, so these are not flat floor cars, but certainly not wing cars. So all the aerodynamics coming from the big shovel nose spoilers and the big T-tray wings on the back. And again, compare the nose and the rear wing of this March to a modern Formula 1 car with all its little curlicues and dive planes and a million different little elements that lead into each other. And that's before you go back to something that's a lot more pure, like the Brabham there, car number 6, Mark Richardson. No, that's a March, in fact.
No,
March 7.
It's Frank Lyons in the Brabham.
Yeah, oh, that is okay. So, oh no, sorry, yes, Frank Lyons, and get my eyesight sorted out this morning. So, yeah, a much earlier Brabham from the very early 70s car. That was a 1971 car. But again, with the look of a 1960s Grand Prix car, just the tiny little winglets.
And I think the driver to look out for in this session is definitely Andy Smith, number 16. He's third quickest at the moment, but only just done one flying lap in the March 782 that Martin was explaining earlier is probably the class of the field. But with Andy behind the wheel, it goes up another notch, a very, very quick driver indeed. The Tolman Group car coming down on the live stream, number 70. Yeah, that's...
Well, yeah, this is Alex Capadia in his March 762. He's currently second quickest, but it's Matthew Watts in the 772, again, students of Mark's type numbers, that's a year younger, who is currently fastest of all. Now that's 11, so that is an addition to my list.
That's Mark Charteris. Now he should be running as 42.
Okay, well that's obviously
that's okay.
He couldn't find a 4 or a 2, so it's just a couple of strips of gaffer. Okay, so he's 11. All right, that was a change of number that we weren't aware of. And again, some of these numbers are very much related to the historical livery of the car. 83 coming to a grinding halt, and that is David Thorburn's Mark 762. And again, you can see the kind of definition of the lower body, so less frontal area and that higher central cockpit area, and that becomes more and more noticeable. And the Mark 782 was probably, again, the zenith of that, where the bodywork was as low as possible, but you still had to include a driver and a rollover hoop and an engine and gearbox and all the other annoying ephemera that designers have to somehow fit in their cars.
And unsurprisingly, I think we're going safety car again, with that car unfortunately trapped on the outside of the circuit in a position where it can't easily be recovered.
Is that the outside of club again?
No, it's right in front of us, actually, on the outside of Woodcote.
It's on the in the window that we've blocked off so that we can see the TV monitor as well. He hasn't quite made it through. Quick whiz into the pits for David Tomlin, who was just out in the Andy Rouse Sierra Cosmos. He's come in the Ron Dennis Run Motul. And again, we're looking at the RML SWB, the reimagining, the evocation. If Hollywood got a 250 short wheelbase, this is what they would do with it. They would reimagine it for the modern era. Fabulous looking thing, and part of the celebration of 40 years of the RML group. Set up initially as an engineering company by Ray Malik, and in fact they've got a great display of cars there. They've got the Nimrod Aston Martin, designed and built by RML, that Ray was one of the drivers of, a two-car team for a couple of seasons at Le Mans and in the Endurance Championship. The AMR1, again, another Aston Martin Le Mans car that was built by RML. The Z-Odd, the pure electric version of the Delta Wing that they ran at Le Mans. I'm going to say a handful of years ago. It's probably going to be scarily more like 10 or 12, but it seems much more recent in my mind. That's a tiny little thing with the two wheels at the back and one at the front. The Ben Bowlby designed car that was originally hoped to be an Indy car, ended up being initially a Nissan-powered Le Mans car, and then in the hands of RML, a pure EV Le Mans car with a battery the size of a fridge and the weight of a fridge made of lead, and an absolutely astonishing thing that probably didn't quite live up to its potential, because it didn't have an awful lot of time for development of the car. They've got one of their very successful Chevy Cruze World Touring Car Championship cars there as well. That's in the display, among lots of other displays. And of course, the other big celebration, the 60 years of Mustang here, or one of the other big celebrations, loads and loads of Mustangs among the displays of various different car clubs here. And the big one is what has been billed as the single largest collection of cars and vehicles driven by Ayrton Senna in the entire world. So more cars here, more ex-Senna machinery here at Silverstone this weekend than have ever been assembled anywhere, among which karts that he raced, motorcycles, cars, Honda NSXs that he drove personally, that he owned personally. We'll see those out on circuit as well. We're going to see demonstrations by the Tolman TG 184, I think, and TG 185 that he raced for Tolman when he first came into Formula One. The Lotus 97 Turbo that he won his first Grand Prix with in the driving rain at Estoril. That's here. and I believe is going to be demonstrated as well on Sunday, and a whole host of other cars, lots of race-winning McLarens and so forth from the career of the late Ayrton Senna. And of course it's 30 years this year since we lost Ayrton Senna in Imola, and when we went to Interlagos this year, there's a brand new 20-foot high bust of the great man which has been unveiled, was created by Leilani, his niece, and she will be here this weekend as well. His nephew Bruno Senna will be driving one of the Tollmans tomorrow in the demonstrations. So it'll be really good to see those cars out and about. Never quite got to see a Tollman race in person in period, so it'll be fun to see it out. It's going to be the TG183, in fact. I know that Chris Whitty, who was a big part of the Tollman team at that time, and for a number of years afterwards with Ted Tollman doing his transatlantic races and so on, was here just checking everything out. And they had a great feature that was shown, I think, in the lead up to the British Grand Prix it was, where Pierre Gasly had the opportunity to drive that ex-Senna Tollman, and was absolutely astonished by how organic and physical, tactile, if you like, the thing felt. Really nice piece, and great to see that car. So that car will be out on Saturday. Bruno Senna driving the Tollman. Chris Dinage will be out in the Lotus 97, chassis number 2. And if you can remember that race, if you're of a vintage, if you can't, you will find it on YouTube, well worth watching, not least for the celebrations of team owner Peter Warren. Am I right in thinking that was the first win for Lotus since the death of Colin Chapman? I think it might have been. Anyway, JPS Lotus will be out with its 1.5 litre turbo Renault engine producing just 800 horsepower. And on Sunday you'll get a chance to see the Tollman again in our demonstrations, being driven by Tim Whitworth. So the Tollman, the particular chassis, it's a 183B, the later version of the General Belgrano, chassis number 5. And it's the car with which Ayrton Senna made his Formula 1 debut in Sao Paulo, his home track. Was it a Rio? Brazilian Grand Prix in 1984. Anyway, it's an 84 car. Started the race, retired, and then went on to finish 6th in South Africa in the car, scoring his first World Championship points. Lights out on the safety car, and 6.5 minutes remaining in qualifying, so there will be an opportunity for everybody to get a few more quick laps in. 24 cars in the field. And essentially, these cars all pretty much in the mid to late 70s 2-litre Formula 2 class. Some of the earlier cars still 1600cc cars at Brabham, and a couple of the Marches as well. Did the Motul come back out, the Rondel? Car number 70. Yeah, David Tomlin, yeah, he's halfway up the field in 12th place, but he did pop into the pits just as the safety car was coming out. We go green once more. Everybody getting an opportunity to build up to speed. The little puff of smoke there from the green car of Gianluigi Cantiani. Well, that's a great period livery on his Chevron B42, the green car. 71, the all-white car, Chris Willey in the Chevron B29. And he's giving chase to Dean Forward in that Surtees. And that's a much more traditional Surtees red and white livery with the FINA sponsorship. So Dean Forward currently down in 18th place, actually. Hasn't really found the speed in that car, I think, that he was hoping for. Fastest of all, Alex Capadia. And then second quickest is car number 21, Matthew Watts in his March 772.
That's another car finished in original livery. Dixon's of Perth was the sponsor of that car, and that's been finished in those colours, the 1977 March.
Well, last year the Formula 2 race was dominated by a couple of March 782s in variations of factory BMW liveries, the BMW Motorsport red, blue and purple, both with Heidegger BMW engines. But don't have either of them here this year. So an opportunity for somebody else perhaps to really start. Darker blue car just going out to the bottomless shot. The familiar logo of Ron Toronak's Ralt company. That's a Ralt RT1. Gregor Audi driving that car from 1976. And there it is, a very different looking car from the Marches, much more sort of rounded body shape. And there's Alex Kapadia, fastest man so far. No improvement on this lap yet, because of course, don't forget, this lap started as they went green from behind the safety car. So didn't have a real flyer coming off the final corner. 22 coming towards us in Rothman's colours. Laurent Valéry Masson. And Graham Ridgway's March 742. He's got the traditional signal of a driver in strife. We don't see that anymore. Sometimes you watch old videos and you go, oh yes, I'd forgotten they used to do that. Hand out to the cockpit, a wheel's fallen off or the engine's broken or something. It was the universal sign, I'm going slowly, before marshals really got into waving blue flags as vigorously as they do these days. Well, there's, having said there weren't any factory liveried Marches, here is a factory liveried March 782.
That's Andy Smith in the ex-Eddie Cheever car, the Yardley sponsored car, which Cheever drove in 1978. And I'm expecting him to go quickest, and he does it. He goes quickest with a 1:55.8, 1.3 seconds quicker than Alex Kapadia.
Martin Woods, March 732. That's March 73B.
That's a Formula Atlantic car, so the B, you mentioned earlier, the number gives the formula that it was in. Well, in America, Formula Atlantic, as we called it, was called Formula B.
Yep.
So 1600cc engine.
And just in front, with the pale blue and red, that's the Rondell. So Rondell was Ron Dennis's company, took over the Motul chassis that were run for drivers like, what's his name? Henri Pescarolo, there you go. Comes to me eventually. It doesn't always come to me eventually. Fab 208 livery on the car as well. So Ron Dennis really cut his teeth with that, and it was from running these cars that he was selected as the man to take over McLaren's Formula 1 team. Such was the level of preparation and detail. They were never the most front-running team against the weight of the BMW factory, I was going to say dollar, but obviously I mean Deutschmark. They were there or thereabouts, but Ron Dennis clearly had impressed a few people. Started his life as a mechanic with Brabham, then went out on his own, and ended up taking over McLaren. McLaren's MP4, Marlborough Project 4, McLaren Project 4, was a team set up to take over the running of McLaren that was very much in one of their doldrum periods. And Ron, well, we know how much he turned it around. 21 here, the all-white car of Matthew Woods. Not all white, but predominantly white. Looks all white as it comes towards you.
And that's Matthew Watts in third place.
Yeah, purple sector coming up. So he's 2.5 off pole, 1.1 seconds off the front row. Track is looking very much drier now than it was an hour and a half ago, actually. So the wind is having a good effect. He comes across the line and goes fastest of all, 1:55.727. Well done in the truck for spotting that quick lap coming in.
And that car just a year older than the 782, which was quickest, Andy Smith. Andy Smith has actually come into the pit lane, so he's not going to improve his time. And that means that car number 21, the 772 March, Matthew Watts has pole position. Just a tenth of a second quicker than Andy Smith in the 1 year later 782 March. And a car from a much earlier period there, Nick Pancisi, number 24, you're seeing on our live stream, which is the March 722 from 1972 with the 2-litre engine. And this car driven by Ronnie Peterson in period. You can see just, if you're looking at your screen, you can see the Vic name on the side of the car, STP, the main sponsor, but Vic on the side, that was Ronnie Peterson's personal sponsor.
It's funny, isn't it, sometimes, the liveries that appear on cars, and actually going from Vic's Vapor up to Jesus Saves, and there's another absolutely classic livery. So who was it? Chico Serra, wasn't it, who always had Jesus Saves on the cars? Stuart Dent, don't tear your hair out if I've misremembered the wrong man. That's Mark Hazel in his March 782. And again, there's the 782. Look how low the side pods are. They're barely above the centre line of the car, and of the tyre rather. And then you've got this conning tower in the middle, just enough to contain the driver and the engine and gearbox, and of course that airbox, the air restrictor, out to the side. So it's Matthew Watts, fastest of all, from Andy Smith and Alex Capadia, with Mark Charteris on row 2 of the grid, Henry Charlton, Graham Ridgway on row 3, and then Clive Wood and Laurent Masson on row 4, ahead of David Tomlin and Mark Hazel. That will be row 5 of our grid. 24 cars qualifying, and all of them set times as well. Dean Ford and Chris Porrett are Surtees and Chevron on row 6. Martin Wood and Chris Willey, March and Chevron. March and March for Nick Pancisi and Keith White on row 8. Then a Brabham of Julian Stokes ahead of Gregoire Audi's Rolt. So that's a fairly distinctive grid lineup as well. Gianluigi Cantiani's Chevron qualified 22nd ahead of Mark Richardson and Frank Lyons. And the oldest car in the field, the Brabham BT35. So a dry and sunny Silverstone track, exactly what you hope for in a mid-1970s Formula 2 car on nice big fat slicks with a degree of aerodynamics. And in the end, it was car number 21, Matthew Watts. He'd been threatening all the way through, so too had Alex Capadia. David Thorburns' March failed to proceed. We had a brief safety car interruption as well. The Rondell was going nicely, but again, the dominant force in Formula 2 in the 70s, the Marches were all over the lead group. 24, the ex-Ronnie Peterson March of Nick Pancini, but it was a March at the top of the pile, with Matthew Watts claiming the fastest lap of the session. And he out-qualified the second fastest driver, Andy Smith, by just 11 hundredths of a second, 0.115. So 7 hundredths of a second is the time it takes to blink the human eye. 11 hundredths of a second, that's not a big gap. So, we're done with Formula 2. Eduardo, what's next?
Next up, the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy. Now, we've got little and large, we've got Lotus Elites behind us, we've got Cobras, we've got E-Types, and these are all Grand Tourers. These were supposed to be taken off to the continent, toured around, but as with racing, all racing drivers, past and present, everyone thinks their car will make a good racer, and that's exactly what they've done with these. It's much like the sort of the modern GT3. Who's going to win? We don't know. I think the E-Types and the Cobras will be right up at the sharp end, and invariably it depends on whether the track's dry or wet. The E-Types will be faster in the wet, the Cobras faster in the dry. Having said that, something else will happen. Follow me, let's talk to some drivers. So We've got David Alexander in this Lotus Elite, run by Roy Gillingham, who also runs my MGB. We've got Nicholas Padmore. I'm going to pull you away, Nicholas. So this weekend you're racing a Lotus Elite and a Lotus 88 Grand Prix car.
Yeah, a bit different. I think this is like 120 brake and the F1's about 520, so it's a little bit different. Same brand though, isn't it? So it should be all right.
I take it doesn't take long to get your head around one of these, because they are a driver's car, aren't they?
They're great fun. Yeah, really good fun. We're going to get really beaten up in the wind here, which is great for the hangar straight if it can be behind us. If you can sort of pre-order that, it'd be brilliant. But if side winds, it will get beaten up. But it's great fun. David's quick and looking forward to it, and Roy's on the case with set up, so it should be a good weekend.
I've never talked to Nick without you making a driver's excuse. This time it's the wind. Fantastic. Enjoy the race. Hi, Roy. Let's see who else we can find. Why don't we have a chat to Nigel? Nigel, sorry to step in.
That's all right.
We were talking earlier, you are racing on 6 grids in 7 races this weekend.
So that's it, yeah, 7 cars in 6 grids. So, yeah.
But that's actually quite quiet, because last year you were doing even more.
Yeah, last year was 10 cars in 9. So yeah, I've got to up my game, haven't I? I've got to work harder at this.
And what are you in on this grid? You're in the Cobra with John.
That's it, yeah. So we're in the Cobra number 300 with John Spears. So I do a lot of racing with John. The Cobra we've raced over the past year or so in various races and absolutely love it. It's so much fun to drive. And the Pre-63 is one of my favourites because it's the cars with the least grip. And so you're sliding and drifting all the time, and it's really elegant. It's wonderful.
I've always thought the Cobras, they look Larry. Are they? You said it's lovely to drive, but you think everything's lovely to drive. Be honest, are they quite intimidating?
No, the fun bit with the Cobra is that with the steering, it's what they got, a steering box, and so it's like the steering wheel's not really attached to the front wheels. So it's on it feels like a ratchet system. So you start to turn and nothing happens, and then you give it a bit more and it ratchets a bit further, and then suddenly the wheels turn and you go, oh no, I didn't need that much luck, and then you're trying to unwind it. So you end up being really busy. It's great.
I was saying earlier, you're probably going to tell me I'm completely wrong, that in the dry, it should be Cobras at the front. In the wet, probably E-types. Is that what we're looking for?
No, I'd say it's 50-50. I mean, I think in the wet, definitely the E-types, but I've been racing E-types in the Pre-63 as well, and looking at it, the lap times are doing the same in Cobras and E-types. They just do it differently. But if it's wet, who knows? You know, it'll be it'll be good fun.
Well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Nigel Greenstall there, who is never not happy. He is literally the day that he's not happy is probably the day that the world blows up. So this is a new car here. Well, not a new car. It's a beautiful restoration. We've got Chris Ward sat in there. Gregor, I'm going to come and doorstep you. You were explaining to me what this car is, because it's quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's chassis 21. It's the 21st AC Cobra ever made. It was Carroll Shelby's demonstrator. He famously took a client out and accelerated up to about 100 miles an hour whilst heading towards a pier in LA, and then slammed the brakes on at the last minute. And I think the customer was so excited that he thought his only way of getting out of the car was to give Carroll Shelby a check. So he became the first owner. She's an independent comp car, which means she's one of the few which was actually certified to race. She runs a lot of special features. She's got 4 Webers, but rather than being downdraft, they're actually side draft Webers with what's called a moon manifold. And she was affectionately named Junkyard Dog at some point early in her career. And she's never stopped racing in the States until last owner passed, and we were lucky to bring her back to Europe, and here she is racing in the UK for the first time ever.
Fantastic, Gregor. I hope it goes well.
Thank you very much.
Now, that is all the cars leaving the assembly area, so that's everything from me.
And even if he wanted to talk anymore, he would just be absolutely drowned out by this glorious sound of the cars heading out for the Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy. The Tourist Trophy, the oldest trophy in British motorsport, isn't it, I think? Being competed in a variety of different classes on a variety of different circuits, and used to be exclusively a road racing trophy, and then came to, for many, many years, the Tourist Trophy was raced for here at Silverstone. Cars heading out in qualifying, and what a mouth-watering array. Austin Healey's, Jaguar E-Types, Lotus Elites, Triumph TR4s, and Sunbeam Alpines, and then of course the big banger sports cars that you're going to see at the front of the field, particularly because it's now dry, not just the big Healeys but the Shelby Cobras as well. And anything that's got cubic capacity here is going to love this Silverstone circuit. Though, as we heard from Nigel Greensell, 7 cars in 6 races. I didn't know he'd retired. He didn't announce that officially, but that sounds like he's definitely, he's going to kill me, winding down his career. Nigel Greensell races almost 75 weekends of the year. I know there are only 52, but he doesn't seem to let that put him aside. And whether he's racing in Europe, in the UK or the States, he's just got a new project going on as well. They have bought themselves a little 2-seater sports car to go out and use it as a tutoring tool to bring younger drivers up to speed, to teach enthusiastic amateurs how to get a little bit better out of their car. So he's definitely paying forward as well for the huge joy that he has. Now, one of the delights for me, Alistair, is going to be just watching these cars exactly as the Cobra's been driven, with much more power than grip, and that's the case whether you're looking at something that's very powerful like the Cobra or that isn't very powerful like the Elites. It's the same deal, not enough tyre for whatever speed the car's driver can generate.
Absolutely right, yes. The Cobra more tail happy than perhaps the Elite, which you've just mentioned, a lot lower powered, but still, when you see the Elite, there's an Elite there just going through picture, still being drifted through the corners with a little tiny 1.2 litre engine up front, whereas the Cobra's running the big V8 engines, the little Elite 4-cylinder engine, but remarkably competitive. A tremendous design from Colin Chapman. We're looking here at the Gregor Fiskin, Chris Ward, and it must be Chris on board because we were just talking to Gregor before the start. So Chris Ward in this car, which, as Gregor was telling us, back in racing after many, many years. Sounds great, doesn't it? It
really does. And these cars, you can see 2 Cobras here. This is the early version of the Cobra, so not that far developed bodywork-wise from the original AC Ace, which provided the chassis, which is why it's an AC Cobra, or if you're an American, a Shelby Cobra, because Carroll Shelby was the man who really masterminded the transplant of the small block Ford, the 4.2 litre Ford 289 V8, and that was what transferred it from being a fairly urbane British sports car into this fire-breathing monster so beloved of the Americans. And these were raced all over the States and of course all over Europe as well, very successfully. And then the car that perhaps more people associate with the Cobra, the 427, the big block Ford with the big bubble arches, the huger tyres. Those cars not raced in this period, so you won't see those, but you will see the 289s. And again, with the smaller tyres, what are those? Those are probably 6 inch, 6.5 inch tyres maximum, the sort of thing that you'll get on an average family saloon. Your Honda's probably got wider tyres than this Cobra and doesn't have to deal with A, archaic leaf spring suspension, and B, a race-tuned 4.2 litre engine. So, you know, this is how they were. They came with production wheels, and again, you can see it's running on wires with knock-on spinners. So it's definitely not a high downforce car.
And another element of driving these early, pre-63, these cars are all pre-1963 GT cars, was the brakes as well, because a lot of them would have had drum brakes, or if they did have disc brakes, pretty rudimentary compared to the ventilated brakes that were fitted later on. So we might see in the race tomorrow and on tomorrow, in fact, no, Sunday, this race takes place Sunday, we might see certain cars just taking it a little bit easy at the start and not braking quite so heavily into the slower corners.
Because if you don't take it easy at the start, you can't brake heavily at the end. A great little quadruple British showing there as Howard Spooner in the Jaguar E-Type 711 came past the Aston Martin. So that was a DB4 GT, was it? And I think there was... That's a Turner. That's the Turner, yeah. That's the Turner GT of Nikolai Mortensen and some young driver called Jan Magnussen. Yes, that Jan Magnussen. Darren Turner, incidentally, no relation to the family, also for a while had a Turner that he used to race. He bought, prepared and raced, but it's not a family company. Car number 90, that's shared by Tom Giddings and Thomas Wilkinson. Little Lotus Elite, and as you say, a monocoque fiberglass bodied car, and with suspension mountings cast or glassed into the fiberglass, if you like, which is how the suspension was bolted onto the car. 1100cc, that was the Coventry Climax, all-alloy Coventry Climax engine, also seen in things like the Lotus 11, their Le Mans cars, and Lotus 15. So the Lotus Elite, Colin Chapman's first really convincing grown-up road car, and an absolute jewel of a thing. Chris Ward really producing the laps in this car, 3.5 seconds quicker than Gary and John Pearson's Jaguar E-Type. But the Pearsons really know that car well. They've raced it a lot, whereas for Ward and Fiskin, this is a relatively new beast. But again, absolutely giving it the beans. Purple, purple, purple. So going really well. It was being followed by the white car with the black roof, another 289 Cobra. That's Richard Cook's car. He's currently third quickest, as you can see, car number 59. So that's the white Cobra with the black hardtop. And why are they racing with the hardtop? Well, it's not because it's raining, it's because it's more aerodynamic. And when you've got a Cobra, every little helps, as they say. About as aerodynamic as a brick outhouse.
There's a much earlier Jaguar. We saw the E-Type earlier. That was the XK, which preceded the E-Type by some years in different forms, and actually formed the basis for the very successful C-Type, which was the competition version of the XK120. Back to the little Turner again on our screens from the Danish car.
Ooh.
Actually, it looks like it's
it is
about
failing to proceed, isn't it? Which is a shame. Not unlike an Austin Healey Sprite or an MG Midget, the Mark 1 version of those. You can see that it's got a very similar feel, hasn't it? But different in all the right places. So that unfortunately coming to a halt right by the pit lane exit, but it shouldn't bring out a safety car.
Yes, good thinking from the driver. It's that's not Jan Magnussen, is it?
No, that's Nikolai Mortensen then.
But he seems to think he might be able to fix it, doesn't he?
Yeah, Jan Magnussen would have been wandering in the other direction with no clue what to do under the bottom. So, all right, so what does he think he can fix? Has the throttle cable come loose, possibly? I'm not sure you're going to be able to, do up a little wing nut or whatever is holding it onto, I'm assuming it's Weber's.
Or electrical wire fallen off, maybe.
Yeah, has he got a misfire and thinks there's a plug lead loose? Oh, sorry, we'll edit that out. Something like that. It will be something fairly prosaic and straightforward, because these cars are very straightforward. They'll all have distributor ignition, they'll all have carburetors, none of your modern highfalutin fuel injection or anything like that. So it should be fairly straightforward fix, unless it's thrown a rod out of bed. Then hopefully the Turner will be good to go. If not now, then later. Good view of some of the other attractions on the infield area there. And by the way, those of you who are looking for the display of Ayrton Senna cars, they have temporarily this morning, because of the high winds, been moved into the garages beneath the wing. So the modern Silverstone Formula 1 pit lane, they will be back out in their normal display area. There's a whole host of different displays, as well as the fun fairs. Aston Martin Aramco Formula 1 team, BWT Alpine, McLaren and Mercedes-AMG Petronas. Well, Aston Martin have only come literally across the road outside the gates at Silverstone from their factory with their display, and from not too far down the road, just outside Toaster, have come the AMG Mercedes team. They've brought a couple of cars raced here successfully in period by Sir Lewis Hamilton. They've got the simulator ride here as well, all sorts of stuff, and Lego are here as well. There's a Lego zone with lots of STEM experiences for the young at heart, if not necessarily young of age. Now, we talked about Austin Healey Sprites with the Turner. Here is something that's a little bit more of an Austin Healey Sprite, because it's not an Austin Healey Sprite, it is one of the Austin Healey Sebring Sprites. What's Sebring? Well, it's a famous 12-hour race on an airfield in Florida, and these factory-built Sprites, this car was driven by Stirling Moss in period in the Sebring 12 hours, and a few modifications, removal of the bumpers. Later cars, MGBs and MGCs, had the bumpers off but had a sort of more aerodynamic front end fitted to the car and bubble arches, but the Sprite still very recognisably a Sprite. And what is an Austin Healey Sprite? Well, it is an MG Midget by any other name. Donald Healey's company, Cape Works in Warwick, built all the Healey cars, and then with the help of the Austin company, built the Austin Healey Sprite with a 1275 or 1098 originally A-series engine, the Frog Eye Sprite, then the Austin Healey Sprite Mark II and Mark III, which were using MG Midget body presses from pressed steel, and of course they were also at the same time building Healey 104s, the 4-cylinder Austin engine, and then the Mark IIIs with the 6-cylinder 3-litre engine, the big Healeys, which we will see in this race as well.
A couple of changes that have taken place near the front of the times. Still Lefiskin and Ward, with Chris Ward on board, certainly in the early stages of this session, number 68. But up to second has come the John Spears, Nigel Greensall Cobra, number 300. And that is 2.5 seconds down on Chris Ward's time. Then the Minshaws are next up, the Jaguar E-Type number 33, Jack and Guy, that's nephew and uncle. Jack is the son of John Minshaw, who used to race regularly in British GT, but spends his time more in historic racing now. And Guy Minshaw, John's brother.
Jason Minshaw also racing. He's in the Jaguar E-Type that he shares with Martin Melling, car number 55.
That's another brother.
And that's 6th quickest at the moment. The Spires and Greensall car was just in the pit lane, 2nd quickest, and I wondered if it was in the pit lane to hand over to Nigel. So it's just left the pits. So car number 300 will be well worth watching out for. Bruce Montgomery in the big Healey. Well, there's a brace of big Healeys. The classic Austin factory colours, tartan red with the white roof. That's beloved by our MGB racing guru. Down in the pit lane, Ed Foster. And behind, the dark blue with white. So who's that? Makes a mental note. Writes down his mental note. 168. Michael Russell. So that's blue with a white roof. Make a note in your programmes. And where is he? 168. That's for completion. Oh, just outside the top 10. Richard Mines is 10th in car number 7, which is his Jaguar E-Type. That's the, well, it says grey. Is that cut 7 then? With a sort of blue noseband, not dissimilar to the Sebring Sprite. Cut 7 was one of a number of very famous registrations that moved from race car to race car. People often say, well, how come there are 2 or 3 different Cut 7s racing in any one meeting? Well, it was a registration that was applied to various different cars over the years, like Les Leston's Daddy-O. That moved with Les from car to car because it was his registration, in the same way that you might do with a personal plate on your road car. And so that's why there's more than one Cut 7. It's not that somebody's copied it and made a spurious one, it's just that it's a possibly slightly older and slightly younger version of the same car. So 177, Bruce Montgomery is currently in 17th place. So you've got 177 and 711. So if one of them's upside down in a gravel track, we're going to have trouble with that. Hopefully no such dramas. 300 AC is the red AC Cobra, and a green first sector for the driver. which is the quickest lap or the quickest first sector that car has done. So I am assuming if we see a sort of dark blue helmet, which we should, yeah, I think the angle of the dangle tells us that's probably Nigel Greensall. He doesn't need coffee in the morning because he's got a Cobra on the lock stops, and actually his description of what a steering box does is quite it's why we don't have steering by wire in cars yet. We might have brake by wire, we might have throttle by wire, but steering by remote committee, there is Nigel with the starred band around the bottom of the helmet. Yeah, as you can see, his hands showing exactly what he said. You're very busy. You put in some input, yeah, that's about right, and then the car steers you. Oh, no, that was a bit too much. Turbo lag is something that everybody has heard of. Steering lag, a little bit less. Struggling. He wasn't struggling, he was just struggling to keep it straight-ish. And that results in a 2-minute 30.451, the quickest lap the car has done, and he's halved the gap to the Fiskin and Ward Cobra. It's now down to 1.3 seconds. Motor saw. We're talking about Richard Mines a moment or two ago, and here he is. So it is that gunmetal grey car with the pale blue noseband. So cut 7. Although cut 7 says cut 7 on the number plate, so this isn't. So he's got the same livery as we're used to seeing. So Richard often races sharing with Rob Huff, the former World Touring Car Champion. Rob, of course, racing this season back in the British Touring Car Championship. Already a 2-time race winner. He's been a serial winner with Richard in a whole host of different cars. They've raced the E-types together, Lola T70s and various other things. Richard, an arch enthusiast. It's always great to see the E-types. Possibly not the world's most successful car in period, Alistair, but again, they've had an awful lot more work done on them in a half a century of development than that was ever the case at the time.
Yes, in international racing it was never really that successful, but then again it did come up against the Ferrari 250 GTO, which was a whole different car really. But in terms of domestic racing and also national racing around the world, very, very successful and very popular. And the E-Type was an instant success in terms of its retail sales. 500 were ordered at the launch at the Geneva Motor Show. But then again, the price was, I know it's not the same now, but £2,256. And I think at the time a Ferrari was over double that. And very similar performance and a better looking car, one would say.
Yes, famously Enzo Ferrari described it as the most beautiful road car ever built when he first clapped eyes on it, and that's quite so. All right, Ferrari loved an engine, and that was what he was all about, and the rest of it was whatever. It was all about the engine with him, and of course the E-Type, not initially but later, got a V12, so I'm sure that enamoured it even more to him because he did love a V12. So yeah, you know, there are some very interesting names or descriptions given to British cars. Of course, the Le Mans Bentleys, described by Ettore Bugatti as the world's fastest lorries, and the E-Type described by Enzo Ferrari as the world's most beautiful car. Joe Wilmot, dangling the tail of the Austin Healey, currently 7th quickest. In the pit lane at the moment, Richard Cook in that white AC Cobra with a black roof. It's just receiving a little bit of attention. There's 2 or 3 cars in the pit lane at the moment. 711 Howard Spooner's E-Type has just come in. But not quite as quick a lap from Joe Wilmot at the moment in the big Healey. Again, the Healeys, particularly the 3000 Mark III, a pretty rapid race car, and in the ensuing half a century have been very, very well developed. But in period, a very convincing rally car as well. And it seems with its minimal ground clearance, I mean, it's got about half the ground clearance of a Mini, that it wouldn't have been the most successful thing. And it was a bit of a brute, but Sterling Moss's sister Pat was a very successful competitor in rallying, first in a Morris Minor, and then when she took to the Big Heeley, really took to the Big Heeley. So Pat Moss, who became Pat Moss Carlson when she married competitor Eric Carlson, very successful in rallying. Here's one of the Minshaw family outings. The Jaguar E-Type, currently third quickest. And again, the E-Type launched as a roadster with the fixed head coupe following. And see, Richard Mine's car is the fixed head coupe, but the open two-seat roadster, again with the roof up, and whether it's a canvas roof or a hard top, it has the same effect. It helps to reduce the turbulence behind the car, so it just tightens up the airflow a tiny bit. And then, as now, incremental improvements all help. So Jack and Guy Minshaw sharing this.
The John Spears and Nigel Greensill car did get the provisional pole.
Didn't he?
We were watching that a bit earlier, but he's popped in with the quickest time of 2:28.8, and that's just 0.3 quicker than the Gregor Fiskin, Chris Ward Cobra. So two Cobras at the head, then two E-Types.
Two red Cobras as well. That's going to be fun into the first corner, isn't it?
With the Pearson brothers, Gary and John in fourth place in the number 23 E-Type.
So Minshaw's in third and the Pearsons in fourth. And back out of the pits now is the white Cobra with the black roof, car number 59. So Richard Cook heading back out on track for the final 3 and a bit minutes. It's a very different look to the turn-in of the E-Type in front of Nigel Greensill, and he's now very much less flamboyant. I think he's probably drifted a bit of heat into those rear tyres. Nigel trying to keep the act nice and tidy. First sector not as quick as he has been. Gregor Fiskin, in fact, has the fastest first sector time of all, and the highest top speed, 122.2 miles an hour, whereas the Spires and Greensill Cobra 119.4, and the Minshaw's E-Type 119.4. The Pearson's E-Type only 118.1 miles an hour. Only.
An interesting comparison there with cars from a similar period. The E-Type slightly earlier than the Cobra, but look at the difference in the body shape. The Cobra much more traditional upright body shape, whereas the E-Type was so sleek. It was it must have been such a tremendous sight when you saw one on the road. Can't quite remember.
Well, you think of cars like that, and the Citroën DS as well. I always think, when you look at what else was around when they pulled the covers off the DS, it must have looked like a spaceship had landed. And especially then, you know, late 1950s, everything was very upright, still very kind of pre-war feel almost. And the E-Type must have been exactly the same shock of the sensational body shape. Just, it is still such a drop-dead gorgeous car. Whenever you see it, you never fail to spot it. Nobody will go, oh, I didn't see that E-Type go past me on the motorway, because it's still such a standout shape. I mean, all of the cars here are very individual. You'd never mistake a Heeley for anything else. You'd never mistake an E-Type or a 250 Ferrari or a Cobra for anything else. They all, you know, this is before everything was whittled down to the nth degree in wind tunnels for maximum fuel economy. It was about styling a car. and they're all so distinct. And that's one of the joys of racing in any era now of sports car racing, is different sights, different sounds, different looking and sounding and smelling cars. And this, you know, you just look at a field like this and you realise this has been going on since time immemorial. Well, 100 years anyway.
The engine in the front of the six-cylinder straight six engine in the E-Type was fitted in cars that we'll be seeing later on today qualifying. Other cars just used that engine. It was such a good engine, designed by Harry Mundy and Wally Hassan, and it lasted right through to the latter part of the 20th century. In terms of being fitted in Jaguar cars.
Well, it had very nearly a 50-year production life, didn't it? Because it started off in the XKs, XK 120, 140, 150. We've got 120s and 150s in this race. Then the XK engine, as you say, moved into the Mark II, the Mark 9, the Mark 10 rather, the 420, moved into the E-Type, and then into the XJ range. And yeah, one of the world's great engines, without question. And again, you know, the 3-litre Austin engine was a fairly humble saloon car engine. Again, the 4-cylinder, the 104 engine, were again very prosaic Austin engine, not twin overhead cam or anything dramatic, but in the hands of the right tuner, could certainly produce the goods. And boy, oh boy, have they got torque. A little lock-up at the end of what is probably going to be the final lap for this E-Type in qualifying. Andrew Moore, gunmetal car with the black roof, and that's another sight that you don't get to see very often, is cars still with number plates on. So in period, that would have been probably, very likely, if it was raced by a privateer, driven to the track, had a jolly good day's racing, and driven home, and then driven down to the station or driven to work on Monday morning. All things being equal, hopefully. The checker flag is out, and our fastest two cars, the two red Cobras, are in the pit lane. So the Jaguars on row 2 take the checker. There's a beautiful little Lotus Elite. So two sports cars of, I suppose, about a decade apart, but 2 litres of difference between them in terms of engine capacity. The Elite and the big Healy. And again, the Healy's drifting nicely. You can see from the attitude of the car how it might well have adapted to being a pretty decent rally car as well. Robin Ellis and Andy Wolff in that little Series 2 Lotus Elite. There's another one right in front, which is Benjamin Tarlow's car, the darker car number 275. Triumph Tiger in the background, or is that an Alpine? It's a Sunbeam rather, not Triumph, yeah. Sunbeam Alpine in the background.
I think that's an Alpine, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Narrow wheels.
So that's Gareth Evans and Simon Evans sharing that 1961 Alpine. So actually that's a very early, that's Series 1 Alpine. And one of James Bond's least known Bond cars. Drove an Alpine in Dr. No. Fact fans. Zip goes the anorak. By the way, you know, these facts that we come out with that are coming off the top of my head particularly, do feel free to correct. Qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy, which will be race 15 Sunday afternoon here at the Silverstone Festival, featuring a mouth-watering selection of 1960s GT cars from the well-known, like Lotus and Jaguar E-Types and the AC Cobras, to the less well-known, like the Turners and the Sunbeam Alpine. The smallest of all, the Lotus Elite, belying its small size and engine capacity with plenty of speed, but at the top of the pile, it has been the cubic inches that have won out. E-Types on row 2, but it is Cobras on row 1. So certainly in the dry, ain't no substitute for cubes, particularly on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. John Spire's Nigel Greensell taking pole position in car number 300. So there you go, it's an all AC, or strictly Shelby Cobra, AC Cobra, Potato, row 1, Jaguar E-Types on row 2, a combination on row 3, Richard Cook's Cobra ahead of the Melling Minshaw E-Type, then Howard Spooner's E ahead of the best of the Austin Healey's of Joe Wilmot. He's in 8th place. So Mark 2, Mark 1, Healey 3000s, the Healey 106, 16th place, then the better of the elites in 17th spot. So 3 elites between 17th and 20th. Nick Padmore driving the car that's in 20th place. The XK120 just outside the top 20. The Turner, which had a mechanical issue. Not sure if Jan Magnussen actually drove that, but it is 26th fastest. I doubt there'll be much issue with Jan Magnussen getting a start in that car. And there you go, there is the rest of the field. The Triumph TR4 that we saw, the Stren and Wiltshire car. That is our penultimate car on the grid.
RML Group are celebrating their 40th anniversary here at the Silverstone Festival, and I'm delighted to have Paul Dickinson, the new COO, here with me to tell us a bit more. First of all, Paul, congratulations, 40th anniversary.
Thank you very much. We're very excited to be here at Silverstone Festival, celebrating our 40 years of engineering excellence.
Now, there are lots and lots of cars here we can talk about, but first of all, you've got cars out on track too.
We have indeed. Ray, our founder in fact, is driving in the Formula Juniors in one of the very early Mallock race cars. There's lots of our cars on track throughout the weekend, including a very famous car, the Vauxhall Cavalier that John Cleland ran in the British Touring Cars.
What an iconic car that is. Now, there are some more iconic cars here, as I mentioned, including 2 Aston Martins. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, we had a very close partnership with Aston Martin throughout the 80s for sports car racing. The far side, we've got the Nimrod, which is their first return into sports car racing, and then we have the AMR1 at the other end, at the real pinnacle of Group C racing.
But it's not just about noise, though, is it? There's noise around us, because there's this. It says Nissan Nismo on the side, but it's a bizarre-looking concept. What can you tell us?
Yes, there's a very interesting project that we had with Nissan to produce a car for Le Mans. It's actually a hybrid, so it has both an internal combustion and electric motors. It's the first car to run at Le Mans where it transitioned from internal combustion to electric propulsion. And also 10 years on, because this ran in 2014, it still holds the lap record at Le Mans for the fastest all-electric lap.
Fantastic stuff. You mentioned John Cleland a moment ago, actually, and an amazing touring car. There's another one behind us, Rob Huff's car. There's more than that on this stand too, and there's more out on track. What can you tell us about the safety cars you've got?
Yes, to help us celebrate our 40th anniversary, we decided to bring 2 of our short wheelbase, our bespoke cars, along, and they are now running at the front of every race as the safety cars. We hope people enjoy seeing those up close and personal.
Absolutely fantastic. So many amazing cars for you to see here at Silverstone at the festival if you're coming down. If not, try and enjoy them through the beauty of your screen as well. Paul, thank you so much indeed. It's a real pleasure.
So much to see and do at the Silverstone Festival. Loads of off-track entertainment, and the track is busy all the way through the day as well. Not just with qualifying today and racing on Saturday and Sunday, but also with lots of car displays. But having heard from Bryn, let's catch up with the tallest of our team. We're back with Ed Foster.
Richard Trott, this weekend is all about kind of looking back. And you race these cars in period. You're a Formula 3 racer back in the early 80s.
Yes, exactly, yes. Looking back, I've got a long way to look back. I'm getting old now. But yes, I raced these cars in period with Ayrton Senna, Martin Brundle. Yeah, a lot of the great people that got into Formula 1. Unfortunately, I didn't, though.
Now, you say racing Brundle and Senna. Did you, when you were racing against them, did you know they were something special?
Well, yes, Senna, everybody felt he was very special. Brundle was a very good driver, and yeah, but he tried hard and succeeded as well. Yeah, you sometimes need that determination, but Senna had real talent.
And it must be sort of going home, stepping behind the steering wheel of one of these.
Oh, it's great fun. Yes, you do feel at home sitting in a car because they're really comfortable around you. But yeah, you know, I raced Formula 4s, Formula 4 2000s as well in period. So, you know, it was a long time ago, but it was fantastic fun in those days, and you could get somewhere. Actually, you know, a lot of people got to Formula 1, which is not really easy to do now.
Well, enjoy the quality session this morning.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Fabulous looking Formula 3 cars. This is Richard Moores in Derek McMahon Racing. Now there are a number of British racing teams that were very well known. Derek McMahon brought a bunch of Irish drivers over. Didn't quite see whose car that was driven by in period. And there's going to be a combination of very well-known names and cars and manufacturers that are less well-known. Argo is one of those. Argo run F3 and F2 cars. And I'm sure Ed can fill us in with a little bit more.
Christian, fantastic to see you here. We've just been talking about the cars that you own and Silverstone as a circuit. I'm trying to think of more fun cars to drive here. These must be fantastic.
Yeah, the March is fantastic. It's an old car. It's very soft, but it's really adapted to any circuit. The fast circuit like Silverstone, but the very close and little circuit like Brands Hatch. So it's a fantastic car.
And I've got to ask, is it flat through Copse?
Not yet, but Sunday in the evening it will be.
And what are these like in the wet? Because I think tomorrow is going to be wet. There might be a little bit of rain on Sunday. Does that shake the whole field up, or does it stay roughly the same?
No, I think the March is better in the rain because it's soft, and compared to the Ralt, which is very stiff, clearly we have an advantage in the wet conditions.
And you said you had a DNF in the first round, but you're climbing up the standings. Who are your main rivals this weekend?
It's always Fred Rouvier. It's very fast. He has as well the March, but the 79, which is a bit faster as it has ground effect. We have some new drivers this weekend. We'll see what, especially the Brits. They are very fast here in Silverstone, but Fred definitely is a strong contender.
Christian, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed Foster. And Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas watching cars as they head out on their formation lap. 2 races this weekend, one on Saturday, race 4, one on Sunday, again on Sunday morning for the F3 Classic cars. And again, these from sort of late 70s to early 1980s, 83, 84 period. So 2-litre Formula 3 cars. And we talked earlier in the Formula 2 about March numbering, and a 782 was a Formula 2 March from 1978. And you just heard our Swiss driver Christian Valugior with his March 783, which is a 1978 Formula 3 March. Well done, everybody. Well done, Martin, for getting my head around that. Car number 3 here. This is an unusual sight on a British circuit. Not many British drivers ran a martini, not related to the alcoholic drink. A few British drivers might have had a martini. I beg your pardon, this is a Ralt RT3. I was, again, getting my wires crossed. Ron Toronac originally came over to design cars for Jack Brabham. He was a Brabham designer, and then set out on his own to set up Ron Toronac Design, Ron Toronac Cars, Ralt Cars, R-A-L-T. And so his Ralt RT1 was his first chassis, but perhaps the most successful of all. I'm going to have an argument with myself now whether it was his Formula 2 cars or the RT3 Formula 3 car. I think perhaps in terms of the number of race wins by drivers in Ralt RT3s, that would have to be the most successful of Ron Toronac's designs. And certainly in the era that we were just discussing, or that Ed was just discussing, the classic Ayrton Senna Martin Brundle era, pretty much if you didn't have a Ralt, you didn't have a hope in British Formula 3. And as the British Formula 3, although it was a British-only championship, was the stepping stone for Formula 1. It was the one that everybody came to. I mean, that's why Emerson Fittipaldi, Nelson Piquet, who was a champion, Ayrton Senna, who was a champion, and a whole host of others came here. Jan Magnussen, again, who's racing here, another British F3 champion. So many drivers saw British F3 as the shop window, the chance to prove themselves. And that's why it was such an important category, not just because it wasn't the next closest thing to Formula 1. It was 2 steps away, potentially. But if you starred in F3, everybody noticed.
70s that there were 2 national championships with different sponsors each year from 76 to 78, which is the period of the cars we've just been talking about. And in 1978, so the 1978 March we were looking at earlier, it was Derek Warwick and Nelson Piquet. Both obviously moved on into Formula One. Piquet, a double champion. So it was so important right up to the 90s, really, and then things started to change a little bit.
And looking here at Richard Mitchell in the Rolt, and this would have been in period a Spieth-tuned VW 2-litre 4-cylinder. They were all 2-litre 4-cylinder engines. Spieth VW, Toyota Nova motor would have been particularly the engine that most would have chosen on the continent. Later in Formula 3's progression, you got engines from Renault and so on, and there were a few sort of random ones. Bob Singh used to run Saab engines for a short period. They weren't quite as successful as perhaps had been hoped, but the BMW 4-cylinder engine was also used, but particularly the VW was a very dominant force. Again, with the same air restrictor, in theory, all engines pretty much should have had the same horsepower output. There just seemed to be something about the VW that just gave drivers a fractional edge over their rivals. And in Formula 3 of that period, again, you can see this is a sort of semi-ground effect car, but very aero-dependent and all about momentum and keeping up that speed. That was what, again, you know, talking about the difference between the older March, the 783, and this Rolt, which was a 1980s, 83 car, you know, a much stiffer car and very much more suited to the way that the aerodynamic development of Formula 3 had progressed. You need a stable platform to get good aero balance. Richard Mitchell using that well. 2 fastest personal sectors and then a purple sector right at the end of the lap, and that has seen him produce very good speed. Beg your pardon, not Richard Mitchell. I know it was Richard Mitchell.
Richard Mitchell, yeah.
Yep.
But we've got a name.
We're not quite catching up.
A name at the top of our times that we saw in the Formula 2 in a March 78 from 78. Well, this time Andy Smith, number 78, is in a March 78 car from Formula 3. Yep. So he's stepped across into the equivalent car in the slightly lower formula of Formula 3 and put it on provisional pole position with a time a second quicker than the number 7 Chevron B38 from 1977 of Christopher Hodgen.
We just had a quick shot of Gianluca Candiani, who's also racing in Formula 2, and his Chevron here also carries number 44 very handily. The blue on the car here is not the car that Martin Brundle raced in period, but very sort of similar feel to it. Another Rolt RT3, that was Laurent Valéry Masson. And then here is the 783. This is the fastest car at the moment, white with blue and red flashes, Andy Smith. So yeah, his 782 Formula 2 March and his 783 Formula 3 March. Despite the big fat slicks, getting a little bit of drift there through the Beckett's S's, really pushing on. Purple sector 1, and don't forget on his fastest lap he was only purple in sector 3, so this is a definitive improvement already. Purple in sector 2, so the fastest man so far around both of the first 2 timing sectors. Timing sector 3 is the shortest distance, but the naggliest and fiddliest. And again, look at that central conning tower look to the car. Very, very similar design to the Formula 2 car, and a whopping 2.3 seconds faster than anybody else now. That's a massive lap, 206.995. Has he got anything else in the car? That's a phenomenal job.
Andy Smith, relatively local from Warwick, and seems to be able to step into any Formula car and drive it extremely quickly.
Certainly very local to me. Just up the road. So Andy Smith, spectacular lap, doesn't look like he's backed off there as well. Christopher Hodgin, second place in his Chevron B38, car number 7, and speak about the devil, he shall appear. Here he is. So that car second quickest at the moment, not as quick as his previous best. So yeah, having a little bit of housekeeping, it seems, going on in the cockpit. Just backed off a little, giving himself a moment or two to catch his thoughts. He's got Smith coming up behind him though, Andy Smith. So is he waiting for him to go by? This is MotoGP qualifying, but he might. I doubt he's aware that Andy Smith is coming up behind us. Smith is coming up actually with quite a head of steam behind him in that white march with the red and blue stripes.
Another fastest sector for Andy Smith on this lap.
Another stonking lap, isn't it? So the second fastest car is the yellow one coming towards you. The fastest of them all is the white car right behind him. And the red car with the Shell livery, that's the Royal One of Pascal Gerbout. And he is currently in 10th place. Richard Mitchell doesn't find an improvement. So 2:10.6 on that lap, his best lap 2:10.3. Still third place in car number 3. I said that F3 of this era particularly was all about being smooth and millimetre precise and not sliding it around. Unfortunately, at low speed, the aerodynamics is not helping with that. So in those tight corners, through the loop and Aintree, having to really work the steering. Ben Tinkler's Chevron B47. The B is for Derek Bennett. Chevron made a pretty decent living out of making customer racing cars, both single-seaters and sports cars. Lots of very successful small capacity sports cars particularly. Where is he at the moment? 15th fastest, so decent lap from Tinkler. I think that one was not quite his best, so there is a little, oh no, it was, that was his quickest lap so far, a little bit more to come perhaps. So looking here at Pascal Gerbout, 13th fastest in the red Rolt RT1. And we saw a Rolt RT1 identical chassis with a different engine in the Formula 2 qualifying session as well. So the car the same, you just change the engine behind the driver, different airbox, probably a different rear panel, and there you go, there's your Formula 2 car. And we talked about that with Formula Junior, didn't we? That a Formula Junior car with a different engine would be a Formula 3 or a Formula 2 car. Well, same thing still happening a decade later with Ron Toronac. There you go, Rolt RT1 in front, Rolt RT3 behind.
The one behind is actually an Alba.
Oh, that's the Alba, isn't it?
Yeah, not a car I've seen here at the Silverstone Festival before, the Alba. No success, built 81 and 82. This is a one-off car, the AR1. But,
well, they then went on to design Group C cars, or Group C2 cars, Alba. And 2-litre Alpha engine, Mark 783. A very distinctive livery from Fred Lejoux. And here's 793. There you go. Not an enormous sea change between a 783 and a 793, was there?
And that was a car that Frederic Lejoux, that Christian, the Swiss driver that was interviewed by Ed earlier on, was tipping for a quick time. But he's coming into the pit lane with the familiar gold and black Warsteiner livery, seen on a whole range of racing cars in period.
Again, another march. This is Christian's 783. You can see how similar the two cars are. 793 clearly would have been Alan Rees, the designer at the time, wouldn't it, who had decided clearly the 783 was a successful car, so let's not mess with it and just improve whatever areas we can. And the 793 then very similar indeed. So tucking out from behind the pale blue Alba is the Chevron B38 of Xavier Michel. There is Christian Vallio in the 783 March. Again, very distinctive livery. And so many of the tobacco-sponsored cars over the years, you think back all the way to Gold Leaf and JPS and the Marlboro cars and Camel and so on. Of course, they had plenty of money to spend, the tobacco companies. They didn't just spend it on painting cars, they spent it on designers as well. So some of the great liveries have come from sponsors who are no longer allowed to participate in the sport.
And there was that period just after tobacco sponsorship was banned that certain tobacco companies managed to get into our brains the shape and the colours, so you didn't actually need the name anymore. And I remember one year, was it Jordan was sponsored by Benson and Hedges, but in races where they weren't allowed to show that, they put Bitten and Hisses on the back of the car.
Bitten and Hisses, Buzzing Hornets, all sorts of varieties. And Marlboro just had the red and white chevrons and some black bands. And yeah, I mean, for many years after Marlboro stopped sponsoring cars, and for many years after JPS stopped sponsoring cars, in surveys, people associated it still with Formula One. So, what do we know about Richard Moore's Chevron then?
Well, I would guess that was, well, it was run by Derek McMahon, I think.
So
it's
77.
Warwick Trailers sponsorship. Derek Warwick.
Derek Warwick, yeah. Because did Derek McMahon not also help sponsor Derek Daly? So I'm wondering,
Chevron doesn't ring.
No, doesn't ring Derek Daly type bells either. And there's Robert Moores, currently 10th fastest, and actually only half a second away from 9th. For those of you who are sitting in the grandstand with a programme and a pen poised, our Albert Hillier's Rolt RT1, which is in the programme as car number 169. The eagle-eyed Alistair has spotted it is running as car number 269. Now then, here's a familiar livery, which we haven't seen much of. Rolt VW in Racing for Britain colours. And for those of you who aren't of a certain age, what on earth was Racing for Britain? Well, it was a fund set up by a chap called Steve Sydenham, which raised money, generally actually from fans, donations, and helped to part sponsor British drivers. So Martin Brundle had a little bit of money from Racing for Britain. I think Andrew Gilbert Scott did, and a few others as well, in this sort of early 80s period.
I think this car was an Andrew Gilbert Scott car from memory. Certainly the livery, as you say, very familiar.
And again, there may well have been a bit of Guy Edwards' influence in there as well. And why am I guessing that? Because Penthouse livery on the back was quite often a part of Guy Edwards' own sponsorship package, and I'm sure he didn't lose too much of that contact. So I haven't seen Andrew Gilbert Scott in a very long while. another one of those British drivers who was more successful outside of the UK, probably later in his career, was very successful racing in Japan, particularly, and then retired and headed back to the family visit. Bernard Lacour in his Yellow March 793. And alongside him, 111 Simon Jackson in the Chevron B43. And that 1978 cars are just a year between the two of them.
Quite noticeable as in that shot there, if you're watching the live stream, how much the car rolls in the corners. We get so used these days to cars being totally flat, certainly visually, although I think on slow-mo, as you can see, they are moving, but a car just pulling in, was that the that was the number 7 Christopher Hodgen car? Yes, pulling behind the barriers. Well, that's second quickest, so he's got some sort of mechanical failure.
Well, just in time, checker flag is out, so he might not have had, well, he would have had another lap potentially, but shouldn't make too much difference. I don't think he was ever in danger of catching Andy Smith, who has lapped 3 seconds quicker than anybody else. Everybody coming across the line now. It will be the end of their session. Yeah, staring accusingly at the back of the car. As you rightly say, Warwick Trailers, the family business for Derek Warwick. Started out racing in hot rods, and then slightly later than many came to single-seaters. Raced in Formula 2 as well as Formula 3. Very successful F2 driver. Moved up with the Tolman team into Formula 1. Raced in all sorts of things. Very successful sports car driver after his Formula 1 career. All sorts of stories that he was very much in line to be partners with Ayrton Senna at Lotus, but Senna, arguably correctly, I think, probably had in his head that Lotus were not capable of fielding 2 good cars, and that if they had 2 #1 drivers, that he might not get the good car, and so he kind of overruled that a little bit. And Johnny Dumfries, the Marquis of Bute, was the man who was lucky enough to join the Lotus team. So, but Derek then went on to race in Formula 1 for, at that stage, for Renault as well in the factory squad. A couple of very successful years, raced for Arrows and so on, and then became, more recently, the president of the BRDC, the club that owns and administers Silverstone circuit.
He's also a steward for Formula 1, isn't he? So very much still involved with the sport.
Yep.
Particularly through the BRDC with bringing young drivers on through their young driver programme.
And again, here's a view of the Rolt RT1. Looks identical to the naked eye to the Formula 2 car. If you saw them together, you'd probably spot the differences. But on their own, don't look too much different. So late 70s, early 80s, Formula 3. Period that was a real melting pot of international talent, particularly in the British Championship, where everybody came to try and cut their teeth and prove their worth and vault themselves into Formula 1. This was an absolutely must-do championship for so many drivers from all sorts of international backgrounds, as well as the home-brewed talent. Of course, the classic Ayrton Senna Martin Brundle season, one of many that pitched the best of the rest of the world against the top British drivers. If you could succeed, I'll get my teeth in later, if you could succeed in British F3, then you had a very good shop window, and it was always very closely watched the results by Formula One team bosses. So 2 races for the F3 Classic Inter-Series. Andy Mitchell, the fastest qualifier. In the end, Andy Smith rather, in the end, Richard Mitchell getting just under 3 seconds away with a slight improvement at the end. Christopher Hodgin makes it 3 different marks in the top 3, March, Rolt and Chevron. Then Christian Valio in 4th place in his March 783 ahead of Eric Martin's Martini and Simon Jackson's Chevron. Freddie Lejeune in a 793 March qualifies 8th ahead of the Lola with the Nova Motor Toyota engine of Dominic Jackson, and Chevron in 10th place. Then the Rolt RT1 ahead of a slew of later RT3 F3 cars from Ron Tormanak's design studio. Pietro Tenconi in the unique Alba AR1, of which a total of 1 were built. And after 2 unsuccessful seasons, they gave up the ghost on that. There is your top 20. We have 25 cars in the field, all of whom will go in 2 races, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. And the last of those, Angela Grasso, in a name that went on to dominate Formula 3 through the 90s and noughties, Gianpaolo Dell'Ara's company.
The Ferris wheel isn't the only thing here at Silverstone, the Silverstone Festival, that Michelin have got something to do with. Now, when you think of motorsport, of course you think Silverstone, and of course you think Michelin. They are synonymous, and I'm delighted to find out a little bit more by talking to the UK marketing manager for Michelin. Here, it's Martin Thompson. It's great to see you here. It's lovely to see you with such a great presence as well.
That's right. It's really important that, given the 2 icons that Silverstone and Michelin are, that we have a really good presence here. And as you know, Michelin, through the ages, we have been heavily involved in motorsport. The first competition we competed in was the 1895 Paris-Brest. We've had over 1,000 motorsport victories in all formats. And looking at technology, all of the technology you see in car tyres today comes from our work within motorsport, the longevity, the energy-saving tyres, and our latest creation, the cross-climate tyre. That's actually developed from the Le Mans teams wanting a wet slick. So that's where that technology came from there.
Of course, we always think tyres are Michelin, but it's not just tyres, is it? I mean, there's also restaurants too.
There are restaurants, there are maps and guides. The whole restaurant scenario came from, in the early days, the Michelin brothers realised that people were starting to travel further afield. They needed to know where they could get a nice meal, they needed to know where they could get a good bed for the night, and that's where the whole Michelin starred theory sort of evolved from.
But there's also the Michelin Man. Now, he makes an appearance from time to time, doesn't he?
He does indeed. If you're around during the weekend, the Michelin Man will be showing his face. He'll be there for photographs, and yeah, he'll just be playing up. So that'll be.
And over in the paddock, there's a bit of a Michelin presence too?
We've got a real eclectic mix of 20 vehicles down in the international paddock. They'll be taking part in the parade every day, so yeah, that's worthwhile going to look at, that's for certain.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots to see and lots to do, including this, the 360-degree platform, so I'm going to give this a go, and you can too.
Thank you, Brian. If you do see Bibendum, the Michelin Man, and wonder why he's white, because tyres are black. Well, in the early days, tyres weren't black, they were white, which is why Bibendum is white. Coming up next, qualifying for the twin races in one, the Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies, then pre-war sports cars before the lunch break. Now, while I shut up, Gary Champion will take over and talk you through the anniversary and car club parades through the lunch hour, and then we get back into qualifying for the afternoon. Got a modern Formula One car demonstration. When I say modern, I mean modern compared to pre-65, let's say. The Mustang Celebration Trophy qualifying will be later in the afternoon, and then the classic GT cars, 6:30. Well, the sun probably won't be quite going down, but I'm sure probably the drinks will be flowing wherever you are. Well, let's catch up with Ed Foster and see who he has been speaking to.
Richard and Matt, it's always the worst time, the waiting, but you've had a bit of a shunt with this car, but it is looking perfect.
Yeah, we're chuffed to bits to be here. The car looks fantastic. MCR, the team, have done an amazing job since the crash at Donington, and yeah, it's a privilege to be here at the festival.
Matt, you were saying you've actually done a bit of testing this car. I thought with you professionals, you just turned up and drove them.
Well, yeah. We've done a bit of testing, not an awful lot. We had a blast around in it yesterday. So yeah, the car feels great. You know, the circuit here at Silverstone, the GP, it's a phenomenal place to be, and it's a great atmosphere. So it's good to be part of it, and hopefully we can drag a good result in qualifying today.
I've got to ask, you know, you're used to good brakes, lots of grip. What did you think when you first got into an historic? Because it must have been a bit of an eye-opener.
What am I doing? It's completely different, but it is, you know, you've got to retrain your brain into, you know, the history of what it is, and you know, you've got to be very mechanically sympathetic towards the car. You know, nowadays it's you know, you can smash it through the gears, and in one of these, it's not going to happen. So you've really got to think about how you're driving it, how to get the most out of it, because you are driving around, you know, inherent problems that they couldn't solve in period. So it's a very different beast.
And Richard, I'm sure Matt is learning a lot from you, but can you learn anything from him?
Yeah, how to drink 5 pints of HPA on a Friday night, not 4, Ed.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure you'll be lightning quick. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
There you are. That's what a British touring car driver brings to the table. That was Richard Poston throwing Matt Jackson under the bus right there. Well, what a mouth-watering selection of cars we've got for these 2 races in one, the Woodcut Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. Essentially, these are for 1950s and 60s sports cars. So you've got the likes of the Lotus 11, 1.1 litre Coventry Climax engine, and then you've got the big capacity sports cars, the big V8s, the big 6-cylinder engines at the front and in the back. And Ed is down amongst them all.
Roger, fantastic to see you here. You've got history and form here, so all eyes are on you.
Yeah, I think I've had a few lucky years, I guess, but everyone's chipping away at me, so it'll be interesting to see how the competition faces up this time. But looking forward to it.
And this is a very special car. Just tell us a little bit about the history of it.
Yeah, it's a lovely car. It was a John Coombs car in period, and it was raced in period in 1958 by Bruce McLaren at Goodwood. So for me as a Kiwi, it's kind of a very special thing. And then later by Roy Salvadori. So.
And let's talk about Silverstone a little bit. It's such a fantastic track for historic cars, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. I think people don't like this meeting for some reason. You know, split between 2 pit over the course of the day. But I think it's such an iconic circuit, fast, real challenge. So it doesn't get much better.
Well, look, best of luck.
Yeah, thanks Ed. Thanks very much.
Roger Wills in that Lotus 15, always super competitive, whatever he races in, and Ed's seen him a lot, as we all have, at Goodwood. We've seen him a lot here as well. And actually it's really interesting to hear a non-British driver's view of Silverstone. It is an iconic circuit, but because it's at home, I think it's sort of underappreciated a little bit by a lot of British drivers and British fans. You know, we see foreign circuits, you know, Monza and Spa and so on, as being glamorous and iconic, but non-British drivers and fans see Silverstone in exactly the same light, and for all the same reasons. Great racing, great history, and plenty to look at. Well, and there's going to be lots of that as well in this Woodcut Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race. I mean, there you go. You've gone from Listers to Jaguar D-types. You've got the little Lotuses, the Lotus 11s, Lotus 15s, all sorts of different things. Richard Wilson, Will Nuttall's Lotus 15. And what's this? 141. Okay, so we're split between 2 different groups. So the Stirling Moss Trophy, this car in the Woodcut Trophy, and this is Martin Halusa's Jaguar D-Type. So that's the long nose and fin on the later D-Type. Again, we've seen big Heelys before. Here's another 3-litre Healey. This is Nick Matthews, changed to the programme. Miles Griffith no longer driving this 104. Will be Nick Matthews driving it on his own, which leads me, Alistair Douglas, to a fact that we haven't yet mentioned, that this is a pit stop race with potentially 2 drivers, and a number of the cars do have 2 driver lineups.
Yeah, so looking down the entry list, there's probably 50% of the cars are shared, and some we may not know about, some of the second drivers, because they keep popping up on our screen. The timekeepers keep up to speed with that.
That's the delights of staying in the BRDC farm. Is it, oh, do you fancy you driving my car? Oh, yes, all right then. Right, let's catch up with Ed.
Johnny, lovely to see you. I dread it when professional racing drivers come into historic racing, because you show us all how it's done, don't you?
Well, I'm an old professional racing driver and I'm an ex-professional racing driver, so I think that has a lot to do with me not being able to show people the way it's done. I just bumped into Roger Wills, for example, who knows the Lotus 15 really, really well. Bonamy Grimes has just bought this car. I'm sharing it with him in various different races, including this one, which is exciting, but I don't know the car that well, so people like Roger and people like that are probably more to look out for from people like me, to be honest.
But I have seen on the entry list that you're in a kind of more modern GT Ferrari, which is right up your street later, so there's no excuses for that.
No excuses at all for that, and I absolutely love it. We're in a 458 Challenge. I drove it yesterday and absolutely love that car. But the Lotus 15, I mean, it's a 1959 ex-Graham Hill race-winning car, and we're going to be racing it here and also at the Goodwood Revival, your area, 2 weeks' time, so myself and Bonamy in the Sussex Trophy.
And with these things, is it all about momentum here?
Yes, and also with this car, it'll naturally understeer, so you have to sort of flick it in and get it drifting, and then kind of control it on the throttle. So in those old Jim Clark videos that you see people sort of four-wheel drifting past the apex, that's kind of what you're looking for with this. So it's that sense of satisfaction in how you drift it through the corner, rather than that sort of raw cornering grip of, say, a modern GT car.
I think I managed it once. It was a lovely feeling. Johnny, best of luck.
I remember you managing it once, and I remember your reaction from winning that race, and it was still absolutely classic. And all the pro drivers were saying, damn, we clearly don't know how to celebrate a race win, so well done on that.
Comes from lack of practice. Cheers, Johnny.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Johnny Molam, more retirements and farewell tours than old Blue Eyes himself, I have to say. Really good to see Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam. They've been racing cars together for 6, 7, maybe 8 years, maybe longer now. It's sort of hard to imagine. But racing modern cars, prototypes, GTs, and at Le Mans, and particularly in the US. And great to see them out in historic racing as well. And as he says, Roger Wills is likely to be the benchmark here in that white Lotus 15. He knows it probably better than most drivers know the way to their own house. And he is always super competitive. And he's looking forward to this one. And you can still hear the cars leaving the formation area. So you've got the little low-slung Lotuses, 11s and 15s. Then you've got bigger cars like the yellow and green, knobbly Lister Jag. You've got Lister Chevrolets. You've got big Healeys. There's a couple of mid-engined Cooper sports cars as well in here as well. Short-nose D-types, long-nose D-types. So all sorts of different 50s and 60s sports cars, and again, you know, just a mouth-watering array of cars you do know and cars that you're looking at going, what the dickens is that? And that's one of the joys of the growth of historic racing, Alistair, is that more and more cars that haven't been seen for a long while are emerging and being raced again.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. And we did see a quick shot there of car number 29, the all-silver car. We'll perhaps pick up on that because that is the very first Lola. That's the Mark I prototype. So it was the very first of a series of hugely successful cars designed by Eric Broadley. That's the Cooper Monaco. Now, you mentioned all the range of cars, all were front-engined that you were talking about, but in this race we've also got the rear-engined Cooper Monaco. So that was again, we're back in this period where racing cars were moving from front to rear-engined. So a great showing from the various marques. the 132 car on our screens now, that's another of the Lotus 11s, Andrew McAlpine's example. But the sit-up and beg style, you might call it, of the earlier cars, very obvious. The Lister there, number 21 on screen, Richard Hudson and Stuart Mauler's Lister Knobbly. You might say, well, Knobbly, where does it get its name from? Well, actually, it isn't a modern or relatively modern name that's been given to that car. It's right from the very start, because John Coundley, who used to actually drive for Lister, and his wife Pat, she was also a racing driver. Pat walked into the workshop when they were designing the Lister Knobbly, and she saw the car in the workshop and said, "Oh, that's knobbly, isn't it?" And it stuck. And you can see why. Here's another example. This is John Spears' example, 152, who's sharing with, guess who, Nigel Greensall. That's a knobbly, and it was because the Lister had fared the wheel arches over the wheels, but then dropped back down again for the middle of the car, so it's got this knobbly shape. And there's a great shot, if you're watching our live stream, of why it's called the knobbly. And it's owner John Spears at the wheel at the moment with the all-black helmet. The Nigel Greensall will take over. He's got, if you remember from earlier on in the Cobra, the blue helmet with the yellow stars around the outside. But John Spears, very quick driver, and I think, Martin, this is going to be one of the cars that we should be seeing somewhere near the front.
Yeah, and right behind him another of the Cooper Monacos. So that mid-engine, engine behind the driver. You can see the difference it makes to the frontal aspects. I mean, again, look at the Lister compared to the Lotus beside it. Now, the Lotus is obviously still a front-engine car, but little climax, 4-cylinder column entry climax compared to a thumping great 4.2-litre XK takes up a lot less space. 32, now there's an interesting looking car, and you think, what on earth is that doing in this field? Well, that's Cliff Gray's Fraser Nash Le Mans Replica Mark II, a car with more name than cylinders. But again, that car, you know, early 1950s, a very much upright kind of Lotus 6 looking. Oh, Lotus 6 would have looked very similar to that as well, Colin Chapman's first sort of successful car. But look at what a decade of difference it makes, the little Lotus 11s and 15s in front. Suddenly all sorts of non-road car necessary sort of ground clearance comes into the racing cars, because the Fraser Nash Le Mans Rep was very much a road car for the enthusiast driver rather than a racer.
And we should explain to those that aren't immersed in historic racing, replica doesn't mean it's been built recently as a replica. What it means is that at the time, the works would have raced this car at Le Mans, and then they would then produce cars of the same body shape and setup to sell to private owners, and they'd call them replicas, but they are original.
Whereas at the same time, if you bought a C-Type from Jaguar, it wasn't called a C-Type Le Mans replica, it was a Jaguar C-Type. Yes. It was the same car. In the same way that the Le Mans Rep from Fraser Nash was the same car, it just hadn't actually raced at Le Mans. In the same way that if you bought a C-Type or a D-Type from Browns Lane, it wouldn't necessarily be an ex-Le Mans car. It could be a brand new build. It could be an ex-Le Mans car. 94 here, and this is the Richard Wilson Will Nuttall Lotus 15.
And that's Will Nuttall at the wheel with the blue and yellow helmet.
And again, a well-rehearsed duo, a well-known car. They know it inside out. You see a little trail breaking there into the beginning of the Beckett's S's, scrubbing off a bit of speed. That car currently 8th fastest. It is car number 24, Roger Wills, who perhaps not to anybody's great surprise is fastest of all at the moment from another one of the cars in the Stirling Moss Trophy. They are predominantly the quicker cars because they're late 50s, early 60s rather than sort of early to mid 50s, which is the Woodcote Trophy cars. Second fastest is the Stefan Yerbstel and Andy Willis Lotus 15. So it's Lotus 15's first, second and third. Because the Spears and Greensall car, beg your pardon, that's the Lister Costin. That is third fastest, so Lotus 15's ahead of the big Lister.
You might be confused and say, well, hang on, we were just looking at John Spears driving his Lister Jaguar Knobbly, or Lister Jaguar with a knobbly shape, but he's also got the Lister Costin shape as well, and he and Nigel Greensall are sharing both cars.
Yes,
so they will have to...
This is where the 7 cars in 6 races comes in, because they're both driving 2 in 1 race, although we have already said there are 2 races. Both the cars they're driving are actually both in the Stirling Moss Trophy. Now, for real variety, they should perhaps have had an early 50s one in the Woodcote Trophy as well. But
in the same way that the Lister with the knobbly bodywork, that was the one design, but Frank Costin, brother of Mike Costin, who was the Cos of Cosworth with Keith Duckworth, Frank Costin was an aerodynamicist, and he was asked by Listers to design a body shape for the car, and he came up with something very, very different to the knobbly. And when we see that car on screen, or if you're standing trackside, you'll see that car. It's a much more aerodynamic, you would say, an aerodynamic shape.
And then, of course, seeing the success of things like this, Roger Wills in the Lotus 15 and the Lotus 11 and so on, with a very low frontal area, there was a 3rd iteration, which was the Lister Flat Iron, which was essentially a Lister knobbly with all the knobblies pressed out of it to be as low as possible. So yeah, the essential sort of DNA of the car went from knobbly to more aerodynamic Costin, and then to the flat iron. So yeah, using the same basic premise. Again, we've seen Jaguar XK120s out before. There's another one in front of us, as Roger Wills continues to lap quicker and quicker. 2 purple sectors, and then caught traffic in the final sector, so not quite as quick as he had been, but the overall lap was a very much larger improvement, and not quite as quick there, a couple of seconds slower for the Yerbsel Willis car that's in 2nd place. 2nd fastest at the moment, Stefan Yerbsel, Andy Willis sharing that Lotus 15.
And despite what Johnny Merlin was saying to Ed earlier, he's just popped in 3rd quickest. Now, we don't know whether it's Johnny or Bonamy Grimes driving the car, but the car itself, number 26, is now 2nd quickest.
Yeah. Well, that might well be Bon Grimes, because he was in or ready to get into the car when Ed was talking to Johnny. That was sort of a slight pre-record about 5 minutes before and actually neither of them had a helmet on, so might have been Johnny who was out first, hard to tell. Haven't seen the car yet.
Either way, he said he wasn't used to the car, hadn't driven it before yesterday, so a tremendous drive. Here's Nigel Greensall. This is the Costin-bodied Lister owned by John Spears, so he's got 2, plus a lot of other cars as well. But
so we know that Nigel is in 88, which is 5th quickest. And where's their other car?
8th quickest.
8th quickest, all right. Oh, yes. I was looking further down.
And I just saw Nigel wave as he went past the pits. I wonder if that was the sign that acknowledging that he's coming in next lap to hand over to John, because they're both going to have to drive both cars.
Just showing off. Yes, I think John has pitted already, or is being told to pit. I mean, it's not the race, so they will have to pit on the same lap so that one car doesn't lose an inordinate amount of time waiting for a driver changeover. So ideally, the closer together they can qualify and stay in the race. If they come in nose to tail, that makes life straightforward.
Yes.
60-second mandatory stationary period for the cars in
Correct.
pit stops.
Yes, 60 seconds.
Which is the time for the driver to get out and the new driver to get strapped in. So that does leave a little bit of leeway, but you don't want to be more than 30 seconds behind the car that you're hoping to get into. Otherwise, one of you is going to be wrong-footed. Well, not quite as quick on that lap either for Nigel. Too much waving at the team. OK, so Roger Wills stays out because he's driving on his own, but for a lot of them, and Nigel Greensall just moves up ahead of the Crossweight Frimborough car, which has also just pitted, moving up the order.
That's one of the rear-engined Cooper Monacos. Ollie Crossweight, Nick Fingberg in the T49 is its number, but everybody calls it the Cooper Monaco. And one of those same cars in 4th as well, with Shane Brereton, who drives solo.
Yeah, he's in for a little bit of attention. And who are here? David Richards in his Lotus 11, currently at the tail end of the top 10. Ahead of Sean and Max Lynn. So there's the Cooper Monaco, and again you can see very much a low slung look to the car, and that low frontal profile, the small frontal area, possible because you haven't got to shove an engine in there, so the engine is behind the driver. So
And,
Cooper Monaco, the Cooper Bobtail, which had a sort of much more truncated cam rear to the car, slightly later development of that rear-engined sports car concept.
And team orders for the Spears Greensall pair. They're both in the pit lane now, so they'll be switching cars.
As long as you get into the right car, then that's okay. Going away from us, 155, that's Tim De Silva in his Lotus 11. We'll see a lot of Lotus 11s in the field. There was one that was hoping to be here that's not quite ready to go, so there are more Lotus 11s out there. Ben Eastick rather, in the Jaguar D-Type. So this is a long-nose D-Type, the slightly later development with the easy to spot because it's got the fin at the rear, but it has got a longer nose, as the nomenclature suggests, and you don't really notice that until you see the short-nose D-Type, which is a very much more rounded front end, sort of really just covers the front wheels. But Ben Eastick, always remember drivers like Wyn Percy and so on driving these D-Types, saying this is not, even back in the 80s, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, which was the fastest Grand Prix circuit for overall lap times, was not a car that really suited the D-Type too well, particularly when they introduced Priory Brooklands and Luffield and so on. Those slower corners and Bridge Bend, they really didn't help the D-Type. The D-Type was designed to sit at maximum speed for a long time on the straights at Le Mans, and it did that, of course, superbly well. Here, well, you may well be on much shorter gearing. Duncan Hamilton, who with Tony Rolt won Le Mans for Jaguar in a C-Type, raced C's and D's in all sorts of unlikely events throughout his career, and they were often having to change gearing for shorter circuits like a Porto in Portugal or wherever, as well as long runs at racetracks like Le Mans, but he would race it all over Europe, all over the UK in his C's and D-Types in various different events. Roger Wills, still fastest, and not quite an improvement yet on this lap. So Roger Wills, still the man that everybody is chasing, and Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam, second fastest at the moment, just 8 tenths behind. And that is car number 26, Lotus 15. So only David Williams, 10th fastest in the pit lane at the moment, not swapping with anybody, so he might be receiving a little bit of attention. As we see the Cooper Monaco, another Cooper Monaco, car number 3, Paul Hugo and Robbie Bernberg sharing that car. Again, that car 1959 looks a lot more modern, doesn't it, just because of that mid-engine. There you go, there's the short-nose D. Car number 144.
That's the fastest car in the second part of this race, or the second race within a race, if you like. The 144 D-Type of Paul Pochgel and James Hansen. So that's the leading car in the Woodcote Trophy.
17, John and Gary Pearson. That's the short-nose car without the fin. And there's the long-nose car, the quickest car in the Woodcote Trophy, but a very different look to the short-nose D in front. And all sorts of detail changes. And in fact, the short-nose car really being thrown around at the moment. So Paul Pottiol, James Hansen raced in British racing and then international and European touring car championship as well for a number of years. And then joined the family business. Jaguar Alton now, this is a car I know precisely zero about. So this is John Burton, 29th place. What do you know about the Jaguar Alton?
Thanks for that.
There was the bus coming and I threw myself under it and dragged you with me.
You did. Yes, it's a car I've seen racing, but I have to admit I haven't got my notes with me and my brain is not big enough to keep everything in there. But it's, as far as I'm aware, a unique car based on, one would assume, on a Jaguar. Looks like a C-Type with different body. But apologies to anybody that knows lots about that car.
Well, here, Sean and Max Lynn's Lister Nobly was just going by car number 11, which you'll be unsurprised to hear is a Lotus 11. Malcolm Paul and Rick Bourne sharing the number 11 Lotus 11. I like the positioning of the mirrors. I'm not sure if that's a period positioning or a more modern thought that sticking caravan towing style mirrors way out into the slipstream to see past the knobbly bits of your Lister Nobly seems like a very sensible idea.
Yes.
I can't imagine they would have survived very long in period, but I think there'll be a little bit less, hopefully, door banging going on here. And just behind, as I said, Malcolm Paul and Rick Bourne's Lotus 11. So this is another Lister Nobly. Richard Hudson, Stuart Morley in the white Nobly, car number 21. Seems to be a bit of engineering rag or something hanging out from the box of the car. Very much a period tuning feature of the cars.
That's actually quite a recent build, that car, built about 10 years ago. And it's been racing ever since, but it's to the specification of the car in period. Otherwise, it wouldn't be eligible to race in this series.
It was a continuation
yes,
that Lister's built of Noblys.
This one built by an excellent driver and engineer, Mark Lewis, built this originally in 2013.
So the Pearsons just improved up to 15th place. We saw the short-nosed D being pedalled with great verve. By which of them? There it is in the background. No, that's not them in the background. That's a C-Type, isn't it? So, two C-Types, John and Gary Pearson and Rudy Friedrichs, both racing Jaguar C-Types in the Woodcote Trophy.
D-Type for the Pearsons.
They've got both.
Oh, have they?
Yep.
My apologies.
They're doing double duty as well. Or are my eyes just not working? No, my eyes just aren't working. You're right. Here is it. They're racing a D, and it's Rudiger Friedrichs in the C-Type.
Yeah. Good to see John back racing, actually. He took a year out, I think, most of the year last year. And Gary drove solo in most of these two-driver races.
Yep. And very effectively as well.
Indeed. And their father, John, I saw him here last week. John Pearson, the elder John Pearson, who what he doesn't know and Gary and John Jr. don't know about Jaguars is not worth knowing. And in fact, Pearson's Engineering now, which is run by Gary Pearson, is a remarkable company that prepares for customers and themselves a whole range of beautiful historic cars.
Well, compare and contrast the family looks of the XK and the C-Type. The XK, C-Type, Mark II, Mark 420, and then XJ6. There's that. It's almost like you use some sort of AI program to morph the earlier XKs into the XJs, and through in the middle as the shape changes, you can see all recognisable features gradually sort of intermingling. There's never any doubt when you see an XK, a C-Type, a D-Type, it's from the pen of the same designer. It's got the same family features.
Well, the C-Type is actually, the full name of it is an XK120C because it was the competition version of the XK. So this XK we've got on screen at the moment had a different body and some other mechanical changes, became the C-Type. The D-Type was a different car altogether, and obviously with time it was a development of that. But you can certainly see in the D-Type the start of the E-Type, can't you? Certainly in the frontal area.
And of course shared the same 6-cylinder engine. The XK was much more highly developed in the C-Type, and particularly the D-Type for racing, including fuel injection and twin port heads and all the other stuff. But then, of course, when the E-Type was introduced, we call it the E-Type. Americans call it the XKE.
Yes.
Because it had the XK engine, it had the heritage of the XK 120, 140, 150, and so...
And the D-Type was the XKSS, wasn't it?
Well, yes, that was the road version of the short-nosed D, as...
We've got a new pole position with the ex-Graham Hill car number 26 Lotus 15, which now sits fastest with Johnny Molam and Bonamy Grimes.
I'm assuming that was a Johnny Molam lap. Car number 15, is that Aubergine are we calling purple? Car number 15, Lotus 15, Michael Gans. Now, in our little entry, it tells us that that's white. I might have to have my eyes recalibrated because that definitely doesn't look very white to me. So that's the sort of plum I'm going for.
Ah, yes, that'll do.
Yeah, definitely not white anyway. So that's car number 15, Lotus 15 from 1959. No, beg your pardon, 1963, no, 1959. So that is a sort of plummy colour. And again, you can see the Lister in front, and when you're the Lotus driver, you have absolutely no view of anything in front of the Lister because it is so much higher.
And Nigel Greensall now aboard John Spears' Knobley Lister, number 152, and that has moved up to second place, whereas the owner, John Spears, now has switched over to the Costin-bodied Lister, number 88, which sits in sixth place. So the plan to be quite close together at the pit stops that you were mentioning may well come off.
Yeah, so 2:24 compared to 2:27, 3 seconds a lap. You don't want to be pitting too many laps into the race at a 3 second. Of course, that difference will come down, will potentially shrink early in the race because the outright qualifying pace of Nigel in this Knobley isn't going to be quite replicated, possibly in the race. So you might think maybe that the two will be closer together in race pace.
Yes, Nigel Greensall, being the hired driver, is likely to want to leave some brakes and tyres for the owner when he gets on board for the second stint.
That's always how you get rehired.
Yes.
And that's one of the things, you know, if you, and again, like Johnny Molam and Bon Grimes over the years, you know, they've developed, and lots of pro drivers have with enthusiastic amateur drivers or newcomers to the field, have developed a really strong relationship. Stuart Hall, for instance, you know, has had a long or an elongated career, having established a good relationship with an enthusiastic driver, helping him build up his speed, helping him build up his confidence. He's doing the same now with the sons of. So it's Roel Golter, and now with his sons, Stewie has been a kind of a part of the family in terms of motor racing for a number of years, and gets to enjoy racing some fabulous cars as a result. Nigel Greensall, with a host of different drivers, has been a very, very impressive co-driver. And one of the things about driving so many different cars at so many different tracks over so many different weekends is that you don't get set in your ways. Every day almost you're in a racing car, it's a different one to the previous day. So you end up being very adaptable.
Up to fastest in the Woodcote Trophy as the flag comes out is the John and Gary Pearson D-Type. So that's taken top spot in the Woodcote Trophy.
17th overall. And you're just seeing the Jaguar Alton coming across the line. And where is that on the timing screens. I'm having to look a little bit further down. Car number 25, John Burton in 25th place. So is that the third car that John's been out in this morning? I think it might be. Or the fourth. Was he in F2 and F3 and driving the Andy Rouse Sierra? There's quite a lot going on in quite a lot of garages, and actually you have to be slightly careful of what you're committing yourself to, because as we talked about, half of the races are being run out of garages in the Heritage pit lane, the old classic Formula One pits, and the other half of them are being run out of garages in the modern Formula One pits at the wing. Now in qualifying, that's less of an issue because all of this morning's qualifying sessions are coming out of the Heritage pit lane. All of this afternoon's are coming out of the modern Formula One pit lane. As Nigel dials in the opposite, how close is he going to be? Well, an improvement in the end, 2:23.9, and only 1/10 away from pole position. But it is Johnny Molam and Bon Grimes who have claimed pole. Nigel Greensall, who shares this Lister with John Spires in second place. And there goes the pole-sitting Lotus 15. Roger Wills pitted a little earlier before the end of the session, and he is in third position. And the Yerbstel and Willis Lotus 15 will line up in fourth. So Nigel putting the big Lister in amongst the smaller, lighter Lotuses. That's an argument that will never end, probably, and since Colin Chapman's not around for us to get a definitive answer. So Nigel Greensall, John Spires are second and sixth on the grid. It's only a couple of rows apart, and assuming that both cars make a handy start, I imagine John might start this one and Nigel start the second car, with the opportunity perhaps of closing a fraction. So in that Lister Knobley, and then the sort of brighter blue car number 88 there, Lister Costin. They will hope to be very close together when they pit. Lotus 15, car number 15 of Michael Gans, and where did he end up on the timing screens? In 8th place. So qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. The Stirling Moss Trophy predominantly for late 1950s sports racers, and the Woodcote Trophy for early 1950s sports racers, split about 1955 in the middle. So yeah, all sorts of Listers, Jags, Lotuses, and even things like big Healeys as well. 88, Nigel Greensall, John Spires in there. Lister Costin, very competitive. 85, didn't see much of. That's Stephen Bond's Lister Bristol Flatiron. Jaguar XK150, appropriately numbered. That car being driven in the Stirling Moss Trophy, a big one in the Woodcote Trophy. 26, Bon Grimes, sharing with long-time driving partner Johnny Molam, claiming pole position for the race overall, and they are the fastest qualifiers for the Stirling Moss Trophy as well. So that's the way it lines up. Lotus 15s strongly represented on the front two rows, only the Lister Knobley, Nigel Greensall and John Spires between them. Roger Wills will line up in third, always a potential race winner. Shane Brereton's Cooper Monaco, the best of the rear-engine cars, mid-engine cars, let's say. He lines up in fifth, ahead of the other Spires Greensall car there, Lister Costin. Another pair of Lotuses behind, with the Wilson Nuttall and Gans cars on that row. And Then the best of the Woodcote Trophy cars is the Jaguar D-Type of the Pearsons, lining up in 17th spot. The Lola Mark 1 car in 20th place. So the beginning of the Lola story. XK140 Unique GOM Special qualified in 23rd, ahead of the Jaguar D-Type and the Jaguar Alton. The Leco Sport, Scott Cattlebaum in 35th place in another unique car. The Lister Bristol Flatiron, didn't see too much of Stephen Bond in qualifying, but he's just outside the top 30 in this mammoth 2-car grid.
Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? Never mind, we're not here for my beanbag prowess. We're here to find out about pure Michigan and visit Detroit. When you think of Detroit, you think of Motor City and Motown, and Michigan itself, well, what a state it is too. And to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Yolanda Fletcher here. Great to see you.
Oh, lovely to see you too. We're absolutely thrilled to be here.
Why are you here then? Why have you come to the Silverstone Festival?
Well, it's the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang was built in Detroit. So we are here to celebrate that with all those Mustang owners and all the good people coming through the show over the next 3 days.
And the big race as well, the icing on the very top of a very, very nice cake as well. Now, mentioned Detroit's synonymous with Motor City, with Mustang, as you say, and what a beautiful Mustang you've got here on your stand, but also Motown too. What is it that is so amazing? It's very hard for you to answer this. So amazing about Michigan itself.
Oh, there's really so much, and but we love the fact that we're the birthplace of Motown music. Everyone can go to the original recording studio and see where those big stars, you know, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, all recorded in that original place. So it's pretty cool to see that. But also going to the Henry Ford Museum, it will take you 2.5 days to go around the whole museum. You can also see where the Ford F-150 truck is made. So it's really, really a lot to do. And then you can go up the side of the lake of Lake Michigan and go up to Traverse City, sip some wine and enjoy lots of cherries, that we are the biggest cherry supplier in the USA.
You've sold it to me. There you go. So Motor City, this is very much just scratching the surface. Yolanda, thank you very much indeed. If you come down to the Silverstone Festival, make sure you come to the stand, because you can enter yourself into a competition for 2 people to go off to Michigan itself. Good luck.
Yeah, we did mention the colours.
Blue skies overhead, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for day 1 of action at the 2024 Silverstone Festival. If you are here, welcome. Congratulations for sneaking a day off to come and watch some fabulous cars out on track. Friday is all about qualifying. Saturday and Sunday, the races for all these cars you will see today. Lots of other things to see and do. The fun fairs in action, all the car clubs, the displays. Loads for the whole family. This is not just about blokes of a certain age sitting in the grandstands filling in their programmes, though if you wish to do that too, nobody's going to hold it against you. So what have we got coming up this morning? Well, this morning is nearly at an end. It's almost time for lunch. Hurrah! And the anniversary and car club parades will be out during the lunch break. But first, we've got qualifying for the pre-war sports cars. After lunch, everything shifts to the wing. We've got F1 cars, GTs, Endurance Legends. We've got a modern Formula One car demonstration out at 4 o'clock. And then the Master Sports Car Legends, Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, the Mustang Celebration Trophy. It's not just about Mustangs, lots of classic GT cars in that and in the International Trophy as well. So the action will go on until getting on for 7 p.m. And then at 8, Sophie Ellis-Bextor takes the stage. If you want to fill your stomachs, well, you can't do that, I'm afraid, at the food tent. But 2023 MasterChef champion Sharia Caticot and 2021 Bake Off winner Giuseppe Delano will be among those who are displaying their skills in the Silverstone kitchen. The tasting tent will have plenty in store as well. And a certain farm shop will be offering goods in the tasting tent this afternoon as well. Don't know if Jeremy's here, can't guarantee that, but there might be a bit that you will be interested in seeing anyway. There is so much to see. If you never see a car on track, you will not go away short-handed here at Silverstone at the festival. There is so much going on as well. On the eBay stage, plenty of entertainment, singing and dancing, music during the course of the afternoon. I didn't realise Shola Amma was here as well. That's fantastic. And Sophie Ellis-Bextor will round out the evening with the Silverstone Kitchen Disco. So, good news. Nate Brooks starts at 5:45, Shola Amma at 6:45, and then 8, Sophie Ellis-Bextor. And we're going to get the busted gags lined up as well. We rather went early on those last year when I mistook my boy bands, but we will be in full busted mode. Busted will be playing on Saturday night and Ollie Murs on Sunday. So lots and lots to see to end the day here. And hopefully the weather will be good for us as well. Track now looks absolutely bone dry. Little bit of sunshine, very nice too. And the flags tell me the wind is sort of dropping a bit as well. And if you fancy a ride on the merry-go-round, why wouldn't you? Gosh, that's a clockwise merry-go-round. Is that unusual? Is it just me who thinks they're anti-clockwise normally? Maybe that is just me. Lots to see and do, and if you're down inside the centre of the circuit on the village green, you'll find lots of catering opportunities there at lunchtime as well. So fill your boots and your stomachs.
Adrian Flux is synonymous with motorsport. Motorsport is synonymous with Adrian Flux, and I'm delighted to have Nick Wilkinson here from Adrian Flux to tell us a little bit more. I've given you such a big setup there. What can you tell us about Adrian Flux?
I mean, when it comes to insurance, yeah, we are the forefront. We're normally the ones that get mentioned straight off the bat. Not so much with just motorsport, but anything that's specialised. You know, whether it be a track car, kit car, modern classic, anything that you need insurance for. You know, we're always the first guys that is worth, you know, giving us a try first.
Of course, it's really important. It's crucial, in fact, that you have insurance when you're out there on the road. But when you come to a track, it's also really, really important that you have insurance for one reason or another. What areas are you really working in? Who are you speaking to?
Yeah, I mean, we stick to where we are most competitive. So, yeah, anything that is kind of slightly niche, anything motorsport, kit car, anything like that. Yeah, we're always trying to broaden our markets as well, especially when it comes to more modern vehicles, and the times are changing with them as well. Markets are obviously, you know, all over the place, but at the same time, we always try to remain as competitive as possible.
Which is key, isn't it?
Which is key.
I mentioned at the top how synonymous you are, drifting as well. When I think of Adrian Flux, I always think of drifting.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. There's a lot of clubs that we work with, and we do have specialised events when it comes to drifting as well. It's just nice and just brings a bit of fun into not just boring insurance all the time.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. I'm going to drift over here and speak to Mike Scudamore from Team Brit. You've got a partnership with Adrian Flux. How important is that to you and the team?
It's crucial. The budget they provide makes a massive difference for us to be able to go racing. But it's just not the sponsorship. It's coming to events like this. The support we have from their agency, the video content they produce makes a massive difference.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. Great stuff.
Pleasure. Nice to
So Bryn giving us an idea of what Adrian Flux is doing with the shift and drift zone, and so many different car club displays here. Some of the well-known ones with lots and lots of different cars like Porsche Club GB, but a whole host of us saw somebody setting up a GT40 club display. You can see a plethora of... do you get a plethora of Marcuses or Marquis? 3-litre Marcuses there, the 1800, the Volvo engine cars, the 3-litre V6 cars just in the distance. Bunch of E-types, Aston Martins, every car club you can imagine, Austin Healey's, loads and loads of stuff. Well, you'll have a chance to watch those during the lunch break. We have one more qualifying session this morning. Ed has more.
Lucas, slight change. Your father was going to be driving this, but he's got a bad back. But it's not a bad car to be sort of thrown in the last second, is it?
No. I mean, it's unfortunate for him. He's in a lot of pain, but I'm obviously the benefit of that. So I'm very happy.
And you were saying that you've driven this before, but your brother who's sharing it with you hasn't.
No, it's going to be thrown into the deep end, which is kind of how we do it in our family anyway. So let's see. He'll go out in qualifying second. I think he drove it up and down the paddock once, so he now gets a feel of the gearbox. It's all fine.
Oh, you'll be absolutely fine then. We've got to talk a little bit about the history of this car, because it is wonderful. You were saying it did the Mille Miglia, also did the Targa Florio, and it's still got the scrutineering tags from the Targa on the steering column. I mean, what a wonderful piece of history to be behind the steering wheel of.
Yeah, incredible, and of course a responsibility as well. But I'm happy to take on that responsibility. It's a beautiful car, and like you said, 3-time in Mille Miglia, 8th place at its best. So yeah, amazing opportunity to drive this. Thank you.
What's it like round here? Is it like lovely and predictable and smooth?
Yeah, it is. It's got a surprising amount of power. So, and once you get going, the small wheels start bumping up a lot. So at top speed as well, your head is vibrating a lot. But it's predictable. It's easy to drive. It's a bit heavy on the arms, so you do feel sore the next day. But it's a great car.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well, as well as the qualifying, lots going on for the family at lunchtime here. Circus Skills Workshop, Crazy Golf, Thrill Rides, Fun Fairs, Mini Monster Trucks, Water Zorbs, the Michelin Big Wheel, and axe throwing. What could possibly go wrong? Youngsters and axe throwing. Possibly safer than adults' beer and axe throwing, but there we go. Shift and drift, dragsters, stunt driving displays, hot rod cruises, zero zone test drives, young driver experience. If you want to get your young, early and pre-teen driver kids into cars, you can do it with young drivers. And dream rides as well, courtesy of the Sporting Bears. Now that's a charity that raises money by selling rides in some fabulous cars at various different events. And that is a great opportunity, again, for fans young and old to have a drive in somebody else's fabulous car. Now, whether it's something fairly prosaic, like maybe a Lotus Elan, prosaic, or whether you go for the big capacity American sports cars or anything in between, lots and lots to be seeing and doing. Meanwhile, cars heading out for this BRDC 500 for pre-war sports cars. No, we're not going to make them race for 500 miles. I'm not sure there'd be too many survivors, given that most of these cars are in their 80s or 90s. And as we just heard from Lucas Halusa in that 1932 Alpha 8C, you can see a couple of cars coming down in team formation in a pale green. Those will be the Talbos, the Talbot team cars. And wrestling here, Rudiger Friedrichs with his Alvis Firefly Special. This car dates back to 1933.
And he's a likely front runner. It's a winner here a couple of years ago when they last visited the festival.
Well, qualifying again here is not going to be entirely brief because their lap times are not going to be down in the low 2 minutes, but rather in the higher 2 minutes, and possibly a little longer than that. So they have very nearly half an hour qualifying, 27-minute session, which is already underway. And again, you can see the very much more upright look to these pre-war and tween wars sports cars. Some big headlamps, big radiator grills, and some very, again, distinctive shapes there. The red car just going out of shot, one of the Aston Martin Le Mans team cars. Edward Bradley will be driving the family's Aston Martin Ulster, and this is one of the, in fact that is Edward Bradley, I think, car number 4, the red Ulster, often shares that with son Richard. Looks like Edward is going to be driving that on his own in this race. This is a potential 2-driver race, so around half the cars, in fact, have got a pair of drivers. And again, we talked earlier on in the 60s sports cars about the cars drifting through the corners. You're going to see an awful lot more of that here. Patrick Blakeney Edwards shares with Chris Ward in this Fraser Nash Super Sports. So again, lots and lots of driving on the throttle. Try and guide the nose in and then drive the rest of the car around with the rear wheels is the approved way to go. And you can see why the contact patch on each tyre is about the size of a credit card. There's not much in the way of mechanical grip, and so the rest of it, the rest of the steering effect has to be generated by the driver.
Ward, Patrick Blakeney Edwards and Chris Ward likely leaders. A PBE on his helmet, you can see there. If you're watching from the bank, you can see that on the side of his helmet. That's Patrick at the wheel in his car, and the Fraser Nash has chain drive. So if it's got 4 gears, it's got 4 chains, 4 sprockets, and the gear lever moves the chains across to another sprocket. So it all sounds very Heath Robinson, but it's very, very effective, and the cars could be made extremely low as well. And Patrick is one of the top drivers in Fraser Nash.
And you're seeing there, you just got a brief view of why all cars were originally right-hand drive. Even Continental manufacturers, certainly pre-World War II, almost everything was. That's because they started out with a brake, like a stagecoach, a brake lever on the outside of the car, and usually it was the dominant right hand that did that, and external gear shift as well. So you'll see a lot of leaning out of cockpits and hands-off steering wheel. That's when they're changing gears. Now, they do have an internal brake pedal. The handbrake is usually external, but certainly on the Fraser Nash, we saw Patrick Blakeney Edwards changing gears on the outside of the car with the right hand. So that's why traditionally riding with a horse, you control a horse with your left hand, and your right hand would be your sword hand, and that is the dominant hand for most people, and that's why cars were very much the same way. You control it with your left hand, and you do the intricate stuff, the gear change, with your right hand.
And the Fraser Nash, having chain drive, doesn't have a differential in the back axle, which means that the wheels always turn at the same speed, which is another reason why they go sideways, especially with Patrick driving.
More sliding is important, definitely.
And the very unusual twin rear wheels of the SS100 there, the Jaguar SS100 of John Burton and Nick Finberg. And before it was called Jaguar, the name of the company was Swallow Sidecars, which was SS, but that was a bit close.
That was a little bit close. Yes. Edward Bradley looks over his shoulder. Who was that? Well, the answer is, who was that coming in a little hot? Either Alan Middleton or Nigel Armstrong in the Red Dragon Aston Martin special.
It was Jock McKinnon, actually, who was behind Edward Bradley, I think.
Oh, was it? Okay. And just behind him, we saw the Invicta S-Type, which is kind of a forte of Trevor Swaite. And again, a name that sort of disappeared post-war, Invicta, for a brief period in the 30s, building, I mean, cars very similar in terms of price and market and performance to something like this, the Bentley of Jock McKinnon.
And we are celebrating 100 years since the first Bentley win at Le Mans, 1924. Yep. They subsequently won in 27 through to 1930 every year, and then, of course, that great victory in 2003. But 1924 was the first win, the second year of the Le Mans 24 Hours, and there's been whole celebrations going on this year for Bentley owners, and that's why I think we see so many in this race. They've come out for the Silverstone Festival, which is marvellous.
Yeah, there was a Bentley Drivers' Cup race meeting here a couple of weeks ago, and not just Bentleys, but there were an absolute host of Bentleys here. And actually, during the lunch break, a chance for all the members of the Bentley Drivers Club who wanted to lap the circuit, and then that queue of cars went on forever. Yeah, absolutely forever. So Pat Blakeney Edwards, fastest of all in the Fraser Nash, And second quickest, Gareth Burnett in the Alta Sport. So the Alta dates back to 1939, described as RAF blue. Well, there's an Alfa Romeo coming towards us. And that is not quite RAF blue, but getting that way. So that is kind of a 42, David Cook. So it's another 8C. This is an 8C Monza, very slightly different. 8C Otto Cilindri, so a straight 8-engined Alfa. David Cook currently in 14th place, scuttling by him. Now this is, I'm now in relatively unfamiliar territory with lots of these cars, I have to admit. So I'm waiting for a number coming towards us. I'm struggling with either of these. There's all sorts of changes going on. The 8C slots in front of car number 15, which is Nigel Downing's Riley Brooklands. Yes, Riley, not my strong suit by any stretch of the imagination. I need Mick Walsh with me here. Much more of a Riley aficionado.
Well, looking down the entry list, of which there are many, many cars, I worked out we've got 5 Le Mans winning marks racing with us this weekend, with Alfa Romeo, who won it 4 times. It's sort of forgotten, really, in the early 30s, 31 through to 34. Aston Martin, of course, we probably remember that one. Bentley 6 times, and Jaguar 7 times, and the Talbot Largo once. And we've got examples of all of those cars racing, qualifying now, but racing over this weekend.
32, Alex Hewittson's Riley TT Sprite replica. Again, not a later facsimile, but an identical car as raced by the factory by Riley in the Tourist Trophy. And that would have been Ards probably still in the late 30s. That's the car dates back to 1937, so...
Talking about 37, we've got car number 37 who's racing. It's down in 31st place with the owner Jonathan Lupton at the wheel, and this is one of the original Aston Martin team cars. It's got the number LM4, which means it was the 4th team car, and it will be shared by none other than Darren Turner, but I've sort of picked up in notes, not been told this, but I don't think Darren's here today, but he will be racing the car on Sunday.
Is that because he broke it at the Bentley Drivers Club a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, he did, didn't he? Yes, yeah, he's...
It was running fine, and then as he tried to take it out of the assembly area, it actually developed an ignition problem, which wasn't too much of a problem. That was only in qualifying, and actually it was quite healthy for the race. So had a good outing here a couple of weeks ago. As you say, it's a sort of very dark, quite patinated version of British Racing Green. The Bentley there you can see is much more sort of traditional BRG, but LM4 is British Racing Green, but with many years of castor oil added colouring to it. Lucas Halusa, we heard from earlier on in the 88, that's the 8C Zagato Alpha, the maroon car. He's currently in 8th place.
Shown as driving solo. Did you mention that he was sharing in this race?
Well, he said he was sharing with his brother because his dad's got a bad back.
So if he's sharing,
we haven't been notified.
No, Andreas is his brother, but haven't been told that he's sharing in this one. But it might be in another race because they are racing, as the Halusas do, in a number of different races.
Well, he did say he was driving that car with them, but
right.
we will wait and see.
We will.
Who else haven't we talked about?
Well, there's a certain Callum Lockie.
Yes.
Now, Callum is, he's a bit like Nigel Greensall, isn't he? He just jumps in anything. Callum's driving the Delahaye 135 from 1936. Number 2 with Ross Keeling, and they are sitting at 7th at the moment.
Lots of changes further down the order. And an interesting combination, we saw Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who is again doing double duty in this race,
yes.
Because he's sharing the Fraser-Nash Supersports that he started off in with Chris Ward, who'll do the rest of qualifying, but he's also driving another Fraser-Nash, 37 Fraser-Nash, with one Vijay Mallya. Yes, that Vijay Mallya of Force India, latterly off just across the road, which is now, of course, the Aston Martin factory. We talked about the Talbot Largo, and these very familiar, not quite pea green, but sort of pea green colours denote their cars. And this is that's AV105. That's a Brooklyn, so that's a very slightly different, but it's still in team colours. That's Dan Balfour.
That's the Roche Talbot, isn't it? So successful. There is another one there, one of the team cars for Michael Birch. Hope he's here. Yes, he is. He's 10th quickest.
In fact, I just saw him whistle through the back of shot, I think.
There he is now, and he always wears a Rubens Barrichello, or Barrichello, whichever way you like, helmet, so he's affectionately known as Barry Birch.
Well, there's a Rubens Barrichello Jordan 191 in the pit lane waiting to lunchtime demo, so actually if he turns up with the right helmet, he will certainly match the car.
Very, very effective cars, and that's Go 52. You can see if you're watching on the live stream the registration number on the back of that car. There were 4 team cars for the Talbot team, known as the Fox and Nickel entries, 1931 and 1932. They raced Go 51 through to Go 54, and we've got 2 of them here this weekend, Go 52 and Go 54. Still exist and still, as you can see, raced with considerable verve.
Mandatory headlights. Now, you will see from some of the other cars, things like the Invicta and the Bentley, that actually they're using sort of 12-inch wide, enormous period-style headlights. And here's something a little bit more period as well. Those appear to be much more modern and certainly not original headlights on the Talbot. So, but obviously do probably a more efficient job. A Bentley 3/4 1A.5. Well, that's a 3-litre Bentley chassis with a 4.5-litre engine and a typo glitch in the graphics that can't quite handle the 3, 4.5. So that's the Hudson Morley car. Again, we talked about the Jaguar family that know everything about Jaguar as well. The Morleys are the Bentley family that know everything about Morleys, and if they don't know, you definitely don't want to know it.
Well, the Hudson and Morley pairing is the same Hudson and Morley that were driving that Lister Nobley in an earlier qualifying session.
And in fact, there's an all-Morley car as well. So we've got Clive and James Morley in the 3, 4.5 Bentley car number 124.
Clive is dad, James and Stuart in separate cars, but they're the 2 sons.
And Clive's dad also started out racing Bentleys as well, so it's at the moment at least a 3-generation addiction, and I'm sure the kids won't escape it either.
I think Peter's, that's Peter's the grandfather, I think Peter's father raced as well. I was reading an old article that appeared in a magazine many years ago, and I hadn't remembered that he raced as well in the very early days. Very much a Bentley family.
Well, there you go, picking up Clive and James Morley's car. So that's their 3, again, 3, 4.5. So it's a familiar story. You've got a perfectly good chassis, but there's a bigger engine opportunity. Of course you put it in. So it's a 3-litre with a 4.5-litre engine. So the chassis is of that of a 3-litre Bentley, just with a bigger engine. And of course then there's no such thing as too much power, so supercharging came along, so you end up with 4.5-litre supercharged engines.
And we've got an example of one of those with another Bentley family, the Getleys, 57, which is one of the, as they were known, blower Bentleys, the supercharged 4.5-litre engine. Ewan Getley, his father, Louisa and Anna, his 2 sons, both racing. Louisa with Ewan and Anna sharing with Lewis Fox in another 3, 4.5. It's very much a family affair, this Bentley racing.
Yes. So Michael Birch just going quicker again in the Talbot team car. 8th place. And how close is he to... He's 8 tenths back from the Keeling and Lockie car number 2, which is their Delahaye. Not a shared Delahaye, well, the driving is shared, but Callum doesn't share the ownership of it. So Ross Keeling's Delahaye. They've had a number of wins in that car, actually, in various different things. And again, you talked about the twin wheels on the SS100. John Burton and Nick Fimbra.
Yes, just something happened and I didn't quite finish the story. Jaguar was known as Swallow Sidecars pre-Second War. And
Yes, there's something that happened was the rise of the Nazi Party, wasn't it?
For obvious reasons, they didn't want to call it SS anymore, so it became Jaguar. But this is actually a works car that was entered, known as the SS 100. But those twin wheels, idea being more rubber on the road, but they couldn't make the tyres any wider. They didn't have the technology to make wide tyres. So let's just bolt another pair of wheels on, put more rubber onto the tarmac.
And typically that's something you would have seen in hill climbing, though, particularly the double rear wheels on things like ERAs or what have you, in hill climbs where absolutely maximum traction for the shortest period of time is required.
Also
quite unusual to see on a circuit car.
C-Type Auto Union also with Hans Stuck Senior hill climbed with twin rear wheels.
Very much so. And of course, particularly in the tween war years, hill climbing Berggrennen was supremely prestigious sport in Europe, right? More so than in the UK. Again, one day I need an engineer to explain to me why so much camber on the front wheels is a good thing. You see this all the time on Bugattis, with so much positive camber where the inside of the tyre is canted in much narrower than the outside of the tyre, and then you lean on it and even less of the tyre is presented to the road, and I don't understand how that is a good thing or why it works. It just seems to me to be the opposite of why. You've doubled the amount of traction at the front, you've got even less at the rear, rather, you've got even less at the front, so that would seem to me to be promoting even more understeer, but maybe it's just helping you control the oversteer. Maybe it's not about the front wheels, it's all about the rear wheels, as we've talked about in driving anything sort of pre-ground effect. It's all about driving it with the rear.
It's probably something to do with the suspension geometry as well, because they didn't have... Oh, we've got, just in the background, you can hardly see the little three-wheeled Morgan. That's one of our favourites at the festival when the pre-war cars come, and that's the number 35 car of Sue Derbyshire and Duncan Wood. That's a Morgan Super Aero from 1929 with a 1260cc engine slung out the front with exposed valve gear, one wheel at the back, and surprisingly, you might say, it's the rear wheel that's driven, not the front wheels. And again, you might be surprised to know that will not be anywhere near the back of the field, particularly when Sue gets in it. Sue Derbyshire is an amazingly quick driver in that car.
I was going to say, I've seen her doing all sorts of things in various different events, hill climbs and sprints and races as well in the three-wheel Morgan. And yeah, I mean, it built at a time when light cars were very much a thing. Motorcycle engine, twin-cylinder engine, and so air-cooled means you don't need a radiator, you don't need cooling water, so less to fit in the car, lighter weight. And these things were not... They were not family motoring. These were designed, Morgan cars were always designed for enthusiastic driving, for the enthusiastic sporting driver. And as a result, these things are very quick indeed, super lightweight. Yeah. And as you say, yeah, the driven rear wheel, so very much like a motorcycle, although in a motorcycle you wouldn't have necessarily have had the V-twin across the frame, as you do on that car.
And with chain drive again, rather like the Fraser Nash, but only 2 gears on this one. First gear 0 to 70 miles an hour. Second gear, and I'm frightened saying this, 70 to 105 miles
70
an hour.
to bravery. and bear in mind what the roads were like in 1930. They were largely have been gravel with some oil on the top to keep the dust down. I think 70 would be enough to put us all into a fit of panic. The Invicta S-Type, again, we talked about Invicta, fairly short-lived, firm, but extremely prestigious and sporting cars. And here now is Ross Keeling and Callum Lockie's Delahaye. Again, a sort of deeper version of French Racing Blue.
Very interesting struts on the mud wings there at the front. They didn't exactly worry about aerodynamics too much, did they?
Well, they're narrow. I mean, obviously, they would have been given a wing shape nowadays, but nothing had a wing shape in those days. You've got very nice flowing mudguards at the front and cut off at the back, presumably to reduce drag or the amount of rubber that was thrown off the treads that you were carrying around with you. But another fabulous looking thing. And again, De La Haye, a company that barely survived the shutdown of World War II. I think they ended up making commercial vehicles just after the Second World War. But again, their sporting days by that stage were behind them. There's Edward Bradley in the Aston Martin Ulster. Where's he got to now at the moment? Car number 3 is 24th. Oh no, he's not.
21st, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the wrong car. Car number 4, yeah, 21st place. And again, that car, the family have raced extensively. They've raced it in the UK, Le Mans Classic and things like that as well. So this car gets a lot of outings. And again, as with all of these cars, you know, you're not belted into a body-hugging seat. You're sitting on something sort of leather and horsehair, probably. And so hanging on to the car is definitely part of the driver's art. And hence a lot of leaning to the inside of corners, which is why a lot of these cars have low cutaway sides.
And that car of Edward Bradley has been raced regularly since 1946.
Johnny come latelys.
Well, yes, it's just so it's well worn in anyway.
Yes, it's a well-known car, definitely.
And the Riley Kestrel Sports was just being followed there by the Christian Pedersen another Riley, the TT Sprite. Another one that takes its name from a famous race, the Tourist Trophy, which, as I think you mentioned earlier, was probably run in that year at Ards in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, there was a lot of road racing in Northern Ireland, of course on the Isle of Man as well, when it was illegal in the UK, when your choice of race circuits were Brooklands.
And a Bentley Tourer for Paul Pochkiol from 1924, so the very year that Bentley first won at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Oh, it would be interesting to know, wouldn't it? Oh, hello.
Bradley.
Little Bradley, oops. Be interesting to know, in terms of sales figures, what Bentley's figures were like in 1934 compared to 1933. And then compared to 35, oh dear, he's spun on his own oil, hasn't he? And I don't think he's aware that he's leaving quite a trail behind him.
Oh dear,
That is not good news. Yeah, no, he's heading into the pit lane, but he needs to switch that off in a hurry, because that is leaking a lot. Unfortunately, it looked rather darker than coolant.
And no steam either.
The Vijay Mallya and Patrick Blakeney Edwards car has just moved up to full fastest, so maybe the Pat is now in the 32B Fraser Nash, which is car number 135. We know that he started in car number 1. Now, can he manage to claim both spots on the front row? 57, little issue for Ewan and Louisa Getley's 4.5 litre blower Bentley.
This is on the oil, because the Bradley car is in the pit lane right below us, and actually I can see, looking out of the window, a massive slick of oil.
Yeah, he's left a long trail, and you can see it there in the track. In fact, there's a little sort of bright white line, or much lighter grey line, through the centre of Luffield there, and then coming into the pit lane. So there will be, hopefully, well, checker flag is out, so there will have been very vigorously waved red and yellow striped flags for the slippery surface, and there's another one that's been caught out. So luckily there is plenty of leeway there. So that is the Talbot Largo, Max Salby and George Elbon's car. And the blower with the longer sort of 4-seat body that is, well, I think, what a lot of people think of as a Le Mans Bentley shape. And you certainly see an awful lot of cars, certainly saw an awful lot of cars with that body shape a couple of years ago. a couple of weeks ago, rather, at the Bentley Drivers Club. So checker flag is out, I think, and actually it is the lunch hour, so a great opportunity then for the marshals to be able to go and work on that, get some quick dry down, really brush it in and really work on that long oil slick. So hopefully that the track will be in pristine condition, ready for the second half of our qualifying. That will all be cars that are run out of the modern Formula One pit lane below the wing. But there you can see quite clearly lots and lots of oil. And when you've got tyres as narrow as this and a car as big as that blower Bentley, what's that? That's getting on for 2.5 tons of truck on some fairly narrow tyres. And when suddenly all your grip goes away, then a moment ensues. So unfortunately,
it was Louisa at the wheel. Louisa Gatley there, just returning to the car.
Yep. Well, luckily no damage done, other than potentially to one final flying lap. I'm not sure, had she even not spun it, there would have been much more time to come out of it, because this, you lose much more in a slow corner than you ever make up in a quick one, and particularly when the slow corner is covered in oil. Well, that brings our morning's qualifying to an end as we complete our session rather for the pre-war sports cars in the BRDC 500.
RML Group are celebrating their 40th anniversary here at the Silverstone Festival, and I'm delighted to have Paul Dickinson, the new COO, here with me to tell us a bit more. First of all, Paul, congratulations, 40th anniversary.
Thank you very much. We're very excited to be here at Silverstone Festival, celebrating our 40 years of engineering excellence.
Now, there are lots and lots of cars here we can talk about, but first of all, you've got cars out on track too.
We have indeed. Ray, our founder, in fact, is driving in the Formula Juniors in one of the very early Mallock race cars. There's lots of our cars on track throughout the weekend, including a very famous car, the Vauxhall Cavalier that John Cleland ran in the British Touring Cars.
What an iconic car that is. Now, there are some more iconic cars here, as I mentioned, including 2 Aston Martins. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, we had a very close partnership with Aston Martin throughout the 80s for sports car racing. The far side, we've got the Nimrod, which is their first return into sports car racing, and then we have the AMR1 at the other end, at the real pinnacle of Group C racing.
But it's not just about noise, though, is it? There's noise around us, because there's this. It says Nissan Nismo on the side, but it's a bizarre-looking concept. What can you tell us?
Yes, there's a very interesting project that we had with Nissan to produce a car for Le Mans. It's actually a hybrid, so it has both an internal combustion and electric motors. It's the first car to run at Le Mans where it transitioned from internal combustion to electric propulsion. And also, 10 years on, because this ran in 2014, it still holds the lap record at Le Mans for the fastest all-electric lap.
Fantastic stuff. You mentioned John Cleland a moment ago, actually, and an amazing touring car. There's another one behind us, Rob Huff's car. There's more than that on this stand too, and there's more out on track. What can you tell us about the safety cars you've got?
Yes, to help us celebrate our 40th anniversary, we decided to bring 2 of our short wheelbase, our bespoke cars, along, and they are now running at the front of every race as the safety cars. We hope people enjoy seeing those up close and personal.
Absolutely fantastic. So many amazing cars for you to see here at Silverstone at the festival if you're coming down. If not, try and enjoy them through the beauty of your screen as well. Paul, thank you so much indeed. It's a real pleasure.
Our final qualifying session of day 1 of the morning, at least for the Silverstone Festival 2024 for the BRDC 500, Motor Racing Legends pre-war sports cars. So these cars raced in the period predominantly between the wars. There are some 1920s cars as well, but predominantly most of these raced in the heyday of the 1930s, and almost all with 4 wheels. Doesn't stop the Morgan being particularly quick. And a few multi-car, multi-driver teams going on here. 88 is the Halusa family Alpha 8C Zagato. A slick of oil at the end of the session laid down by Edward Bradley's Aston Martin Ulster, catching out Louisa Gatley in the supercharged Bentley. She wasn't alone, but luckily the checkered flag was out. And at the end of the session, it was Patrick Blakeney-Edwards who was fastest of all in the car that he shares with Chris Ward, the Fraser-Nash Super Sports. Also shares with Vijay Mallya in the Fraser-Nash 328. And that car lines up on row 2 of the grid ahead of a TT Rep and a Delahaye on row 3. Fastest of the Bentleys is the 4.5 litre car in 7th place, and the Morleys, 3 of them in 2 cars with more 3 litre chassis and 4.5 litre engine Bentleys round out row 5 of the grid. First the Talbot AAV 105s, Dan Balfour 11th ahead of Michael Birch in the Le Mans car, and then the Halusa family Alpha 8C. Lucas did say he was sharing with his brother Andreas, but I'm not sure that Andreas is sharing in this race. The Red Dragon Aston Martin Speed Special in 14th place. And a bumper field of 35 cars, dating from the mid-20s to the late 30s. So those cars will be in action on Sunday once more. That's when they will race. So great opportunity to see these cars in action today and again on Sunday. If you are here for the entire weekend, there is an awful lot going on. And of course, during the lunch break, there will be lots of on-track demonstrations as well before we come back in the afternoon. Qualifying starts once again at 10 minutes past 2. But it is now time for me to have a sandwich and for Gary Champion to rule the waves.
And to run from 1958 through to 1963.
Sector, that's the fastest time that he has set. Tim De Silva in 6th. These cars across the line, just been caught out a fraction. Mechanical issue. He shows time. Well, he's still got a second in hand.
Well, hello everyone and welcome back. I've relocated. I'm now in the new pits down here with the wing. We've been in the national pits all morning and we're now down here for another action-packed afternoon of qualifying. We've got some modern GT cars behind me. I'll talk about those in a second. For now, just follow me a little bit because in the background of this shot, you'll be able to see all of Ayrton Senna's cars. Now, we're celebrating Ayrton Senna this weekend because 30 years ago, he lost his life at Imola, but no one has left such a big mark on the sport as Ayrton did, and so many of his victories came here at Silverstone. In the lower categories, he won the British Grand Prix in 1988, and he was such a successful driver. And actually, I chatted to a Formula 3 driver this morning in the Formula 3 race who raced against him in period, and he said, do you know what, even then we knew he was special. So look out for those cars across the weekend. We're celebrating many things. We're celebrating 60 years of the Ford Mustang, the famous American car that really it's hit the road running. They sold so quickly that there was one guy that actually slept in his car overnight so it wasn't sold from underneath him. So look out for the Mustang race later today. We've got historic Grand Prix cars coming up, but let's have a better look at that timetable. So we're going to start with the historic Formula 1 cars. This is 66 to 85. Do not miss this. Some absolutely incredible cars. The Masters GT Trophy, that the cars you saw earlier just behind me in shot, and the Endurance Legends, which are almost modern Le Mans cars, incredible sights. Then there's a modern Formula 1 demonstration, the Sports Car Legends, and then finishing with the pre-66 Grand Prix cars before we crack on with the Mustang race, which we talked about earlier. It's got lots of 60s touring cars in there, but do look out for the Mustang. And then at the end of the day, the International Trophy for classic GT cars. So we've got an action-packed afternoon. I'm going to try and speak to as many drivers as possible and give you a little flavour of what everyone's experiencing down here. But for now, let's go and see what Martin and Alistair are up to.
Thank you, Ed. Well, we have banished Ed down to the garages outside the wing, or underneath the wing, strictly more accurately speaking. Lots of cars in the garages there, and if you are here at the circuit, you can go along and have a wander around and see everything there, as well as in the Heritage Pit Lane. You can also go to Foodie Fest with our Great British Bake Off winners and our our MasterChef winners as well, giving demonstrations throughout the afternoon. There are tasting sessions as well, and I'm sure fans of a certain programme will be taking the opportunity to go down and test some of the wares from the Diddley Squat Farm Shop later in the day. Don't forget that the stage is in action as well during the course of the day, and the music starts there at 5:45 with Nath Brooks, and then Shola Amma at 6:45, and tonight's star feature will be Sophie Ellis-Bextor's Silverstone Kitchen Disco, possibly not featuring a kitchen. I can't guarantee that kitchens will be involved, but if you've never seen Sophie Ellis-Bextor live or haven't heard her shows, you are in for one heck of a treat. She's a great performer, and that will be as the sun goes down here at Silverstone. There will be some sun as well. For those of you who are at the circuit, you'll know that it is still pretty blustery, and that has a big effect on the handling here at Silverstone. Not so much on the older cars, but the modern machinery, they'll definitely have to take that into consideration. Lots to see and do for all ages. Kids of all ages will be well accommodated here for with a massive variety of different car club displays. There's the iconic auctioneers auction, the competition cars. The auction starts in about 10 minutes, in fact 20 minutes at 2:30 this afternoon. Live on stage, you'll see Anstead whizzing around doing events as well. And there was a big oil slick, a rather unfortunate major engine failure for one of the Aston Martins. Edward Bradley was driving, left a long oil slick towards the end of the final qualifying session of the morning. And that means that because of clear-up operations, wasn't really safe for the marshals to be out on track and to have all our lunchtime car club displays. So unfortunately, those were cancelled today. Hopefully tomorrow they will still go ahead. We will have, as part of the displays, parades of some of the vehicles that are here, some of the 26 different cars, bikes and karts, go-karts, associated with the late Ayrton Senna, including a couple of Honda NSXs that he owned himself, one of which was due to be with his niece Leilani Senna, who's an artist who created the 20-foot plus tall bust of Ayrton that was unveiled at Interlagos on the 1st of May this year. Bruno Senna will be here tomorrow, and he will drive his uncle's 1984 Toleman Formula One car, the TG183B, chassis number 5 to be precise, is one of the General Belgrano cars that are here this weekend. There's 3 or 4 Tolemans here, driven by Senna in period, but chassis number 5 is the one with which he made his Grand Prix debut, and the season opener in those days traditionally was the Brazilian Grand Prix. So the Brazilian made his debut in that particular car. That'll be driven by Bruno Senna, with Chris Dinage driving the Lotus 97T, with which Senna claimed his first ever win in Estoril in 1985 at the Portuguese Grand Prix. So those cars will both be out on track tomorrow and hopefully out on Sunday as well. Well, lots to see and do. Let's hear again from the tallest man at the wing.
The Ferris wheel isn't the only thing here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival, that Michelin have got something to do with. Now, when you think of motorsport, of course you think Silverstone, and of course you think Michelin. They are synonymous, and I'm delighted to find out a little bit more by talking to the UK marketing manager for Michelin here. It's Martin Thompson. It's great to see you here. It's lovely to see you with such a great presence as well.
That's right. It's really important that, given the 2 icons that Silverstone and Michelin are, that we have a really good presence here. And as you know, Michelin, through the ages, we have been heavily involved in motorsport. The first competition we competed in was the 1895 Paris-Brest. We've had over 1,000 motorsport victories in all formats. And looking at technology, all of the technology you see in car tyres today comes from our work within motorsport, the longevity, the energy-saving tyres, and our latest creation, the cross-climate tyre. That's actually developed from the Le Mans teams wanting a wet slick. So that's where that technology came from there.
Of course, we always think tyres are Michelin, but it's not just tyres, is it? I mean, there's also restaurants too.
There are restaurants, there are maps and guides. The whole restaurant scenario came from, in the early days, the Michelin brothers realised that people were starting to travel further afield. They needed to know where they could get a nice meal, they needed to know where they could get a good bed for the night, and that's where the whole Michelin starred theory sort of evolved from.
But there's also the Michelin Man. Now, he makes an appearance from time to time, doesn't he?
He does indeed. If you're around during the weekend, the Michelin Man will be showing his face. He'll be there for photographs, and yeah, he'll just be playing up. So that'll be.
And over in the paddock, there's a bit of a Michelin presence too?
We've got a real eclectic mix of 20 vehicles down in the international paddock. They'll be taking part in the parade every day, so yeah, that's worthwhile going to look at, that's for certain.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots to see, lots to do, including this, the 360-degree platform, so I'm going to give this a go, and you can too.
And he finds all the fun things to do. Well, this afternoon's qualifying sessions are due to start in 10 seconds ago, 14:10 British Summer Time, so 15:10 Central European Summer Time, 13:10 Greenwich Mean Time, wherever you are across the world. This is what the format looks like. We should have the Cosworth Formula One cars out shortly, the GT Trophy, and the Endurance Legends, as Ed said, very much up to date. LM and GT racing cars, modern F1 demonstration at 4 o'clock. And then the Master Sports Car Legends and the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars as we work towards the end of the day of qualifying sessions with the Mustang Celebration Trophy and the classic GT cars, the Pre-66 GT cars. So expect lots of Lotus Cortinas and the like in that round out proceedings this afternoon. And of course, at that stage, the music stage will be starting to go live. The fun fair will still be there. The food and drink vendors will be around and about. And upstairs in the wing, you will find all the exhibits in and outside, in fact, in the wing. The iconic auctioneers, Silverstone Festival auction. Over 3 days, they'll be auctioning road cars, collectors' cars, competition cars today, and all sorts of two-wheel vehicles and motoring memorabilia and ephemera on Sunday as well. So lots and lots to see. And you don't have to have won the Euro Millions to be able to go and afford stuff there. Of course, if you have won the Euro Millions, they'd be very, very happy to sell you a catalogue and let you bid with your newfound wealth.
Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? Never mind, we're not here for my beanbag prowess. We're here to find out about pure Michigan and visit Detroit. When you think of Detroit, you think of Motor City and Motown, and Michigan itself, well, what a state it is too. And to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Yolanda Fletcher here. Great to see you.
Oh, lovely to see you too. We're absolutely thrilled to be here.
Why are you here then? Why have you come to the Silverstone Festival?
Well, it's the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang was built in Detroit. So we are here to celebrate that with all those Mustang owners and all the good people coming through the show over the next 3 days.
The big race as well, the icing on the very top of a very, very nice cake as well. Now, mentioned Detroit's synonymous with Motor City, with Mustang, as you say, and what a beautiful Mustang you've got here on your stand, but also Motown too. What is it that is so amazing? It's very hard for you to answer this. So amazing about Michigan itself.
Oh, there's really so much, and but we love the fact that we're the birthplace of Motown music. Everyone can go to the original recording studio and see where those big stars, you know, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, all recorded in that original place. So it's pretty cool to see that. But also going to the Henry Ford Museum, it will take you 2.5 days to go around the whole museum. You can also see where the Ford F-150 truck is made. So it's really, really a lot to do. And then you can go up the side of the lake of Lake Michigan and go up to Traverse City, sip some wine and enjoy lots of cherries, that we are the biggest cherry supplier in the USA.
Sold it to me. There you go. So Motor City, this is very much just scratching the surface. Yolanda, thank you very much indeed. If you come down to the Silverstone Festival, make sure you come to the stand, because you can enter yourself into a competition for 2 people to go off to Michigan itself. Good luck.
Yeah, we did mention
Adam, I'm afraid I've doorstepped you here because we want to know how to drive Silverstone quickly. And you're a full professional racing driver, so let's talk through a lap. And we'll start from the new pit straight, everything like that. What are the secrets? You're obviously giving away all the secrets here, but tell us everything.
Yeah, I'd say first of all, I'll take the backhanders first before I start saying this. Silverstone's obviously one of my favourite circuits. Winning the Silverstone 500 here a few weeks ago was incredible, and memories that'll stick with me for a lifetime. But starting up at Silverstone, obviously, first of all, it's really cool coming across the wing section of the circuit. Very, very famous and got a lot of history behind it. Turn 1's quick. You're going to be using all the curb on the inside, but it's so important because then you're into the long left-hander of Turn 2. If you compromise yourself there, it's game over. You've got to wait another 2 minutes to have another shot at it. So there's lots of corners around here that are quite challenging. You go through Turn 2, into Turn 3, if you carry a little bit much too speed in, it's very, very easy to do so. You get enticed to do it, but then you compromise your exit out of Turn 4, and then you run down to Brooklands. Brooklands is cool, you go into there in front of the BRDC. I'm very, very privileged to be a BRDC superstar and member. You're always waving up to the people up there as you're heading into it, but it's so important to use all the curb on the inside there, hook it up to really focus on the exit then. Out of Fulfield and onto the National Pit Straight.
Okay, so onto the National Pit Straight, you've then got what I think are the greatest sequence of corners anywhere in the world. You've got Copse, Maggots, Beckett's, and then down the hanger straight to Stowe. Is it just a case of, like before, don't go into Maggots and Beckett's too quickly and compromise the exit onto the hanger straight?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but with that, you need to be absolutely flat out. You know, you shut your eyes and send it through there as hard as you can. Maggots and Beckett's, you do get enticed into it. Sorry for the noise in the background, but you do get enticed into it. It's so difficult to not push the entry of the left, to then compromise your run through the right. You want to be disciplined, use all the road on the left-hand side, including the red sausage curb, which you'll see us doing today, just to make the whole sequence as wide as possible. And then it's all about shortcutting the track as much as possible to focus on your run down the hanger straight.
Brilliant, Adam. We've got cars on track. Thank you for giving away all your secrets. It's much appreciated. We'll go and see what's going on track.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Ed. Well, he can tell us how to get a fast lap around Silverstone. Actually doing it, I'm going to leave that to professionals, or in this case, the exceedingly quick drivers in our motor racing legends, Masters Racing Legends Formula One category. This is 1966 to 1985. So 866, the return to power after 1.5 litre Formula One to the 3 litre Formula One era, which we kind of used the catch-all phrase as the DFE era, because that was the dominant engine of the category from 1966 to 1985 in terms of numerical dominance on the grid, but also in terms of race wins. Of course, you still had Ferrari, you still had Alfa Romeo, you still had a whole host of other different manufacturers coming and going before the turbo era, but it was predominantly Ford, Cosworth and the DFV that powered most of the grid. And most of the manufacturers' products you will see out here today are directly in Formula One as a legacy of being able to use a DFE, a Hewland DG 5-speed gearbox and Goodyear tyres. That was the formula. Then you just designed the chassis and the bodywork to hold them all together. So welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. Afternoon session is underway in the best way possible. There are few things that will really put your hairs up on the back of the neck as much as the sound of a DFE on full song. And when you've got 30 of them, as we have here today, or 28 in fact, then you've got a great noise. And the difference between some of the earlier cars, you can see the Yardley BRM there, and some of the later cars, the FW07s, the McLaren MP4s and the Arrows from the early and mid-1980s, you can really see how Formula One developed as aerodynamics became more and more effective and more well understood and more harnessed. Then the cars got quicker and they definitely changed. And there you can see the yellow and blue car, the Matchbox 30s. That's a real mid-70s look, isn't it? Low body, big wide front wing, huge high airbox to try and get that airflow. And that's car number 15, driven by Roel Goethe. In fact, that's not, that's car number 19, beg your pardon, that's Chris Perkins. So he's in the Matchbox 30s. Again, the high airbox, so beloved of fans of the mid-70s. So Roel Goethe is out there. Roel is driving his McLaren M19, a white and orange car, as you would expect. Car number 30 there, we've seen a few shots of the Arrows A4 of Simon Fish with Nordica ski boots, Ragno Ceramica from Imola, and they also had Beta Utensili quite often on the cars as well. Very familiar orange and white colour scheme, and in fact in later years the orange and white, the orange was broken up by white grouting as well to make it look like the tiles on the side pods. So I'm Martin Haven, joining me again is Alistair. So Alistair, for those of us who watch Formula One racing in this period, this just takes you back and puts you right back in that place again.
It absolutely does, and it's the sound of the cars more to me than the colours and the shapes, because it's just that DFE engine. We did, of course, as you've already said, it was the dominant engine. It wasn't the only engine. There were Ferraris and other 12-cylinder engines as well, but the DFE was the dominant engine. What was it, 155 wins at in Grand Prix racing. And we briefly saw there, actually just going out, here it is now, thank you very much, just about to say, this is one of the most important cars. We've got a couple of cars come together, unfortunately.
Now then, that is out of Club Corner, so the triple right-hander that ends the lap. So is that the Lek on the right-hand side? No, it's not. Oh, so that's an Acela. There you go, Beta Utensili. So car number 9, that is the March 761 of Robert Blaine. And the Acela, driven by Mark Dwyer. Acela, one of the smaller Italian manufacturers when it came to Formula One. They competed in Formula One sort of early 80s for 5 or 6 seasons. And that is an unfortunate spin. So I'm kind of assuming that...
It's a red flag.
Yeah, red flag's out to rescue those 2 cars. They're very much on the racing line. Not sure who spun, but synchronised spinning and the littlest bit of contact, but wheels interlock there makes it very hard. And of course the problem with these cars, generally no onboard starter, so if you have a spin and don't get the clutch down and manage to keep the engine running, then there's no chance of moving on. So a brief red flag interruption. At the moment, at the top of the timing sheets, we have a world champion. Say what now? Yes, world endurance champion Stuart Hall, who won the World Championship World Endurance Series with Roel Goethe and Jamie Campbell-Walter in GT cars. Mike Wrigley, second fast. Stewie Hall, by the way, is driving Roel's March 821. It's a 1982 Formula One car. Second fastest is Mike Wrigley. So Mike in the Tyrrell 011, the blue candy liveried Tyrrell, and that is a 1982 car number 72. We just saw the Arrows A4 of Simon Fish, currently 3rd fastest, and in 4th place is Steve Hartley's McLaren MP41. We were just about to start talking about that car. Yes. There it is in shot, and there is the Surtees, car number 19, Chris Perkins, the bright blue and yellow car. And 78, Warren Briggs, and McLaren M29 coming into the pit lane.
Warren looking every bit like John Watson there. In fact, Warren Briggs used to work...
Well, he's got a beard.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Can't see that inside the crash helmet.
John did Imperial, didn't he, at that stage?
The silver crash helmet. But yes, Warren Briggs worked for McLaren as a fabricator in 1978 and worked on the M29, and here he is driving one now. I wondered if in 1978 whether he thought, I'll be driving one of those one day.
I think probably in 1978 he would have liked to have driven one of those one day.
That car was actually driven by Patrick Tambay in 1979 and John Watson in 1980. John Watson himself.
John Watson, I think, I might be wrong, still holds the record, does he not, for being the man who has won a Grand Prix from furthest back on the grid? They had a couple in that year where McLaren barely qualified at all, and Watty won Long Beach from something ridiculous like 29th or 22nd, 23rd. John, send me a message, remind me what it was, but I think he still holds that record. In the foreground, car number 15, that's Roel Goethe in a McLaren M19A. Thank you very much. So with the familiar Yardley, I was going to say perfume, but that is that particular is a Yardley cologne, isn't it? And of course, those colours also were on Peter Gethin's BRM when he won the closest ever finish in Formula One, a slipstreamer at Monza. 71? Stuart's going to shout at me now because he knows much more about BRM than I will ever know. But yeah, that was a Yardley BRM. But then they moved on to sponsor McLaren. And in the era of Denny Hulme being a McLaren driver.
And the car you're talking about, the M19A with the Yardley sponsorship, Roel Goethe, is a car that was driven by Denny Hulme himself in 1971 and 1972. He won the South African Grand Prix in 1972 in that very car, and it was also driven in 72 by Peter Revson as well, a driver who really made a name for himself in Can-Am and Formula One.
And there's a double perfume link there, because not only was the Yardley brand on the car, but Peter Revson was heir to the Revlon fortune, which again was made from perfume. A different sort of scent in a car just a couple of cars back, the Shadow with a Villiger Kiel cigar sponsorship on. Well, Ewan Surgison we often see in a Villager Shadow. Not sure that Ewan is racing here this weekend.
Yes, yep.
Is he?
Number 58.
I missed him though. I was looking down the garages, didn't see him. He's in the Shadow. Okay.
Yes, the DN9A that Clay Regazzoni and Elio De Angelis drove, as well as Hans Stuck. Not this car, but Regazzoni and De Angelis actually drove the car that Ewan is in this weekend.
And Ewan almost always with a Regazzoni replica helmet. Although I don't think Clay Regazzoni ever sported the sort of moustache that Ewan Surgison has.
More of an RAF moustache than...
very much so, very much so. So there's a few interesting cars. There's a real handful of a Formula One. Most of these Formula One cars are fairly straightforward. Some of them edging into the ground effect era, but again, a fairly straightforward car with a manual gearbox, springs, dampers, all that kind of stuff. And there's a different one, and it is the Essex liveried Lotus 88. Now, the Lotus 88 being driven here by Nick Padmore, and in fact it's a 1981 88B, was a car that never raced in period because it was banned before it ever took to the track. And it was one of Colin Chapman's insanely out-of-the-box pieces of thinking, where essentially the centre part of the car where the driver sits was entirely separate from the body. Not in that you could lift the bodywork off like you can with most of these cars, either in bits or in one piece, but the bodywork was a separate car sort of thing. It was essentially a double chassis car where, to reduce the unsprung weight of the car, the bodywork was sprung onto the suspension, and the car was, but independently. So the body moves independently to the driver. Now, if you can imagine...
It was as difficult to explain then as it is now.
I know. And probably as difficult to get the head around as well. I mean, how it would have worked, I don't know. Whether Lotus would ever have got on top of it, I don't know. But it was one of those ideas that was simple in its brilliance, but trying to make it work, a very different thing. I sort of overheard Nick Padmore debriefing with the team yesterday, and it seems to be all of the things that you would expect a car that revolutionary and that different to throw up seem to be being thrown up. For instance, when you start to leave the pit lane and build up at speed and the airflow over the bodywork starts to build up, the bodywork lowers because it's on springs and the springs compress. Now, that's not something that a driver is used to, the bodywork disappearing down. So Nick can barely see out over the cowl in front of the driver when it's stationary, but then it squats down. And then when the car dives a little under braking, the back of the car comes up because the aerodynamic effect on the tail is less than on the front, and so the springs push the back up, and all sorts of different things going on. And the separation of the chassis and the bodywork, and the fact that the bodywork is on springs also means that the aerodynamic integrity of the body, possibly, I would think, remains more stable even in roll than it would if it was solidly attached to the chassis, because as the chassis starts to roll, the body doesn't have to, because it's not being affected by the weight of the engine, the transmission and the driver and the fuel and everything else. So again, there's another variation for the driver, is that as you start to roll, even minimally that these cars do, you start to roll, but the bodywork doesn't. So it looks like it's sort of leaning into the corner or out of the corner. And again, the things that does to a driver who's got a certain hard-wired feel for a car through the backside, I'm not quite sure that I want to be trying to explain that either. Well, hopefully, with both cars now rescued from the Exeter Club corner, which, as we saw earlier on this morning, is basically a dead zone that you can't recover cars from without stopping everything else. We should be getting ready to go. Air starters have been plugged in. There is the Lotus 88, the Courage Brewery and David Thiem's Essex Petroleum Company. And it, again, you just look at it. Look at it around the cockpit. That channel around the cockpit isn't a channel around the cockpit. That is where there is a cockpit and then there's a body. And there's more than enough room to push your fist down between the two. Not that the team would advise that, obviously. But it's a very individual looking car. And I don't doubt it's a very different handling car. In the background, the tall airbox on a Shadow DN5, Kurt Bennett in the Lucky Strike livery car. And here's a couple of cars that have really ignited crowds around Silverstone over the years. Car number 7, the FW07C of Mike Cantillon, and just ahead of him, Lucas Halusa, or just behind him, Lucas Halusa in car number 4. And again, that's a Williams FW08. And this was really where Williams hit their stride in Formula One, isn't it? Where they started to win races and then become champions.
Well, that's interesting that you say win races and become champions, because Lucas Halusa's car, number 4, the Williams FW08, is the very car that Keke Rosberg drove in 1982 to win the World Championship. However, he only won one race, and that was the Swiss Grand Prix, which was held at Dijon in France. But he took the championship with just that one win in that very car. It was a winning car, but you wouldn't have thought he'd have taken the championship, would you, with it?
Well, it was the consistency and his ability to score. And don't forget, in those days, only the top 6 scored points rather than the top 10. So, again, having a car that stayed together was a big deal.
That's it. It wasn't so normal to have every car finishing the race, which these days, it doesn't happen every race, but very often we're seeing maybe just one retirement from 20 cars. But then it was quite normal to have half the field drop out. But that very, very well-known car that Lucas Halusa's driving, and the number 7 Mike Cantillon FW07C, that was driven by Carlos Reutemann in 1981. And if you cast your mind back, if you were watching Formula One then, Carlos Reutemann was definitely quids in to win the championship that year. He really just needed a decent finish at the last race at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas, and for some reason Carlos Reutemann turned up not really in the game at all, finished 8th and was beaten to the championship by Nelson Piquet by just that 1 point. And it's never really been explained, but Reutemann was a very mercurial character, wasn't he? And when he wasn't in the game, he wasn't in it at all. And that was the very car that Mike Cantillon is driving that Reutemann was in that day. In 82, it was passed on to Keke Rosberg, and he drove that same chassis.
And in fact, just as we were getting to this car, we saw a quick shot of a Parmalat Brabham, and that was it was in a similar car that Nelson Piquet won that title in 1981. Car number 47, Werner Dansenburg is driving that. It's a BT49. In fact, that's a 1982 chassis in the familiar white and blue Parmalat livery. And so that car also, you know, redolent of, well, Piquet's first championship in 81, won again then in 83 and in 1987. Indebted, by the way, watching online, I think, to SRW48, who confirms that John Watson started the 1983 Long Beach Grand Prix from 22nd on the grid and won it, and there is the Brabham. But did correct me that the Lotus 88 did in fact take to the track. I should have said it never raced. It did actually go out in a practice session here at Silverstone, but was disqualified during practice and before the race. That was obviously a day when practice was before the FIA had finished breakfast and Jean-Louis Balestre hadn't quite woken up. So
that was 1981.
There we go. Yeah, so I will take that. As always, there's always somebody who knows much more about these things than I do, and often that's Alistair standing alongside me, and very frequently it's somebody in the audience as well. So thank you to SWR48 for both of those. I was sort of halfway there. So here's Werner Dansenborg in the Brabham. Again, Cosworth engine car, and of course these cars designed by Gordon Murray in the Brabham ownership years of Bernal Charles Ecclestone. And he is on target for an even quicker lap at the moment, I think, Werner. Christoph Dansenborg is just a couple of spots behind him in the FW07C. That's car number 37.
That one was Alan Jones's car for 1981, and he won the USGP West at Long Beach and second in Brazil that year in that chassis. And designed, of course, by Sir Patrick Head.
Indeed. And that Brabham was not a Nelson Piquet chassis. In fact, it was a Riccardo Patrese chassis. So Riccardo Patrese driving that. Mike Cantillon, third fastest at the moment. Purple sector 1. And how did he do sector 2? Not as well. Caught traffic in the Beckett's S's. So this is exiting or into the third timing sector on the track. Heading out of the Vale and into Club Corner, right, and even further right than that. No, we're not talking US elections, we're talking Club Corner, the exit that comes across the line with work to do. Behind him, 72, this is Mike Wrigley's Tyrrell 011, and that is the fastest car, so the blue car behind. There you go with the Candy Electronics sponsorship on the side. And Imola Ceramica.
The Tyrrell 011 was the last chassis to win a Grand Prix with a DFV engine in the back. It was a slightly later development, the DFY, but it was the end of the DFV domination in the back of that car. Of course, turbos had taken over by then.
And behind you can see 37, that's Christoph Dansenborg, the next of the Saudi Williamses that comes around. So Christoph Dansenborg currently 5th quickest. Hold it, there he is. Oh, beg your pardon, no, that's not, that's... who's that, 20?
That's Mark Hazel.
Oh, right, okay, right.
In
So
his 07B Williams.
Yeah.
He was entered in an 08C, but changed at the last minute to an 07B.
Nice to have the choice.
It is. Which one shall I take this morning?
There you go, there is Dansenborg.
An excellent time from Stuart Hall, number 18, as you'd probably expect from such a good driver. But Stuart Hall in the March 821 as it's listed, although actually it's not a March. It was built for Ram Racing, designed by Adrian Reynard for Jochen Mass, Rupert Keegan and Raoul Bosel that year. But not one of the fancied cars of that year, but Stuart Hall's put it in second on the provisional times.
Yeah, those the two Ram team cars run by John McDonald often struggled a little bit to qualify, but there was nothing inherently that wrong with them. So Christoph Dansenborg, 20 years ago you would have found him at the front of or racing in a modern FIA GT field. And you see actually the G-forces these cars are still generating. They have sort of got the ground effect bodywork, but without the side skirts, very little ground effect actually there. But you can see still the head being moved around in the corners. They're still generating a lot of lateral G. So I haven't spoken much about Jamie Constable, car number 99, Tyrrell 011B. That car is currently in 5th place. Let's take a look at a couple of the McLarens, or here's the 77 McLaren at least. This is Steve Hartley. Not come up and see me, that's Steve Harley.
Steve Hartley, the Jam Baron as he's known, the Hartley's Jam. But that car, the MP41, and one of the most significant cars in the field, because that was the first car to run with carbon composite tub, which was developed at McLaren. It's John Watson's car from 1982.
Yeah, it was the aerospace company Hercules in the States that were the global front runners in carbon fibre and composite manufacture, and that was largely because of their involvement in the space program with NASA. It really was a case of competition, well, to get to the moon first and to build the first returnable spaceship that improved the breed in that case. Mike Wrigley goes to the top of the pile by 9/10 or 900ths? 9/10 ahead of Stuart Hall, and in third place Steve Hartley. Steve Hartley is just 69 thousandths slower than Stuart Hall. How much time we got on the clock? 3 minutes. Well, that's really not time to make any changes or to change tyres, so it looks as though that was Mike Wrigley's final hurrah.
Lots of improvements, though, as the drivers settle in, so we could get some improved times.
Warren Briggs in car number 78, the McLaren M29, and he's going by the Shadow. So M29, late 70s. This is a pre-Ron Dennis era car, so 1979 car was the last of the Teddy Mayer McLaren cars.
Yes, the MP you mentioned in a previous qualifying session, McLaren Project 4, and that MP4 designation went right through from Steve Hartley's car, number 77, right through to MP4 31 of Fernando Alonso and Jenson Button in 2016. They continued with that MP4 nomenclature.
Well, that was the team, McLaren Project 4, so until the end of the Ron Dennis era. 17 here, very distinctive 70s look of Kirk Bennett's Shadow DN5 with the Lucky Strike livery, and right behind, pulling out of the slipstream, Steve Brooks in the Lotus 91. So again, another very familiar livery, the black and gold of Imperial Tobacco's John Player Special brand. Predecessor to which, of course, was Gold Leaf, which was also Imperial Tobacco, wasn't it? I seem to think something in my grey matter tells me that. I stand to be corrected, as always. It's the only reason I stand up.
That number 12 car was the first of Lotus's carbon composite tubs, so they were following McLaren, shortly, slightly behind them. And of course, Nigel Mansell drove that sort of car in period in his Lotus days.
Great view behind Ewan Sergison's car of the Tyrrell 012 with that real low-cut cockpit that was in vogue before somebody realised that it possibly wasn't the safest thing for a driver, and high sides returned. But those were always great cars to watch, because even almost at eye level you could still see the driver's hands working inside the cockpit.
Yes, I think the similar design was the Jordan, wasn't it? The Gary Anderson designed Jordan, the 7-Up car, with that fabulous low-cut cockpit and then the sweeping airbox behind it.
I'm trying to remember who designed the 012, and I'm tempted to say Harvey Postlethwaite.
Maurice Philippe.
Ah, was it? Okay, there we go. I'm glad I didn't plump for Harvey Postlethwaite. A bit of an argument going on here. My good friend Richard says Lotus 88 was black flagged in practice for the 1981 Long Beach Grand Prix. Whereas our correspondent online was saying black flagged at Silverstone. So that waits to be sorted out. Google is your friend, but I haven't got time for that. Simon Fish again in the Arrows A4. Where's he ending up? He's currently 7th, and the checker flag is out. Steve Brooks has taken it first in his Lotus 91. And where's the 88 of Nick Padmore? Even looking back, he's down in 23rd place. 2 minutes 2.1 for Nick Padmore, compared to 1:52 for Mike Wrigley, and a little bit of after you Clauding. Roel Goethe comes across the line in the McLaren, just ahead of the Williams. There's an ex-Raoul Boisel chassis. That is the Ram March that we were talking about. So it's got Raoul's personal sponsorship on the front, and the Newsweek Rothmans livery Café do Brasil. Café do Colombia were a big sponsor at roughly the same time. Don't see so much coffee sponsorship anymore. Who's got Illy or anything? Coffee sponsors were big in the 80s.
More in GT racing these days.
Yeah.
Mainly because the owners of the coffee companies actually are the amateur driver in the shared car.
Well, that never hurts, does it? No. That never hurts. So checker flag is out. Stuart Hall has taken it. Steve Hartley has taken it. William Dansenborg, Mike Cantillon already in the pit lane. Jamie Constable has come through. Simon Fish. So that's not Simon Fish, that's Michael Fitzgerald, another Arrows A4. So sister car. And they are both 1982 Arrows team cars. Tend to have more Tyrrells most years than we have this. There's the Lek. Again, last year, didn't we have 2 Leks in it? Peter Williams, anyway, driving that distinctive British-built Lek, has raced in here by David Purley.
Yeah, I was quite surprised in sort of delving into the background of that car. It's actually is running chassis number 1, which was the car that, if you were here at Silverstone many years ago when David Purley crashed at Beckett's Corner, that's supposedly the chassis, but no way. It's maybe have some parts off it, but the car was about 6 inches long afterwards, and David Purley survived a huge crash. At the time, the highest G-force ever that was survived. But nevertheless, the car appeared. It's the...
So the Lek is further down the order, but Matt Wrigley's Tyrrell 011 is the fastest of all. Stuart Hall in the Ram March in second. On row 2 of the grid, Steve Hartley's McLaren and the Brabham of Werner Dansenborg. Then the Williams of Mike Cantillon and the Tyrrell of Jamie Constable on row 3. The first the Arrows, Simon Fish ahead of Christoph Dansenborg on row 4. Another Williams on row 5, with Mark Harrison's Shadow rounding out the top 10. Row 6, Warren Briggs in the M29, ex-John Watson McLaren, and Steve Brooks in the conventional Lotus 91, with the MP4 1B of Mark Higson ahead of Michael Fitzgerald's second of the Arrows. The Lek is in 16th position, the Surtees of Chris Perkins in 18th, and James Hagan's Tyrrell 011 in 20th place. Outside the top 20, Ewan Surgison in the Shadow, the M26 McLaren of Carlos de Quesada, and then Nick Padmore in the Lotus 88 ahead of Nick Pink. Kurt Bennett and Mark Dwyer in the Acela after that incident ahead of Roll Goethe, Robert Blaine and Jeremy Loisel. 29 cars out on track from the Cosworth-engined Formula One era. And the sound of 29 DFEs wailing away around the circuit, cars dating from the return to power. Well, not any of them in this race from the 60s, but from the mid-70s through to the mid-1980s. Red flag for an incident at the exit of Club Corner. Good speed from the Ram March. And that car in the hands of Stuart Hall, going very quickly indeed. Werner Dansenberg's Brabham also at the sharp end of the field. He'll be on row 2 of the grid. Steve Brooks, I beg your pardon. That's Matt Wrigley in the Tyrrell 011, fastest car of them all. He will start on pole position. Steve Hartley's McLaren 77 in 3rd place, and Stuart Hall 2nd in the Ram March.
Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? Never mind, we're not here for my beanbag prowess. We're here to find out about Pure Michigan and visit Detroit. When you think of Detroit, you think of Motor City and Motown, and Michigan itself, well, what a state it is too. And to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Yolanda Fletcher here. Great to see you.
Oh, lovely to see you too. We're absolutely thrilled to be here.
Why are you here then? Why have you come to the Silverstone Festival?
Well, it's the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang was built in Detroit. So we are here to celebrate that with all those Mustang owners and all the good people coming through the show over the next 3 days.
And the big race as well, the icing on the very top of a very, very nice cake as well. Now, mentioned Detroit synonymous with Motor City, with Mustang, as you say, and what a beautiful Mustang you've got here on your stand, but also Motown too. What is it that is so amazing? It's very hard for you to answer this. So amazing about Michigan itself.
Oh, there's really so much, and but we love the fact that we're the birthplace of Motown music. Everyone can go to the original recording studio and see where those big stars, you know, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, all recorded in that original place. So it's pretty cool to see that. But also going to the Henry Ford Museum, it will take you 2.5 days to go around the whole museum. You can also see where the Ford F-150 truck is made. So it's really, really a lot to do. And then you can go up the side of the lake of Lake Michigan and go up to Traverse City, sip some wine and enjoy lots of cherries, that we are the biggest cherry supplier in the USA.
Sold it to me. There you go. So Motor City, this is very much just scratching the surface. Yolanda, thank you very much indeed. If you come down to the Silverstone Festival, make sure you come to the stand, because you can enter yourself into a competition for 2 people to go off to Michigan itself. Good luck.
Yeah, we did mention the column.
Cars getting ready to head out for our next qualifying session. This will be some of our most modern machinery, the Masters GT Trophy, and these cars all from the 21st century. Some of them as recently racing in the front line in the last 2 or 3 seasons, and Ed is in amongst them.
Now, John, you were just telling me that there are late entries and then there are late entries. Yesterday, at this time, you weren't racing.
No, true. We bought the LMP3 because we're racing that later in the afternoon, but we brought the Z4, which is new to me, and we've never run it before, so I thought we'll give it a little bit of a run, 25 minutes, and just see if any gremlins come to the surface. The test went much better than we thought, and lo and behold, I thought, well, can we get an entry, a late entry? So I went to the organisers, who were very helpful, and we managed to squeeze in. So it's not just a test, but it's a race.
Fantastic. And you've driven these cars, but it must be such a sea change jumping from historic cars into something like this, which is effectively, it's a very modern car.
It is, but I've sort of, I started doing British GT in 2012 or 2011. So I've been in and out of historics and modern for 6-7 years, so sort of got used to the idea of it. And then obviously finished the British GT bit, ticked that box, and then I sort of went a little bit prototypey, and this opportunity to get into historic GT3s was, well, I couldn't refuse the opportunity, so I'm very excited about it.
Now, I know yesterday you were just glad to get on the grid, but I know what you're like, and all other racing drivers. You're probably going to want to be up at the sharp end, aren't you?
Well, I'll try. Let's see what happens, but yeah, why not?
Cheers, John. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, John in that very distinctively liveried 63 car with Demon tweaks. So let's see how that goes as we get into qualifying for the Masters GT Trophy. Cars already out on circuit, starting to build some heat into the tyres after their outlaps. And again, if you've been to any endurance races in the UK or abroad in the last 10 years, you will have seen a lot of these cars racing. John Cockerton, Tommy Grout's Porsche 997, that's a Grand Am car, so that'll likely be a GTD category car. 488, well, that's a Ferrari 488. Would you credit it? Jack and Thies Moivissen driving that car, an all-Dutch combination. Plenty of Lamborghini interest here as well for fans of the Raging Bull as well as the Prancing Horse. A few BMW Z4s. There's the John Minshaw car, so giving it a bit of a run out. And the BMW Z4 GT3 still one of the most popular cars among fans. Distinctive livery, very distinctive noise, and Minjor, having to take to the inside curves, managed to avoid either John Cockerton or Tommy Grant, not quite sure which, in that car, in the Porsche. So down onto the hangar straight, building up speed. Ginetta in the background. Which one of that? That is 135, Peter Reynolds and Daniel Quintero's G55 Ginetta. Again, that's a GT3 spec car, I think, in my head. GT4, in fact, the pink car. So Lawrence Tomlinson's Ginetta mark represented here, not just in GTs, but you will see prototypes from Ginetta Racing as well. They'll be qualifying this afternoon in the Endurance Legends. Lots of tyre smoke in the background, lots of lockups. So this is Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam's Ferrari, the other car they're racing, Ferrari 458 Challenge. So 458, the predecessor to the 488. And that car in not a GT3 or GT4 spec, but in Ferrari Challenge spec, so a different, perhaps slightly more forgiving car. Just in front, car number 12, that's a 430 Challenge car, so 2006 vintage, whereas the Bon Grimes Johnny Molam car, 5 years newer, 2011 spec car, so went from the 430, went from the 360 Challenge to the 430 to the 458, and now the 488 is the current Challenge car, or is it this year, in fact?
Yes, and each one is 496 now, isn't it? The GT3, but 488 I think still used in the Challenge. But each successive car had more and more aero on it, didn't it? It's
yes.
Quite noticeable, and you can see those two together there.
And more aggressive. Yeah, you can see the dive planes and the actual car body itself from the road car getting more aggressive. Toyota Supra GT4 just in front, not something that many of us are very familiar with, and that's another Nigel Greensall pedalled car, so he's sharing that one with Harry Barton. So Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo, and it's definitely not wide enough to have all that typed across the back, is it? So the Barton Racing team, Barton Brothers raced, based in the States, but racing in all sorts of different categories of racing, more and more different categories of racing as the years go by. Harry Barton reeling in Nigel Greensall for some local knowledge. 88 there, the black car, that's John Turner and Ray Grimes, that's another 488 Challenge car. So there's a few of those, there's a few Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo cars here as well. And again, that's a current frontline Lamborghini racer. The Super Trofeo Evo is the car that's used in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe and across the world. And you see quite a few of those. There's a few Gallardo GT3 cars as well. Aston Martins, Porsches, BMWs we've seen lots of. Keep your eyes open and see if you can spot car number 57. It should be fairly distinctive. It's an Alfa Giulia, so not quite as, let's say, supercar-y as quite a lot of our Italian stallions. A few BMW M3s thrown in for good measure, as well as the Ginettas. A couple of Moslers as well. And Mosley enjoying a bit of a resurgence. Is that the Giulia? I think that might have been.
I think that was the back of the Toyota, wasn't it?
Well, the red, white and blue was the Toyota. Yeah. It was whatever was going slow, having tried to take cops flat and failed. Using the ill-advised Martin Haven line. So who's going quickly? All right, well, car number 5, Darren Howell and Sean Doyle's Ferrari 488 Evo. That's a blue and yellow car. That actually might be the one that's just dropping out a shot there. That's currently quickest. There's the Vitaphone BMW Z4. There's the Giulia. There you go. It does look a bit less kind of hypercar-ish than the rest. Doesn't necessarily mean it's not quick. That'll be in a different category. We've got plenty of different classes here. For Group 1 and Group 2 cars. Group 1 is 1999 to 2011. Group 2 is 2012 to 2018. And then there are 4 subcategories, of course there are. Corsa class, which is for Italian manufactured GT cars. GT3 cars, which is for GT3 cars. Cup class, which are GT cars running to Cup specification. So those would be Porsche Cup, Ferrari Cup and so on. And GT4 cars, which are Pucker GT4 cars, but whose current homologation has elapsed. And that could have elapsed in December. Craig Wilkins here now. He was one of the stars in last year's race with his Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo. And am I right in remembering that that was brand new to them here at Silverstone this year? Do I remember Ed talking to him and he was saying, I've never driven the car before in anger?
Don't recall that.
I might have made that up in my head.
He won the last 2 races in the series at Donington earlier this year, or last month, in that car. So he's, if it was new to him last year, he's very used to it now.
Yeah.
We will pick up on this tomorrow, but they do have an equalisation penalty for those Lamborghinis because they are much quicker. So they have to do a little bit longer in the pits just to even things up.
Catching up the Vitaphone BMW Z4 GT4. Here's the white Porsche of Dominic Malone, and that's one of the Group 2 Cup cars. So that will be a Carrera Cup car.
He's got a late new co-driver, Dominic Malone, Adam Smalley.
Aha, so that's why we were hearing from Adam.
He certainly knows a little bit about driving Porsches quickly.
Yep. Also a BRDC Rising Star. John Minshaw just goes 4th fastest in the Demon Tweaks BMW. Now there's a very familiar livery, well, 2 very familiar liveries. 85 is the Gulf liveried car of Royal Goethe, Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. And what was the number on the Blancpain car? Again, that's both, oh, he's gone into the pit lane. Both very much liveries that were raced in period. I also wanted to know what was the number on the Vitaphone car?
That was the BMW, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that would it be 17 or 19? Let's have a look.
Oh, black and green. There you go.
Yeah,
that's 17. Richard Mine. So that's the Vitaphone one. 19, the car driven by Richard Cook, which is the black Z4 with ADAC livery. That was raced in period by Claudia Hertgen and Dominic Baumann. And in period means just 11 years ago, back in 2013. It doesn't seem that long that they were racing, that long ago that Z4s were racing, but they were. And there's another car out there, black Audi R8 GT3 that you'll see, car number 23, raced in period by Mark Bassang, Christopher Mees and Daryl O'Young.
Another of our Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evos. That's the very distinctive gold and black of the McAnultys, number 7. Currently 4th on our timing screens. Times are quite close, with the McAnultys only 1.8 seconds slower than the fastest time.
And actually only 4/10 of 3rd quickest, which is 4/10 of 2nd quickest. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th are covered by 8/10, just over. 1st to 2nd is covered by 9.5/10. So at the moment, it is Craig Wilkins in the purple and white Lamborghini Gallardo, Huracan Super Trofeo Evo, who is fastest of all. And then car number 5, Darren Howell, Sean Doyle in the blue and yellow, and I think white Ferrari 488 Evo. There's another little Ginetta G55s just disappearing out the bottom of the shot. The Vitaphone BMW of Richard Mines. And here the 88 That is John Turner and Ray Grimes in their 488 challenge. But now then, here's a car that I didn't manage to catch up with in the garages yesterday. Or if I did, it didn't have the doors and the side panels on. So 75, Adam Sharp and George Haynes in one of the two Moslers. So it's an MT900. The other Mosler I've temporarily lost because I've gone word blind and can't find it, but there are two. I was pretty sure there were two in the field. Anyway, the Mosler, designed in the States, and the motive power, the rear lights actually give it away, because as well as the engine and transmission, the lights came from the C5 C6 Corvette. So it's essentially got a Corvette motor in mid-mounted position, much like the Celine S7 did, which was designed by Steve Celine in California and built, by RML in Wellingborough, Northamptonshire. Yes, that RML, the same lot that are here.
Just the one Mosler in the entry as well.
Just the one. There is another Mosler, so it may not be in this entry, it might be in the Endurance Legends, because I definitely saw another one. In fact, there's 2 or 3 Martin Short-related cars. Martin Short had a lot of success with Moslers. His Deutsche X-Bank Dallara, with which he finished 4th at Le Mans, is here as well. Not seeing another one, are we? No, we're not. Yeah. Okay, so Richard Guy is driving one as well in the Endurance Legends. And this is the one here in the GT Trophy. So 10 minutes of the qualifying session remain. And these guys had one of the longest sessions, 27 minutes. Longest of all comes up for the Endurance Legends, which are next out. They have a 30-minute session, as do the Masters Sports Car Legends a little later. Well, there's the Audi of Frédéric Laurent, and again that driven in period by Marc Basseng and Christopher Mies. And that's really at the dawn of Christopher Mies' GT career back in 2011, and the Hong Kong driver Darryl O'Young was the 3rd driver in that, so that would have been in the Blancpain Endurance Series.
And showing on our timing screen that Frédéric Laurent is sharing with Cuff. That would be David Cuff, I would think.
Could well be.
So we'll put that one in as well.
Well, so much of the racing this weekend will have evocative shapes and evocative liveries, not all of them instantly recognisable. Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton Smith's BMW M3, that's an E36 M3, essentially white with lots of pink highlights. Makes it fairly easy to spot, but not quite as dramatically easy as the Vitaphone BMW of Richard Mines.
While we're on the subject of additional drivers, I see the Tomlinsons are out. We're not shown that they've entered, but late entry from the Tomlinsons, that will be Lawrence and Freddie, I would imagine, because they're sharing in the next qualifying session as well in the altogether different Zytek Ginetta. But I would imagine they're number 56, so perhaps a G56 Ginetta. Guessing, haven't seen it on screen. Haven't seen it out on track either, so we'll try and keep an eye out for that one.
Well, it could be a G55, but 55 was already taken, yes, so they went next door and looked for a number, but it could be a G56. Dave Albert and Aaron Morgan's McLaren GT4, just saw car number 68. Now, they were originally due to drive a GT4 Aston, but that has not transpired, so they're in a GT4 McLaren. And 85, Rod Goethe in the Gallardo GT3. GT Cup action. And again, in the GTC category, door bars showing racing in the either European Le Mans Series or Michelin Le Mans Cup. Didn't quite spot that. The pink Ginetta, we spotted that already, didn't we? And that is Paul Reynolds and Daniel Quintero's car.
You don't miss that one very easily.
The Pink Panther, yeah. Pink and lime. Who doesn't like a bit of pink and lime? That's actually, it's a bit more Penelope pit stop than it is Pink Panther, isn't it? That really is. That's a fabulous looking livery. Works really well. So is it Peter Reynolds or Daniel Quintero who's got the Irish colours on the car? Now, is that Ginetta 2025? That's Ray Harris, so that's the yellow, black and blue, or purpley blue Ginetta. So that is a G55. Alex Osborne is out in a G55 Ginetta as well. A white one, 2016 car. And this is the 430 challenge Ferrari we saw a little bit earlier of Michael O'Sullivan. One of a couple. William Ashmore's got one as well. Williams is black. That one obviously is the green one.
New pole position car is the 55 Lamborghini. Aaron Scott, I would suspect, is at the wheel. With Neil Glover sharing. Number 55 goes quickest.
And is going quicker again. Purple Sector 1 and Purple Sector 2. Not much improvement for anybody else at the moment. So 1.57 seconds quicker, this car. That is a faster lap again. 2 minutes dead, 0.125, compared to 2 minutes 1.699. So he's just completed that and is easing out of it. Aaron Scott, former British GT champion. I can't exactly remember what year, so I won't embarrass either of us by hazarding a guess. Now, whose Gallardo is that?
That is the.
Oh, that is there.
Scott,
okay.
yeah.
Didn't recognise it from dead ahead. It's not as orange from the front as it is from the sides or the back. Could confuse a simple man, and did. Just in front of John Turner and Ray Grimes, 488 Challenge Ferrari. Well, Aaron, not sure if he's going to be heading back to the pit lane, may just be letting the tyres have a little breather. I think he might fancy a little bit more in the car. All BMW battle here. .186, the first of the two, Jeremy Cook and Tom Waterfield's M3.
The other one was Brian Bransom in his familiar orange E46 M3, which he races regularly. No, yes, I'm right, onto 26, yeah, Brian Bransom. Slightly less orange than I was expecting, actually. He's got more black and white on it now.
Jeremy Cook and Tom Waterfield's car, looks like they both had a hand in designing the livery, but neither had seen what the other one was doing. It's a sort of VW Harlequin-esque paint scheme where there's lots of different coloured panels, but none of them are really talking to each other. Here's the Toyota Supra once more. We haven't got enough airtime. There's only about another 3 minutes to qualify. I can't give it its full name. Are we looking at Nigel Green's at the wheel of that car at the moment? Where have they got to with that one? Car number 166 is currently, I'm looking for them from the bottom up. I should be looking from the top down. No, I shouldn't. Where are we? 166, can't find it. Gone number blind again. Okay, 21st place. And into the pit lane goes Richard Cook in the BMW Z4 GT3. The ex-Claudia Hürtgen, Dominic Baumann car. And again, a retina-searing livery on the Lamborghini of Julian and Charlie Dye, the Ferrari, beg your pardon, of Julian and Charlie Dye. That definitely disguises the shape of the car. That is an absolutely outrageous magic marker colour scheme. What a brilliant looking car. Is Dayglow yellow the mirror of bright purple? It is in this case. Not quite as Neapolitan ice cream as if it was an Oregon team car, but certainly getting that way. Ray Harris's Ginetta G55, car number 25. Outside the top 15 at the moment. Where's he qualifying? I'm looking again, 24th place. So he comes into the pit lane, done with his session. And the pink lips on the Aston Martin. This is Martin Addison's car. 2011 Aston GT4. So the Aston Martin GT4, successful in endurance racing, in sprint racing, and was a rally car. If you have a moment or two later on, you might want to go to the YouTube, as I believe the kids call it these days, and if you just type in Aston Martin rally car with the magic words Francois Delacour, you might want to take a step or two back from the screen. There's some fabulous footage of Francois Delacour giving a tarmac spec GT4 Aston Martin rally car absolutely the full Delacour treatment. Spectacular is not the word. I don't think it could be any more dramatic. With this car being driven in a rather more straightforward manner. Now, has the Minshaw GT4 stopped? Did we see that? I think that's what the brown highlight on the timing screen means. It's not shown as broken down, or not shown as in the pit lane, but it is shown as in strife somewhere. So, consulting our screens, I can't see it in the gravel trap anywhere, so it may well have pulled off and been wheeled away. Moving up into the top 20 with a quick lap, Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith in the white and pink highlighted E36 BMW M3. They've just leapt up into 17th place. And the first to take the checkered flag, coming across the line, is Darren Howland, Sean Doyle's 488 Evo. Meanwhile, the quickest car is still this one, the white and orange Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo of Neil Glover and Aaron Scott. Staying out to the end of the session. Not going to take the checkered flag, but heading into the pit lane. I think that's Aaron Scott's helmet, unless I miss my guess. So that is the fastest of the lot. And behind them, second fastest, Jonathan Mitchell's Ferrari 458 GT3 Evo.
Yeah, just improved that one. It's brought the gap back to well below a second, at about 0.8 of a second, 0.8 between Glover Scott and Jonathan Mitchell, who's driving solo.
See a variety of cars in the pit lane. There's a Peugeot 908 diesel and a Lotus Cortina. Now, they will not be going out in the same session. I'm rather hoping. Qualifying out of session used to be a thing. I'm not sure if it still is. Used to be a thing. If you had a mechanical problem, you could apply to qualify in a different session and still join your race. Having qualified, you wouldn't get a time. You'd be at the back of the grid. But not sure I'd want to try and qualify out of session in a Lotus Cortina with Pucker, LMP1 and LMP2 and LMP3 cars whistling by my ears. Well, that session will be coming up next for our Le Mans cars in the Masters Endurance Legends. Masters Historic Racing's Championships. Oh, late improvement, very late improvement from Nick Maton in the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. Jumps up into 5th position. And that was, I didn't see where he was before. That was really not quite out of nowhere, but a very sizable late improvement. So fantastic effort. 202.9 compared to 2:0.1 for the fastest car. Well, there you go. The field are returning. Ah, and that purple and white car, is that the back of the Tomlinson's Ginetta? Well, we will find out in due course. We're going to have to do a bit of sleuthing, obviously. Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, very late additions to the field. Lawrence Tomlinson, of course, the boss of Ginetta cars. Freddie, his young son. Well, nearly 30 minutes of qualifying for the Masters GT Trophy Race 8, and that will be Saturday afternoon at 3:20. It is a 50-minute pit stop race. One of last year's front runners in the purple Lamborghini, going very quickly as well again today. Craig Wilkins lines up third fast. This car will be a factor as well, the McNulty family crunchy bar coloured car. 24 is Nick Maton, that late improvement, seeing him leap up to 5th place in the Blancpain liveried Gallardo. But it is the Glover and Scott Lamborghini that is at the top of the pile. Well, let's take a look at the scores on the doors, the names in the frames.
Iconic auctioneers are back here at the Silverstone Festival. It's great to have them here, and what an amazing array of cars they've got too. And I'm delighted to have Rob Hubbard, their MD, here to tell us a bit more, an eclectic range of cars. But who comes here to a car show like this, to an auction?
Well, we get all sorts of people coming here. You've got the racers obviously on track, you've got some of the investors in the marketplace, you've also got those enthusiasts who really live and breathe this wonderful life that we live in with old cars.
Absolutely right. Now, an eclectic range of clients, an eclectic range of cars, starting here. If we have a quick look around at just some of them, we'll start with these Skylines. What can you tell us?
So over the last couple of years, the Skylines really have gathered huge pace and momentum. The JDM movement, made famous, of course, by Gran Turismo and Fast and Furious films. And those cars really now, they've hit over £100,000 now.
That is phenomenal. A couple of Astons we just glanced past as well, just there, very different sorts of Astons. What can you tell us?
So you've got the great big thumping V8, the early 80s Vantage, through then to the V12 Screamer, modern period of Aston, but both wonderful collectors, GT proper cars.
Thumping is the word, isn't it? Now, other classics, more kind of traditional classics, I suppose, that we think of when we think of these sorts of classic auctions. This Bentley, what a thing of beauty, what a beast.
It's a hell of a machine. So it started out as a 3-litre Bentley, 1922. It features one of the original 50 blower Bentley engines, famous, of course, for their successes at Le Mans back in the late 20s. And this car, fantastic thing. Race it here with legends this weekend. VSCC racing throughout the year. Various other fast road rallies you can do as well. Mega, mega thing.
So many amazing cars. We could just talk for hours, I'm sure, on all of them, but we won't because we haven't got time. Rob, thank you so much indeed. This Bentley has got a guide price of £400,000 to £500,000, so I think I'll take this one.
On-track activity continuing here at day one of the Silverstone Festival for 2024 with the Le Mans cars. The Masters Endurance Legends next out. Then we'll have our Formula One demo before we get back to Masters racing with their sports car legends. The Pre-66 Grand Prix cars are always entertaining. And to round out the afternoon and into the early evening, the Mustang Celebration Trophy and the International Trophy for Pre-66 Classic GT cars. Well, that's the on-track action. So much to see and do here at Silverstone. If you're watching, sneaking a little shifty in the office and think, oh, I might venture down tomorrow or Sunday, you certainly should do. As well as cars on track, there is so much to see. The garages here at the wing are wide open. And as we always say, if you get the owners or the mechanics talking about their cars, a donkey's hind leg is always in danger. These guys are absolute enthusiasts. For them, this is not a job, this is a joy. And they don't tell their bosses, because they do still need to get paid, but they will happily give you chapter and verse about the car. They don't care who you are, they don't know who you are. If you're interested, they'll tell you. Well, that goes equally well for people they do recognise who stick a microphone under their nose, like the effervescent Ed Foster.
Mike, I love the endurance legends. It's a slice of Le Mans coming to Silverstone, but the Lola that you're in, you would say you obviously know very well.
Absolutely. We first raced it here at Silverstone in 2008 in the last round of the ELMS. So yeah, it's great to have it back out.
And when you get back in a car like that, does it all make sense immediately, or does it take a few laps to get used to?
It certainly takes a few laps. I mean, this year we've run the 2002 car, the 2005 car, and now the 2008 car, so each one's just subtly different.
And how hard is it, for an amateur like myself, how hard is it to get your head around something like this with so much downforce, so much grip?
I mean, they've all got high levels of downforce. I mean, for sure, this has a lot more downforce than the early car. And it really varies so much day by day, tyre grip and everything. The changes so much, you just have to drive what you've got underneath you on the day.
And Silverstone, I guess, rewards the committed through cops and maggots and beckets.
Absolutely. In the past, we've been in a low downforce car, and it's been a bit of a handful there. A bullet down the hanger straight, but a handful everywhere else. So it's now, as you say, getting used to committing to those quick places and gaining those extra Ks through there.
Well, look, Mike, enjoy it, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Always a delight. Caught up with Mike Newton yesterday, full of life as ever. So the original car, that his Lola Judd, or Lola MG. He's got two Lola MGs, open and closed car, and the Lola Judd there. Run by, in fact, you can just see him with the white hair and the headset. See, there's a guy in a yellow and black jacket walking up. That is Phil Barker, who, when he was at RML, ran those cars in period for Mike Newton, Tommy Erdos, particularly raced together. And Phil Barker, the original engineer, still running the car for the original driver who still owns it. And Mike was saying that they had gone through the car in great detail, because he said every time we take one of these cars out, something goes wrong with the electronics. Now, Mike's company, the sponsor for the whole thing, is an electronics company. So he said he made a test loom for everything except the steering wheel, and then the steering wheel packed up. Martin Short represented here, that ex-Markets Deutsche Bank Dallara Zytek Judd, rather. That car finishing 4th place overall at Le Mans. And one of a host of cars here with lots of Le Mans history. You will see a blue open cockpit twin rollover hoop car, which was driven in period by a rather famous family and son combination. If I tell you it's a Ginetta, that possibly doesn't give you much of a clue. If I tell you it was Red 5, that probably will, because it was raced at Le Mans by Nigel Mansell with his two sons, Greg and Leo. Unfortunately, it didn't last as long as they had hoped, but that car is here. Not driven by Nigel, Greg or Leo, but it is among our cars today. And we've got a whole host. Steve Brooks back out again in his Peugeot 908. We've got LMP1 cars from a whole host of different manufacturers, LMP2 cars, LMP3 cars, we got Grand Am cars, we got cars from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. Aaron Scott back out again with Rob Blaine in the Patron liveried HPD Honda ARX. And of course, we've still got the Mustang celebration, celebrating 60 years of Ford's pony car among all the entertainments out on track. Lots to see and do in the fun fair. We've got the drift zone, we've got auctions, we've got the stunt driver Terry Grant, as ever, wowing the crowds. Young drivers experience and dream rides with the Sporting Bears before this evening's music gets underway. And as well as being able to go and buy food and drinks from our vendors, the Silverstone kitchen and the tasting tent are still in action. So Kathy Slack on stage in the Silverstone kitchen, tasting tent masterclass with a diddly squat farm shop. Now, whether it's mushroom soup or beer, I don't know. You're going to have to go over and find out for yourselves. Monster Truck Mania down there by the big wheel, plenty to go on. You might even run into Bibendum, the Michelin man. Okay, so cars out on track. And for anybody whose sports car racing started this century, a lot of this is going to be very familiar territory. If you've been watching European Le Mans Series, Michelin Le Mans Cup, or the World Endurance Championship for the last 10 years, then you will have seen an awful lot of these cars as current race cars. 55, there is the orange Ginetta of Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson. So orange Ginetta and orange helmets. So father and son combination. Lawrence, of course, is the boss of Ginetta Cars among his many other businesses. And coming towards us, a Lola B at 10K, and that is Steve Tandy. B12, in fact, it is Lola Judd, 2012, 4.4 litre Judd in the back of the Lola chassis.
I remember seeing Lawrence driving this very car, sharing with Nigel Mansell here at Silverstone in the what we always used to call the 6 hours, but it became 1,000 Ks.
And then went back to 6 hours, didn't it? When it became a world endurance race, which are time rather than distance.
And that was just before, was it, or just after Nigel had raced the car at Le Mans with his two sons? I think it was just before.
Yeah, well, that car, the red 5 car in the Beach Dean ice cream colours, is here as well. So a similar car with the twin, with the open cockpit, the twin rollover hoops. 69, well, let's identify them as we see them. And this is Jack Fabi in a Norma Duquesne. Well, it's one or the other, because in fact Norma cars were bought by Gilles Duquesne, who then renamed it as Duquesne, but they've only become Duquesne in the last 2 seasons. So this car, driven by Jack Fabi, is a 2016 car, so it is in fact a Norma. So that's an LMP3 chassis, and actually the most successful of the LMP3 cars in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. That's where they race predominantly across Europe. So Norma as now Duquesne. And just behind it, you can see another LMP3 car, and with the dish nose, that's the Ligier JS3. So car number 4, this is Graham Tilley and Charlie Robertson. Graham bringing in Charlie Robertson. Now that's a proper ringer, because he was actually a factory LMP1 driver for Ginetta, among others. Now races in GT3 and raced last year in GTE in the World Endurance Championship, and that is a Ligier GSP3 and a 2016 LMP3 car. So again, a lot of these cars have been racing in the last 8 or 10 years as active front-running race cars. So not sure if it's Tomlinson L or Tomlinson F. I'm guessing that might be Lawrence at the wheel at the moment.
I think so, yes, because Freddie doesn't have that coloured helmet, as far as I can remember, unless, of course, he's wearing a different helmet because it's an open car.
Because it matches the car, yes.
And also he's normally in a closed car, which might be a slightly different shape of helmet. Because a lot of wind resistance against the helmet in these cars. So,
and this car with a 4.5 litre Zytec V8, and just ahead, trying to identify that. Now that's one of the cars I didn't spot yesterday. There was a few. There's the red 5. There's the Nigel Mansell, Nigel, Greg and Leo family car that raced at Le Mans. And that was the only time actually that Nigel did race this car with the boys. The boys were racing at that stage in the European Le Mans Series, as it was. And Greg and Leo raced together, but Nigel joined the team to race with the boys at Le Mans. Qualified well, but unfortunately in a very wet start to the race, got caught out in the forest in some very, very difficult weather and aquaplaned off. And he's just going by one of the BR1s. Now, the BR01 There are 3 of them in the field. A couple in LMP2 spec. In fact, they're all in LMP2 spec, which is probably wise because the BR01 in LMP1 spec was a very difficult thing to handle. Let's take a look at 52. Ron Maiden, Craig Davis sharing this Ligier JSP3, so another LMP3 car, and a couple of Gulf livery cars. Now, we're looking here at 17 and 10. So car number 10 is Timothy and Herinda de Silva's Pescarolo LMP1 car, and 17 is Christoph and Werner Dansenburg's Pescarolo as well. So both built by Henri Pescarolo's team in their workshops at Le Mans, and both in that blue and orange Gulf livery. Pescarolo then went on to build LMP1 and LMP2 cars. The team unfortunately then went bankrupt, and Pescarolo was forced to sell the entire factory, lock, stock and barrel. It was bought by local businessman Jacques Nicolet in an open auction at which Pescarolo was present. Nicolet then turned around and literally handed him back the keys. Jacques Nicolet then eventually took over control of the business, and they started producing cars under the Morgan brand, particularly for P2. And actually, I think you're going to see a couple of P2 Morgans here as well. But these cars both raced as LMP1 Pescarolos. Car number 10 was driven in period by Olivier Pla, Alexandre Prémat, and Jacques Nicolet. And number 17 I've made a note of, that was driven in period by, bear with, Frank Montagny, Dodo Kreiheimer and Bertie Breadstick in a 4-car pile-up, and the Mansell Ginetta makes it out to the gravel. And this is going to be a red flag because these cars are rather too on the race. And there's one of the Peugeots.
Peugeot, is it? Yes.
Yeah, it is.
And the Duquesne that you mentioned earlier.
The 69 Norma and a Mosler. So red flag flies. So which? That's not a Peugeot, is it? There's too much. No, it's a Lola, isn't it? That's the Lola B1260 that we saw before. Is that Steve Tandy's car? Car number 116. I think it might be. I think he avoided looking at the car. I think he avoided damage. Let's see who spins here. Well, there's the Felbermeyer Porsche. More on that in a minute. Oh, and it's the Mosler that loops around, and Tandy didn't avoid contact, but substantial contact, I'm afraid, for Jack Fabi's Norma. And I don't suppose either he or the Mosler are going to be back out in the session. And Steve Tandy, well, I think that bodywork probably be damaged and loosened. He will certainly head into the pit lane. And there, car number 31. The Mosler of Harry Barton and Jeremy Loisel. So everybody heading back into the pit lane. There's the Patron-sponsored HPD ARX coming down in front of another of the LMP3 cars. The Felbermeyer Proton Porsche. Felbermeyer, the sponsors, and car number 88, you can see the blue car there with the white sponsorship logo on the windscreen, under a swarm of drivers. Driven by Hans Felbermeyer Senior and Junior in periods. They raced together many times, and that car actually is the car they raced at Le Mans back in 2010, the third driver of whom was Miroslav Konopka, who at the age of 73 is still racing, and in fact raced at Le Mans last year with the family. But they're, I'm afraid, crunching away from the Mosler. Harry Barton and Jeremy Loisel's car is going to need a little bit of work before it is ready to race tomorrow and on Sunday. So race 9 tomorrow and race 17 on Sunday. Late in the day on both days, the Endurance Legends will be out. There's a very familiar car coming down the pit lane with the orange nose, the rainbow Marcus LM GT5 600, I beg your pardon, of Coroiser. The Eurotech built and run Marcus's. Hello, Wim Norman. And Coroiser, who is now approaching, I'm sure, race number 1,000. Not necessarily all in this car, but a very large number of them in a sea of Marcus's. He's been racing Marcus's for a quarter of a century. And that Marcus LM600, that one, LM600 Evo, dates back to 2000. So not the newest, but not the oldest of the Marcus's. You can see Peugeot 908 coming down the pit lane and just slipping in. And that was why I wasn't quite sure what the car that had stopped was. Steve Tandy had much too much white on it. 16 there is Steve Brooks in the Peugeot 90X, or the 908 diesel. Ed Foster is, I can see him, look. You can head and shoulders above everybody else. Ed, what have you got?
Everyone, strap yourselves in, because we're going to try and do a bit of a walk and talk. Follow me. It is absolute chaos down here. All the cars come in. We've got wheels being changed. We got Ron here. Ron, you haven't been out yet, I don't think, but how's the car going?
It went fantastic yesterday, so I assumed again today.
And Craig hasn't reported back anything that's not working?
No, he only got 9 minutes in, so you know, give him a better run, really. He needs to practice more than me.
Yeah. All right, cheers, Rod. Right, follow me. We're going to try and find, watch out for cables on the ground. We're going to try and find Tim De Silva, who's currently up at the top of the timesheets. So a huge range of cars here. We've obviously got LMP1, LMP2, LMP3, and some GT cars.
Yeah, Tim De Silva in one of those 2 Gulf liveried Pescarolas that we're seeing there. He's in Tim and Harinder in car number 10. And car number 17 is not far away either. The Danterburgs in 7th place. And the car that we saw damaged, Steve Tandy's Lola Judd in 8th quickest. I'd be surprised if that goes out again. I'm sure there is spare bodywork, but they will probably want to fit that. We've kind of lost Ed's signal a little bit, unfortunately. There's another ex-Martin short run car, the green TVR Cerbera. That was raced in the British GT Championship not too many years ago. Don't tell me it was a long time ago. It feels like only probably not last week, but maybe last month. And that car, I have no idea where that is on the timing, so we'll have to catch up with that in a little bit. Coroiser, by the way, 28th so far in the Marcus LM600 Evo, car number 30, but it is Tim and Harinder De Silva who are fastest of all. Second fastest, and it's a car I don't think we've seen yet, Keith Fraser in the Zytec 09S, a 2009 4.5 litre Zytec engined Zytec chassis. And again, talk about ringers, he's got current GT ace Mikkel Mack in the car as well. Mikkel Mack is a hot shoe in any current GT category, never mind in a field of historic racing drivers. That is the Mansell family Zytec. So I said it was a Ginetta, it's not, it's a Zytec, and that is the car driven by Keith Fraser and Mikkel Mack. And given the fact that it's second fastest, I was going to say I might plump for Mikkel Mack having done the time. However, one of the Tomlinsons, whether it was Lawrence or Freddie, and that's the orange car right at the top of your shot, car number 55, they're 3rd quickest so far. How much time have we got? 22 minutes. So we've only had, well, it was a 30-minute session?
Yes, it was. So probably the first driver still in.
Yeah.
And it's certainly the same.
They've only had about 3 flying laps, haven't they?
It's the same orange and black helmet in the Ginetta, so that's presumably still the start driver.
And right behind, at the very top of the shot, the yellow and the green cars, you can see those are the two RML-built SWBs, which are serving as our safety cars this weekend. And again, as we said, RML also having a hand in this field as they were running the MGs and the Lolas for Mike Newton in period. And Phil Barker, who was the head of the crew, still in charge. And still, despite having run those cars for the better part of 20 years plus, still with all his hair. So to a Ed Foster, despite the issues. Overseeing things. There's the ex-Martin Short, ex-Bank, Deutsche Bank ex-Markets car. So the blue and lime green of Roll Centre Racing. Roll Centre Racing was big on lime green. And just in front, I think with the wheels off, is the second fastest of the Pescarollas. I think that's the Dantenburg's car number 17. I think that was the one that had more orange on it. But again, I only open my mouth to change feet, so it might well turn out to be the other. What's being wheeled away? 69, yeah. That's the LMP3 Norma. And I think that's going to take a bit of examination before it's ready to go. So the Masters Endurance Legends, well, showcasing the period from 1995 to 2016. So prototypes and GT racing. And strictly speaking, the only time that LMP3 cars raced at Le Mans was in support races. But we won't quibble too much about that. They are definitely very much, LMP3s are very much Le Mans style cars. And the progression is clear, LMP3 to LMP2 to LMP1 when it was still around. Now, of course, it's hypercar. So the progression is still the same. You learn about endurance racing in your LMP3 in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and then you progress to European Le Mans Series where you can race LMP3 and GT cars and then graduate to GT2. And here is that Martin Short car that he shared with João Barbosa and Vanina X. And back in LMP1 in 2005. That makes me feel not quite as young as I felt this morning.
There's a great, I think it's probably about an hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour, film made of the Martin Short team at Le Mans that year.
Oh, that's right.
It's a really, really interesting watch, and it's what you might call warts and all, because there's, as you'd expect in a 24-hour race, there is a lot of stress.
Was it titled Shorts and Warts?
Can't remember.
No,
can't remember.
Shorty and Toady, maybe. Look out for father and son duo Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, winner of the last two races in the 55. Janetta Zysek, well, that is the car at the top of your shot. Number 55 on your entry list, number 1 in your hearts, especially if you work for Lawrence. Better be. Pit lane is open. We are back to green once more on the circuit, and the clock continues to count down. What are we looking at? Oh, this is the Roll Centre Cerberus. So this is the inside of the TVR. Okay, Martin had a fairly long and successful relationship with the TVR products in British GT, starting with the Speed 6, which he took on and developed as a race car, and then the Cerberus. It's a handsome looking beast, isn't it? And by God, it's a ground shaker as well. And actually that car follows out the Roll Centre LMP1.
It's Ian Stinton's Cerberus, which I think you may have mentioned already, was driven in British GT 2000 by Martin Short and Rob Barth. Rob Barth still competing in British GT.
Martin Short in the wing and watching his cars out on track, and yeah, I can quite understand how he might be feeling a little emotional about that. He's good friends with Wim Norman of Eurotech, who designed and built those Marcus LM 500s and 600s. Ran them very successfully in the FIA GT races. And since then, you see Dutch Supercar Challenge windscreen strip there for Coroiza. The 3 BR01s are all out on track. There's the Peugeot. So Steve Brooks in the Peugeot 90X. Well, that was the development of the 908 turbo diesel. Still a turbo diesel, but because they developed it, they called it a 90X. And the current Peugeot hypercar is the 9X8. So I don't know what they do if they develop that. Well, I do know what they do if they develop that, because they redeveloped it this year with a whole new body package, underpinnings, different tyre sizes, more aero, different aero, and it's still called the 9X8. So it didn't even become the 9X8 bis, which they did with the 905. The 905B was the 905 bis, but it remains the 9X8. 133, first time we've seen John Minshaw in this Ligier GSP3. Easy to identify because of the Demon Tweaks livery of the family firm. So that makes life very easy. Of course, should traditionally be bright red, shouldn't it? But it looks like plain carbon with a few highlights on. And again, it's quite a high downforce car, actually. Quite a few drivers who get into the LMP3 car for the first time think, well, this is going to be, you know, a bit of a sort of a cooking endurance car, but it is actually quite a decent high downforce car. I think it's a very good place for drivers to learn the endurance craft. And they do 55-minute races in those cars in the Le Mans Cup. 23, one of the 3 BR01s, and that's Yatuka Tariba and Alfie Briggs. And these cars were LMP2 spec machines, run by SMP Racing. There's a Bentley Continental GT3 just ahead of the Marcus, and the Peugeot trying to find a way by, and getting balked. The BR01 trying to squeeze through as well. Everybody, I mean, this is sort of almost like looking for a way by in a race, but they're not. They're looking for a clean lap, and Steve Brooks wants it here, doesn't he? He wants to get past the Marcus when he's absolutely hot on the gas.
That's Stuart Wiltshire's 908.
That is Stuart Wiltshire, that's the other one.
Both out at the moment. Good to see them. The 2011 car, they won, was it 2009 they won Le Mans? Beat the Audis.
Yep.
But this car, I think from memory, came second, third, fourth behind an Audi in 2011.
Yeah, it was a long struggle for Peugeot. They looked like they should have won the year before, but they'd had a late component change after the end of their endurance testing. They went, this feels like a lot better. There's more power in this. And change the engine spec going into Le Mans, which is about as cardinal a sin as you can make. And within, I think, something like a 20-minute period, the 2 factory cars and the Oreca car, which was the remaining car, all puffed smoke out of their exhausts and retired before they didn't even get a chance to get one back to the pit lane to retire. All 3 launched their engines, but they definitely looked to be in a position then to win the race, which they went on and did the following season. 27, Sean Lynn in his BR01. These engines again with a 4.5 litre Judd V8. And still in the red, white and blue of SMP Racing. It's always such an attractive livery. Chrome colours really made it pop on screen and to the naked eye. And then, of course, moved up into LMP1. Sean then 12th quickest. Steve Tandy's car still 11th fastest. But he's not in a position to defend that The Lola Judd having taken a bit of a knock in the collision that caused the red flag. He had nowhere to go. I mean, entirely faultless, the innocent party. And just occasionally, the accident comes and finds you. And ain't that the truth at Le Mans? Pair of JSP 3s. And 32, this is Michael Birch. And where is he? He's 21st.
Slightly different pace from when he was driving the Talbot in the pre-war race.
Well, isn't that, again, you know, that's one of the things when you come to a historic race meeting, particularly one as enormous in scale as the festival, so many different cars in each of the races, but the races are so different to each other. And you're absolutely right, you know. Again, we talked about this with Nigel Greensall. Driving such different cars is so good mentally and physically for drivers, because you never sort of settle into one style of driving. You have to adapt to everything. And whether you're in a modern high downforce car or whether you're in something that's got far more power than grip, the more adaptable you can be, the better. 55 was third quickest, now slipping down to 7th fastest time, the Tomlinson family Ginetta.
Fastest now is the De Silva family Pescarolo, a car which we've seen here at the Silverstone Festival, leading and certainly in the top times at least twice before in the Gulf livery.
Yeah, that's one of the two identical Gulf liveried team cars from the same season. And here 47 KCMG colours. This is Andy Cummings and Bradley Ellis in a Morgan Pescarolo. So remember I told you the story about Pescarolo having to sell the company because it went bust, and then Jacques Nicolet buying it, handing the keys back, initially building cars as Pescarolos and then introducing the name Morgan, not related to Morgan of the Malvern Hills. Well, this is the first of those products. There's the quickest car, the Tim and Harinder de Silva car. And again, you can tell the difference between the two, predominantly in the roll hoop area. The number 10 car with more blue than orange, and number 17 with more orange than blue. So these are the sort of things that, as an anorak, you'll need to know, and as a commentator, definitely how. These are the sort of notes that we make to try and help us identify the two of them when you can't quite read the number. So, quick question in from Jacob Money, who's watching. So how old do cars have to be to run in this series? Well, really not very old at all is the answer, particularly considering that some of the cars here that are racing this weekend, not in this series, were born in the early 1920s. But these cars raced between 2005 and 2012. I beg your pardon, between 2000 and 2012. So, in fact, we've got even a TVR Cerberus, Ian Stinton, that green TVR Cerberus we were waxing lyrical about, that was actually built and raced in 1999. I was going to say that the oldest was a 2001 Reynard, car number 3 of Paul Cope, but it's not. It's the second oldest.
And they come almost up to date.
Yes, they do.
The couple of 2019 cars.
Yeah, very close fitting. Yeah, so we've got 2016 Ligier. So some of the LMP3 cars are newer than some of the LMP1 cars. But as you say, yeah, 2019, the Bentley Continental. 2018, one of the Ligier GSP3s, one of the LMP3 cars. So the answer is predominantly this century, but not current Le Mans cars. So the two classes, 1995 to 2010 and 2011 to 2016, or up to 2019 for a GT3 car. Remember being at a World Endurance race at Spa 2 or 3 years ago, and that was in May, and one of the then current Aston Martins was scheduled to race at the Silverstone Festival in August. So that's how close to modern classic cars or historic racing cars can be. They can be literally just a few months out of a modern race. In this case, not so much. And there's the HPD in the Patron colours. Car raced in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, the KCMG livery there. That car was raced in the World Endurance Championship, and coming through is the Deutsche Bank X-Markets Dallara, beg your pardon, Zytek. The X-Martin short car. So one of a couple. And there's an awful lot of fans hark back to this sort of open cockpit era. You think about the Audis and all the others, these cars, the Dallaras, the Zyteks and everything else, whether with a single roll hoop or twin roll hoops. You know, you always got a chance to identify the driver from the helmet colours, to see a little bit of the driver at work. But of course, it is actually predominantly an awful lot safer to have a roof over the car. Initially launched as a GT1 car, then found to be not quite as competitive as hoped. The Dodge Viper, Chrysler Viper here in Europe, was then sort of slightly downgraded to GT2, where in factory and privateer hands it absolutely wiped the floor with the opposition, both in the World Series and then later in the American Le Mans Series. This is Wayne Mars, who's been joined by Richard Dougal. It's a 2008 8-litre V10 Dodge Viper GTS. And again, if you talk about things that make your chest shudder as they go by, the Viper is high up on the list. Right in front, Ferrari 430. And again, that car, Vance Kearney and Christopher Compton Goddard, 430 GT3 car. That car was racing in period in 2010.
You have to be careful if the Dodge Viper and the Bentley Continental are actually running together on track, because then even the grandstands will shake.
And God help you if there's a Corvette there as well, absolutely. The side exhausts, I think, were really deliberately designed to keep spectators awake, because instead of firing the noise out the back, they fired out the side. Now then, was that 11 or is that 17? Is that the Dansenborg?
I think it's a renumbered Paul Cope.
Oh yes,
that's the Reynard Protran.
Oh, okay. So he went from 3 to 11. I didn't notice that note. So page number 24 in your programmes.
There wasn't a note.
There wasn't a note. You spotted it.
I just spotted it. Yes.
Well done. So one of the last hurrahs of Reynard was their sports car racing programme. Adrian Reynard, where did we see him back racing?
He's racing in Formula Ford 2000.
One of his own cars,
yes. And he also lends a car to Samuel Harrison, who is leading the championship this year. I think Adrian's got 3 of them that he can choose from.
So this is a 2001 Reynard Protran RS06/H. Now, that's not the Nasamax Reynard, which was a diesel engine, if I remember correctly. So RS06/H, is that some kind of hybrid? Not sure. Graham Goodwin, where are you when I need you? Well, obviously you're at home, but I mean, other than that. 27, Sean Lynn's BR01, where's he on the timing screens? 15th place, and trying to work out where he is in class, by 4th in class currently in LMP3. All 3 of those rather pretty SMP racing BR01s. It was the BR02 that was the frightfully terrifying LMP1 car.
Something you don't appreciate from looking at these cars on screen, and even from the grandstands or the spectator banking, is you need to get into the paddock and have a look at them closely, which of course you can do. The paddocks are all open, so make your way down to the international paddock if you want to look at these cars. Is how small the cockpits are in the closed cars. The open cars, yeah, okay, they're a bit more space, you feel a bit more open, but the closed cars, the driver sits quite low down, but their legs are higher up. They're actually in a very strange sitting position, and although they're nominally two-seater closed cars, you'd need to be extremely thin to be the second passenger in the car.
Yeah, you need to be a box of electronics, essentially. That's all that you could fit in the passenger seat. And you're absolutely right, and they are tiny. This Lola B1260, this is a little bit like the car that we saw of Steve Tandy's that got damaged. So this car, Alan Purbrick and David Bryce, again 2012 4.4 litre Judd. And this Zytek, driven by the Mansell family, Keith Fraser and Mikkel Mack driving this one. Zytek 09S 2009 car with a 4.5 litre Zytek V8.
Good to see that back on track, because of course it ran through the gravel, avoiding that incident, but the team have obviously checked it over, made sure there's no gravel in places it shouldn't be.
Given a bit of a hoover.
Yes.
Yeah, Henry the Hoover is important as a box of snap-on tools. Other hoovers and tools are available. Bentley 43, here's the Bentley.
Yeah.
So Whit Garski and Ross Wiley. Again, Ross Wiley, is he still a current British GT driver?
No.
Having done British GT for a few years.
But he's been doing the one of the other British GT series, GT series in the UK with Whit Gamsky. So they're regular partners.
GT Cup, you're saying then?
Or
one of them.
One of them, yes.
One of them. I tell you what, it looks much larger all in black than it did in white and green. It is, I mean, the Bentley's an absolute monster, obviously. And you look at the Continental GT, if you get a chance, particularly with that car, if you get a chance to see it with the bodywork off, and you look in the front, and you go, well, where's the engine then? It is almost underneath the driver's seat. It's not literally almost underneath the driver's seat. It's so far back under the firewall, you think, oh my Lord, that's ridiculous. But that's what you can do to these cars to make them work. 39, Mark Drain, we haven't talked about him, another of the Ligier JSP3, so another of the LMP3 cars. And the easy distinguishing mark between the Ligier and the Norma is the Ligier's got that sort of concave nose. It sinks in the middle like they made it in papier-mâché and it's just sunk. Whereas the Norma has a convex nose, a more traditional nose. Obviously, different aero numbers generated by the cars in different ways, but that's the easy way to spot the Ligier. Ligier by far the most numerous in LMP3, and that JSP3 chassis is still a current specification car as well. So although it dates back to wherever that dates back, 5 or 6 years, you could still rock up in a Michelin non-cup race and it would still be a legal car. Same mark of Ligier, still very competitive. The Norma was originally the most successful of the second generation of LMP3 cars, but the Ligiers have sort of caught up a little bit, overtaken the Duqueine, as the Norma has become. Chris Atkinson in an Oreca FLM09. Martin, what's an FLM09? Well, Formula Le Mans lasted about 3 or 4 seasons. Essentially, it's an open Oreca 2-seater chassis with a Corvette motor. So the idea was to have low cost, low maintenance, but still high performing LMP1-ish car. This is before LMP3 existed, so it was kind of the early step in, and it was adopted both in the European Le Mans series and in the IMSA WeatherTech series as a kind of stepping stone to getting into the quicker P2 and P1 cars, or GTP as it has now become. So the Silver's still quickest. The number 5 Zytek is second quickest. That's the blue ice cream sponsored car, and Steve Brooks third fastest in the Peugeot. 55, the Tomlinson family, Ginetta, the orange car here now down to 10th place.
And I think that's Freddie at the wheel now, Lawrence's son, who has blue on the top of his helmet, which
yes, a different orange,
slightly, yeah, with plenty of orange, but that that's the helmet he wears in British GT. So Freddie at the wheel now.
And Ginetta actually won Le Mans as well, didn't they? They won in class, one in GT. I'm trying to think now how many years ago. A number. Checkered flag is out, so we'll leave that argument where it's parked. And in fact, Freddie Tomlinson, the first of the lead group to take the checkered flag. There's a few more who have. The Dantenburgs are in the pit lane. The De Silvas are still circulating. There is the number 10 Pescarolo of Tim and Harinder De Silva. That's going to be very competitive, really going to be tough to beat. But there are a bunch of LMP1 cars at the front of the field. It is a pit stop race, it is a two-driver race. And so, as at Le Mans, anything could happen. Keith Fraser, Mikkel Max, Zytek, Red 5, the Beechdean sponsored car, the ex-Nigel Leo and Greg Mansell machine. Second quickest, that takes the checkered flag. 16, Steve Brooks in the Peugeot 90X. Still completing his last lap. Not going to be a quicker one. Fourth is car number 70. Have I got a car number 70? No, I haven't. No, somebody's been renumbered. Hugo Cook. So 7 becomes 70 in our programmes. So we weren't notified of that. That's a red and black Lola B1280. And hopefully not taking the checkered flag for the second time. Here's Freddie Tomlinson. And there is the De Silva's Pescarolo. And that is the car that will start on pole position tomorrow afternoon for race 9, the Masters Endurance Legends Race 1. It's not an aggregate race, they are 2 individual events. And tomorrow it will be a 40-minute encounter starting, hopefully, not long after 5 p.m. And the second race on Sunday afternoon, a little after 3. We have not yet completed our afternoon of qualifying. Got 3 or 4 next to go. Andrew Scott saying that the ex-Martin short cart car isn't a Zytek, I think it's a Courage C60. Okay. Well, I was going with, off the top of my head, I was saying Dallara, which was wrong. In the entry list, it is down as a Zytek. Martin is here. So, I will forward that to him and get an answer for you, Andrew Scott. Qualifying session for the Masters Endurance Legends 21st Century Endurance Sports Car Racers, LMP3, LMP2, LMP1 cars from the last 20 years of competition at Le Mans, as well as GT cars. Red flag brought out by a spin and resulting contact from a couple of other cars. Hopefully not too badly damaged that they won't get a chance to race, because who doesn't want to see these cars in action twice this weekend? The Le Mans winning Peugeots, not quite as quick as the Pescarolos. Top of the pile, car number 10, Tim and Arinda da Silva. Second fastest, the car driven by the Nigel, Greg and Leo Mansell combination at Le Mans. The number 5 Zytek. And the rest of the afternoon looks like this. There we go. First up, a break from qualifying with Formula One demonstration on track in just a few moments. And then the Masters Sports Car Legends as we get back to timed action. Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy. Not just Mustangs, but plenty of those as well. And finally this afternoon, the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. The Pre-66 GTs will be the last of our track entertainment for the day. 37 cars just finished qualifying in the Masters Endurance Legends. And don't forget, on this sunny afternoon, no need to rush home. Nath Brooks, Shola Amma and Sophie Ellis-Bextor. A mouth-watering combination on the stage.
A face that needs no introduction, but I'll give you one anyway. Ayrton Senna, the Nossa Senna collection, the lady that's responsible for making these amazing sculptures is here at Lalali Senna. It's great to have you along. Now, these sculptures are so personal to you, but for us, they are just things of beauty because it's your uncle as we know him.
Yes, this is a great, great pleasure to be here at the Silverstone Museum. And these are the sculptures that I've made for my grandmother, Ayrton's mother, at her wish, because she wanted to see her son the way that she remembered, and she needed somebody from the family to make it because it's a representation of him as a family member, the way that we remember him personally.
Now, that's very tricky for you because it's how you remember him and it's so personal. How do you go about doing it? I mean, you said to me just before we started rolling that there are some little tricks to the trade.
Yes, exactly. The trick is when you see Ayrton in the pictures, it's not exactly the way that he was. So I use the pictures as references, but there are things that you couldn't find in the pictures, like his jaw. So the jaw I got from my sister. My sister posed for me, Bianca, so that I could copy because she had the same jaw as Ayrton's. And Bruno, my brother, has some features as well. So I used the family and my memories as a child to recreate a perfect representation of who I met as a child.
It's absolutely fantastic. Such a nice warm smile coming from him as well. Tell us a bit about the collection very briefly then, because it's a collection, it's a limited collection. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I did the big version for my grandmother. We have it in Interlagos in Brazil. It's a 3.5 meters high sculpture. It's very nice. And I loved it so much, everybody loved it so much that they wanted to have it at their home. So they asked me if I could make a collectible piece. So I scanned the sculpture, and this is the small version, a perfect copy of the big one that we have in Interlagos.
As you say, there are 3 different molds, 3 different types of this sculpture. It's absolutely fantastic. You can get down to the Silverstone Museum and catch it for a limited time only.
Well, as you watch pictures of the wing whistling underneath my feet, has been a modern Formula One car. So we have lots of cars out on track at the moment in a modern F1 demonstration, but we are also ready to go into our next qualifying session for the Masters GT Trophy. Well, we've just seen, near as damn it, modern Le Mans cars. We're now turning back the clock another 3 decades before that, and sports cars that would have raced in the 60s and the 70s. And incidentally, just a quick answer from Andrew Scott from Martin Short. He said the Deutsche Bank's X-Market car is a Dallara 4-litre Judd. Martin Short is watching from the wing with John Judd alongside. Now, there is a conversation that I would rather be having than talking to myself. But there we go. So I had it in my head it was a Dallara. It's on the entry list as a Zytek, but the man himself says it's a 4-litre Judd engined Dallara. Now then, what are we seeing here? Well, guess as good as mine. We have no indication whatsoever of what we're due to see in this modern F1 car demonstration. And again, modern here at the festival is always a relative term. Here's a recognisable shape, one of the last of the Tyrrell line. With the high nose that Tyrrell were among the very first to introduce to Formula One. And Alistair was talking a few minutes ago about looking inside some of these LMP1 prototypes and seeing how low the drivers sit and the sort of unusual high knee and high foot position. Well, that came in with the high noses in Formula One, and the reason for that was to clear the airflow under the front wing, around the underside of the car, around the underside of the side pods, after ground effects and with the flat floor, and that meant that the driver had to sit with his feet up. So you're driving in the car, if you look at it sideways, imagine the active Williams of the Alan Prost era that had the logo on the side of the Sega character. Name escapes me. But again, sitting down with your, it's like sitting with your feet on the taps of the bath, essentially. So you're looking over the tips of your toes when you're sitting in these cars. Your feet are high, your knees are high, the suspension runs underneath you, the airflow runs underneath you. Well, suspension doesn't, it's in front of your feet, but if you're using torsion bars, it does. And it's one of the last of the range from Tyrrell. And of course, the big Tyrrell story this year was the moving of the shed. And if you're not quite sure what that's all about, Tyrrell was based in a woodyard in Surrey, which was the Tyrrell family business, lumber merchants, timber merchants. They were based in a woodyard in a big wooden shed, and that's where the Tyrrell 001, 002, 003, 004 and so on were built. And that woodyard shed was moved to a new permanent residence at Goodwood this year. Well, based just across the road from Silverstone these days is Aston Martin Racing, or Aston Martin's Formula One team. Before that, it was Force India, but when the building was originally built and opened, it was Eddie Jordan who was the landlord, or who constructed the building, and that's where the Jordan Formula One team was based. Jordan went through a range of different engine manufacturers. But again, the pen of Gary Anderson almost always produced something elegant and distinctive looking. And perhaps not more so than their first ever Formula One chassis, the Jordan 191. He had to build a car that would be reliable and finish races, not necessarily be the fastest new kid on the block, because they desperately needed to earn points, to earn that TV money. He ended up drawing an extremely attractive car, the Jordan 191, and it was also very efficient. Well, Williams, based down in initially Didcot and then more latterly in Grove in Oxfordshire, not too far south of Silverstone, down the M40. And Frank Williams' team, after struggling through the 70s, a very much hand-to-mouth experience towards the end of the 70s, with Patrick Head on board and really getting their heads around the ground effect era. The FW06 showed signs of where the team might end up, and then with Saudia and Leyland backing, the FW07 really hit the ground running. Clay Regazzoni claiming the first win for the team, and Alan Jones claiming the first World Championship for the team. The FW07, FW08, very successful. In those days, didn't automatically have a brand new car every season. So the FW07 was updated into the B, which never quite really raced, and the FW07C, which did very successfully, and then the FW08. And Williams was never averse to a little bit of experimentation either. Jonathan Palmer tested at Silverstone in a 6-wheel Williams, not like the 6-wheel Tyrrell with 4 small wheels at the front for a lower frontal area. The 6-wheel Williams was an FW07, off the top of my head, test mule with 4 rear wheels. And the thinking there was, as ground effect was being eased out, more grip. Now, they weren't twin rear wheels as we saw earlier on, side by side, wider, but it was a longer chassis. All 4 rear wheels were driven, and as a result of one test here in the cold and the damp at Silverstone at the end of one season, 6 wheels were instantly banned by the FIA. Again, off the top of my head, I think the car was something like 3 seconds a lap quicker than pole position for the British Grand Prix that year. So it was a very significant, and this was a very rough test hack. Untried, untested. Williams also developed a CVT transmission for Formula One, or were in the process of developing a CVT transmission for Formula One when that too was banned out of hand. CVT transmission is basically a shiftless transmission system, so a little bit like an electric system nowadays, but with cones and bands which just seamlessly blended. Well, not gears. It doesn't have gears as such, but as the revs build up, or as the speed builds up, the revs don't necessarily build up. You get the engine into the power range, and then the transmission works out the maths in between the engine and the wheels, not electronically but mechanically. So the CVT was an avenue they explored. And then, of course, in the early days of trying to regenerate and produce hybrid power, Williams got involved with the flybrid system, the hyper-dense mass flywheel that was used as a spinning device to store energy and then release it. And for a while that looked as though that might be the hybrid route, but MGUs and MGHs took over from that, and a more electrical based system is when everybody was looking for a way of storing that harvested energy, supercapacitors and all sorts of other things, as well as heavier batteries that are used in road cars. But the flybrid system doesn't yet seem to have really made its mark. So for all that Frank Williams and Patrick Head are kind of sometimes, I think, perceived as being very traditional and straight down the line, they weren't averse to a little bit of lateral thinking. Frank Williams would always rather spend £1 million on the drivers and 12 million on the car than the other way round, figuring if he had a good car, he would attract good drivers. And there was definitely a long period where everybody wanted to drive a Williams. And who knows, we've seen other teams rise and fall and rise again. It may well be that Williams could be positioned to move back as well towards their former glories. Tough enough to get to the top of the greasy pole, really tough to stay there, incredibly tough to fight your way back up as well once you've slipped down or somebody else has scrambled up over your shoulders. Well, that's what they do. They're just a race team. They don't manufacture cars, batteries, hoovers or anything else. Williams Advanced Engineering does a lot of other work, but Williams F1 exists to race in Formula One. Great opportunity for these drivers in some beautifully sunny weather to exercise their cars. And wherever fans are around the circuit, I'm sure they've been very quickly alerted to the presence of some beautiful machinery out on the circuit. Part of motor racing that I think non-fans find hard to understand is it's not just about watching cars go round in circles for an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 or 24. It's about the sight and the sound and the smell. It's a visceral experience. They're not living things, but actually they sort of are. They sort of are. There is a character to each of them that's different. Each of these 4 cars you've just seen will feel totally and utterly different to anything else that's in the garages alongside them or down the way. They are as individual, and drivers will probably tell you this, between various different chassis of the same type of car, they will feel a difference. Now, as an ordinary punter, man, woman or child probably in the street probably wouldn't have a clue, but drivers are a more finely honed beast. Although apparently not able to spot signs from marshals, go this way, go that way, come this way, come that way. Cars are back in the pit lane, and as you can see, our next group of cars are ready to head out. Now then, I was wondering what the white car with the red chevrons on was. Obviously a sort of Marlboro livery, and wasn't entirely certain what I was looking at. And I did think, is that a Reynard? That's not actually an F1 car, is it? It's not. I'm indebted to Toby Moody of this parish. That was Mark Harrison driving an ex-Laurent Aiello. That was the name I was trying to read on the airbox. F3000 Reynard. Bought it in the USA, landed on a Friday and was driven at Donington on a Tuesday. And Toby knows this because he's the chair of the Midland Automobile Club that runs Shelsley Walsh and a former British sprint champion. And he also drives a 1979 Shadow in Masters F1. So 3 F1 cars, the Jordan, the Tyrrell and the Williams, and an ex-Laurent Aiello Formula 3000 Reynard.
Adrian Flux is synonymous with motorsport. Motorsport is synonymous with Adrian Flux, and I'm delighted to have Nick Wilkinson here from Adrian Flux to tell us a little bit more. I've given you such a big setup there. What can you tell us about Adrian Flux?
I mean, when it comes to insurance, yeah, we are the forefront. We're normally the ones that get mentioned straight off the bat. Not so much with just motorsport, but anything that's specialised. You know, whether it be a track car, kit car, modern classic, anything that you need insurance for. You know, we're always the first guys that is worth, you know, giving us a try first.
Of course, it's really important. It's crucial, in fact, that you have insurance when you're out there on the road. But when you come to a track, it's also really, really important that you have insurance for one reason or another. What areas are you really working in? Who are you speaking to?
Yeah, I mean, we stick to where we are most competitive. So, yeah, anything that is kind of slightly niche, anything motorsport, kit car, anything like that. Yeah, we're always trying to broaden our markets as well, especially when it comes to more modern vehicles, and the times are changing with them as well. Markets are obviously, all over the place, but at the same time, we always try to remain as competitive as possible.
Which is key, isn't it? Key. I mentioned at the top how synonymous you are, drifting as well. When I think of Adrian Flux, I always think of drifting.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. There's a lot of clubs that we work with, and we do have specialised events when it comes to drifting as well. It's just nice and just brings a bit of fun into not just boring insurance all the time.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. I'm going to drift over here and speak to Mike Scudamore from Team Brit. You've got a partnership with Adrian Flux. How important is that to you and the team?
It's crucial. The budget they provide makes a massive difference for us to be able to go racing. But it's just not the sponsorship. It's coming to events like this. The support we have from their agency, the video content they produce makes a massive difference.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. Great stuff.
Pleasure. Nice.
Well, those of you who are fans of sports car racing, and particularly old car racing, will know that Adrian Flux have a tame racing driver in the form of Alex Brundle. He does a lot of racing in a variety of different cars and produces some really entertaining videos. Let's catch up with Alex for a moment.
Alex, in some ways, you're the sort of defending champion here with the 512, but you're in the Lola this time. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's a bit of a step down after the 512.
It's weird, isn't it? It's kind of the customer machine, and the Ferrari's very much the works jobby. But we'll see how we get on. You never know. You never know. I loved that 512 last year. It'd be great to beat that with this and this with that, wouldn't it? That would kind of complete the set, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. There's some really, really quick Ferraris in this.
And tell us, these T70s were so popular in periods, I think because they made great customer cars. Are they, I'm not going to say easy to drive, but are they sort of easy to manage?
They're quite benign until you get to the absolute limit with them. So actually, I mean, of a modern of a modern prototype, we would say you can drive it to sort of 9/10 relatively easily, and then the professional driver of your team might be able to extract the last little bit. Very much the case with this. You can have them right on the edge and moving around, but actually, yeah, they are quite approachable, bizarrely, considering how they sound.
Yeah, and extremely powerful. What kind of lap times do you do in a T70 around here?
Oh, we're about to find out. I can't remember. The last time I sat in this one was 2 years ago when I raced it here. So I've got absolutely no idea what it'll do. I can't remember at all. Every day's different anyway, and it depends where the oil is. So, yeah, we'll just have a go and find out in a minute.
Well, we're going to find out soon. Enjoy it.
Thanks a lot.
Alex Brundle sharing that Lola T70 Mark IIIB with Gary Pearson as we head into qualifying for the Masters Sports Car Legends. So cars already out on track. Car number one, another Lola T70 Mark III. A couple of little chevrons coming down towards us as well. 27-minute qualifying session. And car 192, Julian Thomas, and he's been joined by David Denyer in that Chevron B8. And that is a 2-litre, presumably BMW engine car, whereas this is a 5,000cc car. Now, these cars are grouped into 4 age groups, essentially, but they don't have years. In fact, there's now 7, right? Okay. They have names. So the oldest cars named after Denny Hulme, pre-67, 2-seater racing cars and GTs. Then Bonnier, which are the under 2-litre cars from 66 to 69. Rodriguez, over 2-litre cars from 67 to 71. Marco, named after Helmut Marko. Obviously, Joe Bonnier and Pedro Rodriguez, the 2 earlier classes. 2-seater racing cars under 2 litres between 70 and 71. That's fairly specific, isn't it? Stommern, for Rolf Stommern, open 2-seater cars under 2 litres between January 72 and December 76. De Cadenet, named after Alan de Cadenet, and there is a Lola that is failing to comply with its driver's wishes. There we decided to not continue. Was that a Chevron? It's a Chevron, isn't it?
I think that's a Chevron
Yeah,
V16,
that is the Chevron logo on the front. And then there's the Cadenet, and finally the Pescarolo class, competition GT cars over 2 litres. Right, let's identify some of them. 188, that's a striking looking car, isn't it? The March 75S, and that dates from 1975. Much earlier is the McLaren M1 behind it, which is, again, much higher. This is car number 88, Richard McAlpine, 1966. This is an M1B, just at the beginning of aerodynamics, starting to have their effect on those big Can-Am cars you saw with the wing there. And this is very interesting. This is a brand new car that did, or not a brand new car, but brand new to its owner driver that did not even practice yesterday. So it's a Lola T70 Mark III, driven in period by Wilson Fittipaldi, the brother of Emerson Fittipaldi, and Antonio Avallone, Carlos Antonio Avallone, another Brazilian driver. So that is a Lola Chevrolet, and its American owner has literally just bought the car within a month. So Jim Norman, having his first moments behind the wheel, didn't get the car scrutineered yesterday in time to go out in practice, and so going out today, being run by Croman Cars, the same team that's running a number of other cars, including that Lotus 88.
And the Lola T70 on screen, the number 23 car, that's being run by Pearson Engineering, because Gary Pearson, I think that's Gary at the wheel, isn't it? And he'll be sharing with Alex Brundle. We've seen them together before in that car 2 years ago, I seem to recall. Last year they were in a Ferrari 512. Wasn't that wonderful?
Yes.
We've got 2 of those out in this hopefully we'll have both out in this session. To have one 512 is good, to have 2 is
double good,
unbelievable.
And certainly Alex, as he was just talking to Ed, was marking out the 512Ms as real rivals. They did win last year in a 512, the yellow car, Gary and Alex. One of the 512 is Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames. That's the yellow car, car number 123. And the other one was a red one that I saw in a pit lane, and that's David and Olivier Hart, car number 8, as habitually the Hart cars always tend to be.
And I think, judging by the fact that normally the Pearson car runs 23, I wonder whether 123 yellow Ferrari is the one that Pearson and Brundle drove last year.
Could well be. The bright yellow colours you just saw going through shot, Lotus 30, bright yellow almost always in my head means Katsu Kubota, and it does in this case. He's sharing with Andy Middlehurst. So Andy Middlehurst, not just famous for Nissan Skylines, but all sorts of other historic racings. And this is another famous racer, car number 9 in the colours of Team Gunson, the South African sponsors, Simon Watts, in that 1974 Chevron B26. Now again, that is a 2-litre sports car, and one of the things that we see here so often is the slightly more modern 2-litre cars really snapping at the heels of the big banger older sports cars. And here's a classic example, Katsu Kubota at the wheel of number 10. That's a 4.7 litre big block Chev in the back of that car, and it is struggling to stay in front of a 2-litre March BMW or 2-litre BMW engine in the Chevron. So these lighter, more aerodynamic cars, better dynamically as well than the older, more upright, big capacity cars on narrower tyres as well than the 2-litre cars. So it's a real David versus Goliath axe, this whole category, the sports car legends.
I think the Chevron B26 that we're looking at now, that ran with a Hart engine rather than the BMW engine, but there were basically 3 2-litre engines that were at the top of their game. There was the BMW, the Hart 420R, and also the engine from Cosworth, the BDG engine. And it was a tremendous period of sports car racing, wasn't it, with the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship. Very, very competitive indeed. We saw some great racing, and a lot of those cars appear in these races and give us more great racing.
Just in front of this car, actually, the bright red Darren Mark II, and that's a really unusual car as well. George Calgren driving out there. He is car number 50. Again, has all the looks of the early sort of McLaren Can-Am cars, with a little bit of Lola T70 Spider thrown in as well. But yeah, it's if you looked at it, you go, yeah, 60 sports car, and no question at all.
And they were built in Leighton Buzzard by John Green. Only 8 of them built. And good to see that one out. We do see a couple of other Darrens outside, one with a closed body.
Can't think of too many other Leighton Buzzard domiciled car manufacturers. Doesn't quite ring with Maranello and Sant'Agata Bolognese, does it?
The Lola T70 we're seeing on screen now, the number 1 car, Stefan Jobstel and Andy Willis. The Lola was really outgunned. It was a fabulous car and very successful, a bit like the E-Type we were talking about earlier. But along came the Porsche 917 and the Ferrari 512, and really the Lola, much older, well, relatively much older technology, and couldn't really take the fight to those cars.
And of course the other factor was that these were customer racing cars as well, so it was not a factory Porsche team with all the money that they could throw at it with a 917 and a 917-30. And so, yeah, they were outspent, outgunned, outpowered, and as always, the race of technology, manufacturers tend to win because they've got the big pockets.
The only significant win for the Lola T70 was the 24 Hours of Daytona in 1969, where they finished 1st and 2nd with the American driver Mark Donoghue and Chuck Parsons in the winning car.
Yeah, that was the Sunoco blue and yellow cars run by Team Penske.
Penske, that's right, yes, which shortly after that, they had a 512M, which had all the makings of being a dominant car, with David Hobbs, British driver David Hobbs at the wheel, and Mark Donoghue. But unfortunately, they had some bad luck, a little bit of unreliability, but not much, given that it was a Penske-run car.
And if you read David Donoghue's book, Mark Donoghue's book rather, The Unfair Advantage, and I really recommend that you do. It's a fantastic read and just reveals so much about what went on in terms of developing cars. Basically, Roger Penske, midway through each year, would sit down with Mark Donoghue and go, right, what are we going to race at Daytona? What's going to win us Daytona? And so it wasn't just about necessarily staying loyal to one brand. It was choosing the car that was most likely to win it, buying one, getting it back to America, and then developing it themselves. And they used to use GM skid pan at Dearborn in Michigan and a whole load of GM data logging equipment in the early days they used to develop the cars. And Donoghue was as much an engineer as he was a brilliantly talented race driver. And the book is absolutely worth every penny of your money. It's a really great read.
And to follow that up, you could read David Hobbs' book, which came out a couple of years ago, Hobbo, which is perhaps a little bit more of a
less
amusement, less engineering, although very good driver, very good engineer, of course, because his background, his father was engineering. But David Hobbs has just a wonderful style of amusing discussion and writing, as we see a Chevron B8 with the left-hand window, plastic window, just coming out on high speed. That's Stephen Nuttall and Darren Burke. The Chevron B8, a much earlier car from Chevron than the B26 we saw a few minutes ago on screen. The B8 was from 1968. 44 of them built, predominantly customer cars. That's how Chevron made its money, and ran with the 1600cc Cosworth FVA engine, or the 2-litre BMW engine, or the 1800cc.
Prettiest sports car ever, B8 or B16?
B8. That's my favourite.
Yeah,
B8,
it's
definitely.
just such.
Just looks right, doesn't it?
You know, if you put a Ferrari badge on it, it would be worth 5 million quid. And it's as simple as that. It's just drop dead gorgeous. Your B16 does run it very close. You know, it's not perhaps as functional as this, but it is certainly a very beautiful looking thing. So Kevin Cook's March, again, that high air box. Well, there we go, B8, B16, compare and contrast.
Just going back to that March, we're used to seeing March in open wheel racing, but less so perhaps in sports car racing, and the 75S, which we saw just a moment ago, Kevin Cook's car, ran with naturally the Cosworth BDG engine, as you'd expect, or the Hart, or the BMW, and it took a win here with John Lepp at the wheel, 1975.
All right.
But a one-off drive for him.
Adrian Newey's first entire car, I think, that he designed was a March sports car. It was the Lobster Claw March IMSA GT car. And that was full ground effect era. I think that was... Whatever happened to him? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know. It shows so much promise, and sort of now I think he's ended up racing with his son, hasn't he?
I think he's here this weekend.
I think he is. Again, I read his book, How to Build a Car, and certainly an awful lot of what he learned in the early days as March, as a sort of jobbing second designer and so on. The Lobster Claw GTP March was, I think I'm right in remembering, that was his first, the first car that he fully laid claim to, and very successful it was too. And he was sent across the pond to engineer the car for the teams as well at all the IMSA races, so it was absolutely living the dream at that stage. 23, this is the Pearson and Brundle Lola T70. Now, is this Alex who's just got in at the wheel? There's a bit of weaving going on down the straight. That has professional driver hallmarks written all over it. So I wonder if Garrett Pearson started the session. I think it may well be the case. So, fastest of all at the moment is car number 12, and that is Dan Eagling's Royale. Now again, that was one of the cars that went really well last year, one of the 2-litre sports cars. And again,
that was built in London.
Yeah.
So Leighton Buzzard for one, the Darren, now Park Royal in London. Bob King used to build those.
Lola built in Huntingdon in Huntingdonshire. Hertfordshire. Hurricanes, that's one of the other places Hurricanes hardly ever happen. 117, James Claridge and Gonzalo Gomez, Lola. So that's Ultramar Lola T296.
Yeah, a later car. That'll be a front runner. And we can see with that car, as he came through shot there, the very much extended rear bodywork and very, very much overhanging wing. That was to try and that was the T296, which was the later iteration of that range of cars, the T290, 292, 294, 296, all with the 2-litre or similar engines. That one with the 1800cc engine, but it was an attempt to get more downforce. And we see now what was the quickest car, but in fact the 117 that we were just watching has just pipped Dan Eagling's Royale that is coming into the pit lane now for provisional pole.
Good little battle between the 2-litre sports cars, both in the Ralph Stomlin class. Yeah, they are both in the Stomlin class. And again, these cars were right at the sharp end in this race last year here at the festival.
And you were saying earlier that the 2-litre cars can often challenge the bigger engine cars. Well, 117 is on provisional pole. That's a 2-litre car from Lola, Claridge and Gomez, and second place is Dan Eagling in another of the smaller engine cars, Dan's Royale with the 1790cc Ford Cosworth engine. Yet in third place we've got the might of a Lola T70, and in fourth place the might of a Ferrari 512 on screen at the moment.
So if you're in one of the 2-litre cars and you're looking at the forecast and it's going, oh, 85% chance of rain for Saturday, you're going, oh, hello, because less horsepower and more aerodynamics is definitely going to be your friend. These Ferraris and Lolas are really going to struggle, and the Can-Am McLarens and everything else are really going to struggle to hook up and get all of that torque and grunt onto the road. Whereas if you've got a slightly more forgiving 2-litre engine, it might be peakier, but it's not producing that torque that will just break traction as soon as look at you.
And it looks like the 117 car, the Gomez Claridge car, is going to go quicker because he's done a purple middle sector and a purple third sector, so he must be quicker. Yeah, 2:04.377 for Claridge and Gomez.
Still 9 minutes on the clock. That means plenty of time for Dan Eagling to come back out in that Royale and have another tilt. I don't suppose he's done for the day. Well, the Ferrari right up behind Carlos de Quesada and Scooter Gable's Chevron. Scooter Gable added to that car this morning in the white and yellow Yakko colours. So that is another of our 2-litre Stommel era sports cars.
A very late Chevron, that one, designed for customers between 76 and 78, and Derek Bennett, the designer and boss of Chevron, unfortunately lost his life in 1978, so that was the last of his 2-litre sports cars.
Watch the gloves. I'm not sure if this is David or Olivier Hart. I'm sensing by the absolute amount of hand movements as it's younger Olivier, David's son, but super busy. I mean, it just looks like he's juggling 5 Indian clubs and rubbing his head and patting his stomach at the same time.
Yes, and took the escape road there at Abbey and Farm, rejoined at Village, so that lap won't count, but it would have been slow anyway.
Well, the indications were how busy he was in Abbey, that he was carrying a little bit more speed perhaps than the car was happy with. And because he's got bright yellow gloves, it makes it very easy to see as well. And again, watch it under braking. Oh, looks a little bit more dialing a little bit of opposite lock there, even as he starts to try and turn it left. The tail is still going on. Fantastic stuff with that low cockpit. Busy. Didn't get it sorted out into Farm. Had to run straight on out of Abbey. Luckily, plenty of terra firma there. So who else are we looking at? Well, 210, the blue car of Ingo Strolz and Thomas Matzelberger. Another Lola T210. 1972 litre sports car. And that's in the category named after Helmut Marko, who was a very successful sports car racer, single-seater racer as well, sports car racer, but had to give up on top flight racing after an incident that cost him the sight in an eye. And then, again, like Adrian Newey, what did he go on to do? Anything at all? Yeah, there we go. Another family reunion. Tim De Silva seems driving alone in this Tadek Mark III. Another 2-litre sports racer from the early 70s. This one dates back to 1971.
Well, we moved from Leighton Buzzard via Park Royal to Keighley in Yorkshire for the Tadek. Tommy Clapham was the designer and builder. And once again, for the very competitive and popular 2-litre European Championship.
Well, so far we've predominantly talked about British manufacturers, although Yorkshire, anyway. I've ventured too far. Just ahead, in fact now just behind and coming into shot, is the red Osella. So Osella were big, there we go, car number 11. Big builders of particularly 2-litre sports cars for sports car racing and hill climbing as well. Very successful. This Osella PA1, and Arbart Osella PA1. And again, in the 2-litre sports racer category. So you see a number of competitive Osellas. You didn't see too many racing in period in the UK. Very successful on the continent. But it's always nice to see a little bit of something unusual. That's what we like so much. 49, here's Mark 75S of Paul Cope. And again, with his livery being a much more sort of sedate and monochrome, if you like, that high airbox much less noticeable than on the white, blue and yellow version that we saw earlier.
But very low front on the March, so even though it's from the same period as the Lolas and Chevrons, we're that are much more numerous. Quite a different styling on that March.
Well, it's got the look of the Formula 2 cars, hasn't it? The 782 and the 792 with that very low side pods. Of course, these cars had to have covered wheels, hence you get the big wheel arches, the big covering those, but the very low side pod and the sort of high central driver position that was very much in vogue at March in their single-seaters in the few years that followed that sports racer. And again, Olivier Hart on another quick one. Stops the clock's fastest of all. That time he held it all together. We didn't see the beginning of that lap, but it was clearly a good one. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and then a personal best in sector 3. And this does not have the hallmarks of having lifted off much either. So Olivier Hart chasing pace once again.
And for those of you spectating down the Hanger Straight just before the braking area for Stowe Corner, the red Ferrari number 8, 170 miles per hour down there, so 170.
Pa. Well, and in comparison, the 2-litre Claridge & Gomez car that was on pole, 117, that was doing, that Lola was doing, what was it doing, 147 and change, 148, let's say, at the end of the Hanger Straight. So 30 miles an hour down. 22.
Yet over a lap, only half a second slower.
Yes. Yeah. And that's the dichotomy here, is how do you make your speed? Lots of speed in a straight line, or lots of grip and speed in the corners. And the 2-litre sports cars will leave this Ferrari for dead through the Beckett's S's. And again, here we go. Look, he was okay. The Royals moved out of the way, so that's probably not a great indication there. But yeah, one of the quickest of the 2-litre cars. The Ferrari just won't hang on through the S's. Just doesn't have the grip. Lola the same here. Looking here at the Yerbsel Willis car. And again, Olivier Hart driving this car like a fully blooded pro driver, not just right up to the white line, but on the white line and fringing the grass. That is the sort of dynamic that you need to get the really best out of these cars.
And it was the Ferrari 512M, such as we've just been watching, the number 8 car, that was the second star of the Le Mans Steve McQueen film. The Porsche 917 was the goodies, and the Ferrari was the baddies, if you like, in the story. But of course, the truth was, in 1970 at Le Mans, they were the 2 top cars, and they were battling each other. And Ferrari brought, you probably remember how many they brought. It was 8, I think, works cars.
Sounds about right.
And Porsche, they had a customer program. Ferrari never did. So Porsche brought similar number of cars, but run by private teams as well as their own factory team, and also the Porsche Salzburg team as well, the Austrian side of it. And we're back with Alex. Is that Alex? Yes, that's Alex Brundle at the wheel of number 23. The Gary Pearson Alex Brundle Lola T70, and that is sitting 3rd quickest at the moment. And you certainly wouldn't want to take a big bet against that car being somewhere in the top 3 or even winning the race.
Well, he's 2.5 seconds off pole, 2 seconds off second at the moment. But Alex with 2 personal best sectors for this car on this lap alone. Now, hasn't got a purple sector, so not an outright fastest sector yet. But as he crosses the line, does that move him up from 3rd to 2nd? Not enough. Goes down to 2:05.11.
But a personal best for that car.
Yep. So he's gone from 2.5 to 1.8 seconds off the fastest time. Here's the other 512M. And I think you're right. This looks very much like the car that Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle drove last year to victory. So Lucas Salusa and Alex Ames driving together here.
Alex Ames, through his preparation company SEMA, prepares the Halusa collection, as we see Olivier Hart just stopping.
That's not looking for a gap in traffic, is it? I think that's looking down into the cockpit to see what is flashing at him. So he's looking in the mirror, the periscope mirror, so there's a little hole in the roof, or glass panel in the roof. He's looking up at the periscope mirror. Is he looking for a bit of clear track, or is he just trying to work out when it's going to be safe?
It's too late now.
They're into
flag's
cops.
out.
Yeah,
So,
flag is out.
yeah.
So last lap underway here for 1, 2, 3. Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames. Did you spot from a helmet who it was?
I think that's Alex in the car, but Lucas and Alex, well, Alex is very quick in anything, but I think Lucas is very quick as well, so it could be either of them.
Properly chucking it around here in the Beckett's S's. Again, look at that big understeer he gets as he turns into the third element.
That might be Lucas, actually, looking at the helmet now. I can see it a bit clearer. But, yes, a lovely collection of cars the Halusas have got. And it seems maybe that they've added this one to the stable.
Could well be. Down the end of the hangar straight into Stowe, dropping down into the Vale. And then hard left, hard right, hard right, hard right again. Trying to carry as much speed as possible into Club Corner, but he'll have scrubbed some of that away. Remains fourth. So fastest lap for the car, 2:06.590. That was that lap, but it was not enough to move them up.
Well, there's obviously more potential in that car because he was really wrestling it, wasn't he?
Dan Eagling down to fifth place. Dan went into the pits about 8 minutes of the session remaining, but only 28 hundredths off fourth. He will be on row 3 of the grid with his Royale, but right in the thick of it amongst the big banger cars. And of course, it's hot. Oh, not hot, but the track is warm, dry and sunny today. It may not be in the same sort of condition tomorrow. There's the car that is third fastest. The Pearson Brundle Lola T70 Mark 3B. Most of these cars, I think all the T70s now with big block Chevs, but Lola Aston Martin was used to be a regular feature of historic racing in the UK. Don't see too many of them anymore.
There was a T70 with an Aston Martin engine, which John Surtees and David Hobbs drove at Le Mans. It was a complete disaster. Not enough money and not enough development of the engine.
And I think possibly nowadays a T70 is more tunable and sourceable and affordable than an Aston Martin engine of the same era. So
definitely,
I think any T70 Astons that might have been raced 20 or 30 years ago may well now be Lola Chevs.
50 years ago.
Well, yeah, but also historically.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. I'm sorry. Yeah.
When I first started seeing them or remembering them, I always think of Lola T70 Aston as my first go-to, presumably because that's the first one I saw had an Aston engine. But there we go. Well, there is our... Well, that's not our fastest car, actually, is it? That's the second quickest car. No, it's not. Where are they? Somewhere about, Edelman McDonald, 14th fast. All right, so it is Olivier Hart's insane lap that took pole position from the Claridge and Gomez Lola for the Hart family. Pearson Brundle's Lola in third, another of the big bangers ahead of the 512 Ferrari of Halusa and Ames. Dan Eagling's 2-litre Royale ahead of the Yerbsel and Willis Lola T70. Then the 2-litre Tadek of Tim De Silva, De Case and Garber 2-litre Chevron B36 ahead of the B19 Chevron and the M1B. John Spires and Nigel Greensell. Didn't see much of that car, but they are 10th fastest and the oldest car in the top 10. Chris Porritt and Michael Gans in Chevron and Lola 2-litre cars ahead of the Pink and Fox T280 and the T210 of Edelman and McDonald in 14th. The high airbox March, Paul Cope is 15th ahead of the Chevron B8. That's the best of the B8s, the Nuttall and Burt car. Kevin Cook 17th, the Thomas and Denyer Chevron in 18th. And further outside the top 20, the Arbot Acela qualified in 22nd, the Darren 23rd. and the Cooper Monaco King Cobra. We didn't see that car, but that is in 29th place. Car number 29, funnily enough, in the hands of Keith Arlers and James Bellinger. That 4.7 litre car. And the Katsu Kubota Lotus 30 didn't qualify 30th. It's in 32nd. Well, the Masters Sports Car Legends pitches big banger, big capacity cars from the late 60s and very early 70s against their slightly more modern, slightly more aerodynamic, slightly better dynamically 2-litre sports rivals. And it's not always capacity that comes out on top. Last year, the Ferrari 512 won. The year before, it was a close run thing, and it was always going to be tight with the likes of Dan Eagling in his Royale and the other fast 2-litre sports cars getting in amongst the big bangers. Race 10 on Saturday for the Masters Sports Car Legends. They will start at 6:10, so an hour and a half after they qualified, and who knows, if the weather is wet, as it may well be, it could be happy hunting for the 2-litre cars. Well, we are ready again as we continue our hurry-up qualifying offence for the next session, and Ed Foster is down in the holding area.
Geraint, we're on the sort of assembly area for all the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. But typically of you're not conforming. This is not really a Grand Prix car, is it?
Well, I'll take that as a compliment from you, Ed. No, it's not. It's an Indy car, ran at Indy from 54 through to 59. But what a lot of people don't realise is that the Indy 500 was a round of the Drivers' World Championship. So Formula One didn't exist until the 60s. So Formula One was a formula for Grand Prix cars, but the Indy 500 was a round of the World Championship. So 3 different drivers have got World Championship points in this car from competing in America. But it came to Europe in period, so it did the race at Monza in 58.
And how easy or hard is it to drive over a race distance? Do you have to manage anything, or can you just go for it?
Well, you have to manage not giggling a lot. It's a proper car. It's a proper car. So it's laden with fuel, and with a driver, it's about a tonne, 400 horsepower, and disc brakes. But it's a big old slidey thing. It was built to do 500 miles, remembering that in 54 the Indy circuit was still partly brick road, not tarmac road. So it was designed to do 150 mile an hour on a load of bricks laid on their side. You know, it's a proper, it's built like a tank, and it's great fun. It's hugely funny, particularly around here where you can open Alton Park. It's just a bit of a pig in a poke because of all the chicanes before the good bits. But here it can stretch its legs. We're doing 150 mile an hour at the bottom of the Hanger Straight.
Fantastic. Well, I know you will, but enjoy it.
I shall try. Thanks, Ed.
Well, cars getting ready to go out. Not all of them quite as insane as the Curtis of Geraint Owen. You've got to be just a little bit mad to race that. Let's hear a little bit more from Ed.
Racing, you're also looking after quite a lot of cars. There's a lot of levels of stress, aren't there, at a meeting like this?
Yeah, a little bit. It's felt like quite a long day because we had a junior out at 9 o'clock this morning. Then I was out in a Fraser Nash a bit later on in the day, and then 3 cars out here, all desperate to get to the front of the pile to go out to qualifying. So yeah, it's been quite stressful the last hour or so.
You're usually at the sharp end, so is it business as usual today?
Well, it's quite a hot grid this year. Looking around, I'd be happy to be in the top 5, to be honest, but obviously aiming for first, but we'll see where we end up.
And who are going to be your main rivals?
Well, I think Tim Child's looking very good in the Brabham. Rod Jolly's got a fresh engine this year, so he's one to watch. He's always there or thereabouts, but now with this extra power, he's going to be something else. But Will Nuttall is always there, but there's going to be at least, well, and then obviously Rudy Friedrichs, who's he stuck it on pole last year and then had a problem with the engine, but I think this year he's going to be very quick.
Sounds brilliant. Enjoy it.
All right, thanks very much.
Okay, I'm not taking drivers complaining about long days. At least he's been out of the car for a while to have a wee. Or a cup of tea. There you go. So lots and lots to conjure with here, and again, quite a lot of different machinery, not all of it entirely barking. Let's hear a little bit more from Ed.
The pre-66 Grand Prix grid it's all sort of front engine, rear engine, and this really was kind of one of the last swan songs for the front engine car. But what an amazing thing to drive.
It's absolutely beautiful, and it always is such a looker. I just enjoy sitting in it and drive around. It sounds pretty powerful too, so it's pretty deafening, and people like to sit behind it and hear it as it's going along. It's a nice thing.
And you were saying that you've had an engine rebuild, but it's not the work of a moment, is it?
It's taken approximately a year and a half. We had to go right back to foundry because the block was broken, so we had to go back to foundry, get a brand new casting, and then 3D CAD it to figure out where the oil gangways were going and so on and so forth. But all in all, I've done a great job, and today's the first outing, or this weekend is the first outing.
Fingers crossed. I mean, if anywhere you need power, it's Silverstone, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've noticed in the woodcut tray we selling much earlier, the little Otis 11s, they're whizzing around as quick as some of the more powerful cars, so you need handling as well as the power here, so fingers crossed it's going to do well for me.
Richard, best of luck.
Thanks very much.
It is a fabulous thing, the last front-engined Ferrari Grand Prix car, and with it a little bit of Enzo Ferrari's love perhaps of Formula One just changed. He was a big front-engine fan, hated the rear-engine revolution, the mid-engine revolution, but in the end, needs must. And eventually they worked out how to put V12s very successfully into a mid-engined Formula One car, so he became considerably happier with that. Looking here at another very individual car, and a car that was just a little bit late, the blue and white Scarab, car number 28 of Eddie Maguire, America's Grand Prix car, and the American team arrived with a 2.5-litre Offenhauser engined, front-engined single-seater, based effectively around an Indy Roadster concept, just as the rest of the world went to rear engine. And beautifully prepared, but the Scarab was ultimately a fish out of water, just too late to the party, because by that stage everything else was half the size, half the weight, and with the engine behind the driver. You can see the front engine cars. There's the King Curtis Roadster, and there is the 246 Dino. The front engine cars look so utterly old compared to these tiny mid-engine machines, and yet the difference between them isn't decades, it's almost weeks in some cases. When the I mean, again, this Indy Roadster, the Curtis, is a very different kind of thing, as Grant Gowen was so eloquently explaining. You know, a ton of car built to survive, essentially like a Land Rover, some very brutal racing conditions for 500 miles, so well over 4 hours of racing, running on methanol at absolutely unmitigated high speed. It wasn't that they never braked, it's just that brakes didn't really feature that much, and so here he's going to run out of those pretty quickly, but he does get the chance to stretch its legs, and as he said, it's just a hoot. Well, it will take him a moment or two to find a gap in traffic, and again, that's, you know, possibly one of the problems with being a relatively quick front-engine car, is the way the mid-engine cars make their speed. You get all your speed hooning down the straight with a big front-engine car, but they make a lot of their speed, or a lot of their lap time, by not slowing down in corners. And it's that sort of David Goliath deal where the mid-engine cars, lighter weight, later on the brakes, they may not be as quick in top speed, you go past them down the straight, and then they come in underneath you into the braking areas. Well, there again, battle of the front-engine cars. You've got the Curtis Roadster and the Ferrari 246 Dino.
And just ahead of them, the light green car, that's the first car with a rear engine to win a world championship. Jack Brabham in 1959, the Cooper T51. So 1959, Jack Brabham won the World Championship in a car like that, yet the Ferrari just behind that we've got on screen now was still winning a race in 1960. Admittedly, the European at Monza, and they used the banking, and most of the teams didn't turn up, and Ferrari won it 1-2-3 actually, with Phil Hill, the last win for a front-engine car.
Will Nuttall's Cooper T53, that's in the more traditional dark green and white stripes. That's car number 10, there he is. And those are the traditional Cooper car colours. So dark British racing green. And of course Brabham sort of developed their own colours and that, adding in the Aussie gold to green and gold. But Will Nuttall, I was just about to say, looked like he was about to head to the top of the times. He has done so. He had 2 purple sector times. Whoa, and it's not to say that everything was perfectly balanced in a mid-engine car. Still more than capable of going sideways. Just ahead of him, 118. That is a
Lotus 18, Sam Wilson.
That's not on my list. I haven't updated my list sufficiently then, so I did think it was Sam Wilson's helmet.
Yeah.
The very familiar psychedelic green and purple.
That harks back to the Porsche 917 of 1969. Kurt Ahrens, I think it was, that ran the car in that colour.
And again, we'll see quite a lot of Sam, probably in the Formula Junior race at the beginning of each day. He's been a real star in those. Will Nuttall, again, so many of these drivers, Alistair, not just racing in one car or in one category, but even if they own a car of their own that they race in one category, if they do well in that, they tend to get poached by other drivers and do you want to come and have a go in mine? And whoever says no to those, how many conversations do you think? Do you fancy, here, do you fancy a go in this? Ah, no, not really. Yeah. I don't think there's a driver here that would go, no, I don't fancy a go in that.
Well, both Will Nuttall and Sam Wilson, well-known preparation experts for these cars and others. And Will Nuttall, we've seen him win here before at this meeting in this car. And but he'll jump, as you've said already, he'll jump into anything and have a go. And usually be very competitive. The T53, unsurprisingly, was a development of the T51 that we saw on screen a little bit earlier on. Which was nicknamed the low line because they dropped the seating position of the driver and a lot of the hardware in the car by about an inch, which was quite something in those days. As we've got one car, that's Flavio Puccinelli, in another of the Cooper T53s, but that one is not proceeding.
No, so yellow flags on the run down into Brooklands. To a shuddering halt. 22, Elliot Hahn in the 250F Maserati. So again, the final hurrahs, well, for Maserati as a Grand Prix team, but also front-engine cars. Sterling Moss always said the 250F was the best balanced car that he ever drove.
Yeah, he was actually advised by Mercedes, the Grand Prix team, that if he wanted to make his name in Grand Prix racing, he should go and buy himself a Maserati 250F. And luckily for Sterling, his father, as a dentist, had sufficient money to go out and buy a 250F Maserati. And of course, the rest is history with Sterling Moss, because the following year he made it to the big time in Grand Prix racing. But the last win for Moss's teammate at Mercedes in 1955 was the great one, Manuel Fangio. And Fangio's last World Championship win in his last World Championship winning year, 1957, was in a 250F Maserati at the Nürburgring. And he's always said in various books that he's written and other quoted as saying that it was his greatest ever race. He broke the lap record, I think it was 12 times or 11 times after stopping for tyres, I think it was. And in a car like this, and beautifully balanced, and actually a beautiful car as well. Just
elegant,
a bit like the Chevron. It just looks right, doesn't it?
Absolutely. But look at the driving position. I mean, you can see why dynamically a front engine car is not as good as the mid-engine car that's following right behind, the Brabham, car number 20 of Harry Sykes. His head is about the same height, maybe, as the elbow of Elliott Hahn in the Maserati. Why? Because the Maserati's engine is at the front and the drive is at the back, and the prop shaft has to go somewhere. And in this case, it's going under the driver, which means the driver is sitting artificially much higher in the car because the prop shaft's got to go underneath him. When all the grubby bits are behind you, you don't have that problem. And so look at the, there you go, look at the Cooper right behind, much, much lower. And as we all know, the taller something is, the more it will roll in a corner. And the taller a racing car is, the more it will roll in a corner. And so getting the driver lower, getting the whole car lower, the whole centre of gravity lower, is absolute manna from heaven for any car designer, any chassis dynamicist. And again, look at Rod Jolly in this little Cooper. I mean, this is, you know, almost a Cooper 500. And that's where, you know, those early F3 cars with the twin-cylinder engines, the single-cylinder engines right at the beginning, that's where they come from. You look at the little Cooper 500s and all the other little 500cc racing cars, and these F1 cars are basically the same thing, but with a slightly bigger engine.
Well, the one we've just seen, the blue one, that's Sid Fraser, number 60. That's probably one of the most important Grand Prix cars of all time, because it was the car that moved Formula One cars to rear-engined. It was the next iteration of the car that actually took a win, but that car was the one that proved that it would work. Designed by Owen Maddock at Cooper, first race 1957 with Jack Brabham at the wheel. So all those years ago, Cooper was saying you need to be rear-engined to be quick with the T41, T43, yet other teams still built front-engine cars right through to 1960.
And in fact, Formula Junior, when was that introduced?
1958.
58, after rear-engine cars had already proved their worth, and yet most of the early Formula Junior cars were still front-engine cars.
Yep.
So particularly from the European constructors, and so yeah, it still took a little while. You know, slick tyres didn't catch on immediately because drivers didn't trust them, because the only way you knew you were running out of grip was when the grooves disappeared on your tyre. So if you had none to start with, you didn't know how much tyre life you had left. Seatbelts, the same thing. You know, they rebelled against having seatbelts in the car because very often in the 40s, 50s, into the 60s, your only way of surviving an accident, realistically, was to be thrown out of the fireball that was going to become, or that the car was going to become. So being strapped into it was not something the drivers really wanted. So although you kind of look at it now in hindsight and you go, well, why did nobody make that change from front engine to mid engine? Because it was clearly the way things were going. Well, because they were used to what they knew, and throwing everything that you know out and starting afresh is difficult. It's not easy, and designers and drivers, no real difference. Barry Cannell, Cooper T51, 1959 car, and again, you know, you can see the development of the cars. The original cars, the earliest cars, are quite high, beetle-backed cars, a little bit like you know, a kind of D-type or something with that big fairing, big bodywork behind the driver. But very quickly they worked out that actually having lower bodywork all the way around was just better aerodynamically.
Well, that's the T51 Cooper, and then it was the next one, the 53, where they, as I mentioned earlier, called the low line, where they dropped the engine an inch. They dropped the driver down into a more reclined position rather than sitting upright, as you can see Barry Cannell is in the 53. And well, it proves it in our little microcosm here, because the top 3 times are all Cooper T53s.
And then just ahead of him, a couple of cars ahead on the road, was another Cooper, and that dates back to 1953, so just 4 years earlier, but it's a front-engine Cooper Bristol with a 2-litre, there it is, very upright car, number 19, the Cooper Bristol, 2.5-litre, 2-litre Cooper Bristol engine rather, but big, tall engine. And this is the kind of car with which Mike Hawthorne cut his teeth very much, and kind of made his name. And again, in its period, in the early 50s, a very successful customer racing car. And that's what Cooper sort of survived on. They'd race them, but they'd sell them as well. And Colin Chapman did the same, you know, followed the same formula. And Eric Broadley at Lola, and you know, March and Reynard and so on following along behind. To survive, you can't just pour money down a hole. You've got to somehow generate some income, and that's by making the cars available to customers as well.
And for the drivers, it was the same. They needed to make an income, and unlike today, they would race in saloon cars, sports cars, and of course they would take the cars down to Australia and New Zealand for the Tasman series. So Brabham would send his cars down there, Colin Chapman would send the Lotus down there with his top drivers. They would earn a bit more money, they'd win a few races, but the cars wouldn't come back, they would be sold out there. Yep. And it was a great way, it was like a shop window for them. But the Tasman series ran with slightly different engine regulations, but the same basic chassis.
Yeah. 2.5 litre engines predominantly. Here's another lovely looking machine, sort of pale French blue, and this is a Talbot Largo T26. This is Luc Brant's car number 26. Luc's got a good fun helmet as well. His helmet is a modern helmet, but it's got painted goggles on the front up above his head. But again, you know, the kind of final hurrahs of the front-engined era, and Talbot never made it into the rear-engined category at all, really. So,
and this very car competed at Silverstone in the 1948 Grand Prix, the very, very first ever Grand Prix here at Silverstone, just after the circuit had been, and it was still owned by the RAF, but had been leased for racing. And this car actually took part in that race. That's quite remarkable that it's still here.
Yeah, it really is. 60 plus years of racing under its belt. And there you are, there's his goggles and mask, face mask, painted on the helmet. And back to the third fastest car, Rudy Friedrichs. His T53 1960 car, and again you can see we talked about the Beetleback cars. This again, lower frontal area, smaller frontal area, and lower at the rear, and the Cooper Bristol in front. Again, watch the driver, look how much the car leans, just the angle of the suspension moving to take up that lean, because everything's so much higher up. And you see the later Cooper right, well, I was going to say right behind, he's gone by him now, straight by. And in fact, driving this car, Paul Grant, with a very Mike Hawthorne look, hasn't he? He's got the open helmet with the peak and that very distinctive visor that Hawthorne used all the time.
He should have a stitched-on bow tie on his overalls, shouldn't he, like Hawthorne, the polka dot bow tie.
Well, I'm sure actually if he spoke to his overalls manufacturer, he'd probably have one made in Nomex. I'm not sure if you can get it FIA approved or not, but yeah. And of course, in those days, you'd been driving in a polo shirt and soft-soled shoes. Fireproof wasn't so much of a worry because you were definitely hoping to be thrown out if there was any major accident or potential of fire. Checkered flag is out at the end of the qualifying session. Will Nuttall fastest of all. And at the moment looks like Charlie Martin second quickest in the Cooper. And there is the Curtis Roadster. Imagine what an Indy 500 must have been like in the 50s. Hardly any surprise that Grand Prix cars very rarely went there, even though it would have counted as a World Championship race. These things, absolute behemoths, just running flat out, wide open for 500 miles.
And the fastest front-engine car in the times is 13th overall, which is quite remarkable for John Spears in his very, very famous Maserati 250F, which he comes and races regularly. This is a car that was run by the factory, Maserati factory, in 1956 for Jean Béra, and a very proud owner now, John Spears, and he's got that up to fastest in the front-engined.
There's Rudy Friedrichs, third quickest. Is this an improvement? It's not. So he remains third quickest, car number 12. And behind him is the Brabham. First of the Brabhams on the grid. Tim Child, red with a green noseband. That car, sort of deep red. 24 comes across the line, and that's the Cooper of Ingo Strolz.
And car number 29 there going through. Okay, the helmet's wrong, but that's Jim Clark, isn't it? That's all the pictures of Jim Clark in his 63 championship winning year. The 29 car, Nick Fennell, the 1962 Lotus 25. And we said earlier that people like Cooper were pushing the boundaries. Well, Jim Clark was very much pushing the boundaries with the Lotus 25, Lotus 27.
And again, you can see how different this car looks to the Coopers and the Brabhams of the very late 50s and early 60s. And that's 4 years difference. It looks like a decade. In the same way that the front engine cars, the two Cooper Bristols further back on the straight, look like they're at least 10 years older than the cars that are only 2 years newer than them. The Lotus is an entire generational step, again, ahead of those very early, smaller cars. Well, what an entertaining prospect this pair of races is going to be. One on Saturday afternoon just after 2:40 and one on Sunday afternoon at 4:25. Will Nuttall will start on pole from Charlie Martin, and it's a Cooper T53 top 3 with Rudy Friedrichs ahead of Tim Child's Brabham. Best of Lotuses is Lotus 25 R5, an ex-Jim Clark chassis in the hands of Nick Fennell, and Rod Jolly's Cooper starts 6th ahead of Sam Wilson's Lotus 18 and Lucas Halusa's Brabham, Clinton McCarthy's Lotus 18 and Jeff Underwood's Cooper T56. And the extra numbers, there are the actual chassis number of these very famous cars. Lotus 24, Katsu Kubota, and Tom Dark in a Cooper T51, another one of our preparation experts who is also a dab hand at pedaling the cars himself. And then the front engine cars are coming in. The Scarab of Eddie Maguire ahead of the Maserati 250F of Klaus Lehr. A couple of Cooper Bristols, another 250F. We saw Elliot Ham's car, and the Cooper Bristol of Chris Phillips there as well. And further back, the unique Assegai Formula 1 car of Julian Ellison. The Nettoir Peugeot as well. We saw that car here last year. And the Talbot of Luke Brantz struggling to find some pace. He qualified 44th in the field for the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. The American team, well, plenty to get the mouth watering, with essentially 3 really different eras of Grand Prix car here. The old upright square-rigged front engine cars, the mid-engine revolution coming in the end of the 50s, the very early 60s with the Brabhams and the Coopers, and then the Lotuses from 62, 63, the cars that really picked up the ball and ran with it in terms of advancing Grand Prix engineering. But for all of them, plenty of entertainment for their drivers and for the fans. This race will not be all about pure power. It's about balancing what you've got in terms of power and grip and finding the best from the car and the driver. With most of these cars with fairly diminutive engines. So, Silverstone on a sunny Friday afternoon. Are there many better places to be if you're a historic racing driver? Well, definitely not this weekend. We've got a couple more qualifying sessions to go. The next up is for the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy. Pure Michigan, what's that?
Time now to celebrate the birthday of a four-wheeled icon, the Pure Michigan Mustang Celebration Trophy for pre-66 touring cars. Amongst the contenders on track, you'll see everything from the mighty Austin Mini Cooper, while at the other end of the spectrum, there's the incredible silhouette of the V8 Ford Falcon. And who could forget their 5-litre counterparts, the Ford Mustang, celebrating its 60th birthday in style at Silverstone. Plenty to feast your eyes on for this race as we enjoy a field of pre-66 touring cars.
Now, Sam, I don't want to panic you, but I've been speaking to some other drivers and they all say you're the man to beat around here.
Well, that's awfully kind of them. Yeah, you know, we're on good form of late. The cars work well this year. We've made a few changes over the winter, and we've definitely made a step forward. And coming off the back of a good win at Donington a few weeks ago. So yeah, I probably am the man to beat in that regard, and feeling quite good about this afternoon and on the race on Sunday.
I mean, you've raced historics for a while now, but just tell me, what was it like when you first stepped into an historic? Because it must have been a bit of an eye-opener, because you're used to grip and brakes and all those wonderful things.
Yeah, scary actually, scary. And some of the big American, you know, when I first drove this, it scared the life out of me. But I think the difference is because this is all I do now, and you know, this is my car that I've driven for the best part of 3-4 years now. It all starts to become second nature, and it feels like my car, because for a lot of the time, as you know, you're driving other people's historic cars that you only ever get no practice and just in it for the weekend. So yeah, it's very much my car these days. I'm comfortable in it, and obviously that breeds confidence, which is what you need.
If you got back into a modern car, you'd probably complain you had too much grip.
Yeah, I don't think I know what to do. No, I don't have to heel and toe, you know, flappy paddle gearbox. It'd be like a computer, wouldn't it? So no, I really enjoy the classic stuff now. Don't particularly miss the modern stuff at all, and it's, you know, it's just this is a great weekend, really nice atmosphere, really nice environment, and we're all here for fun, no matter ultimately.
Couldn't agree more, Sam. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Sam toured off in American machinery, but there's around 20 Ford Mustangs in our field. There's Nigel Greensall in just one of them, and the car he shares with John Spires. And 179, what age notchback is that? 1965, 4.7. Well, Ed is down there amongst our drivers. Let's hear who he's caught up with.
Now, Julian, I'm taking a punt here, but a Ford Falcon is the car to have on this grid, and you'll be one of the drivers to have in the car. So I'm expecting great things from this pairing.
Oh dear, too much expectation. Sam's so fast in his car, it's incredible. So I'm just going to see how close I can get to him.
And what are these Falcons like? Is it like a big Mustang?
It's like a big boat with too much power. They're crazy. They shouldn't be a race car, but they're fast. You do a lap, and it's all over the place, and you look at the lap time and think, that was a good lap time.
So is it predictable at least, or is it just, all over the place, as you say?
It's very predictable. The moment you touch the loud pedal, it goes very sideways. And that's it.
I know this is a bit of a personal question, but how much power do you get out of these engines?
440 or something like that. Yeah, plenty. Too much, because it's so lightweight at the back. When it rains, it's just terrible.
I was going to say it's probably 200 horsepower too much.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, look, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Well, there's definitely plenty of American brawn in this field, whether you're a Falcon or a Mustang fancier. But it's not all about the American cars. There are the traditional David versus... Did you tee that up? Dan Wheeler in his Mini. He's been racing Minis for loads and loads of years in the Mini Challenge and now more historically. And these are going to be the classic David versus Goliath battles. The Mini versus the Galaxies and the Falcons. And, of course, the Lotus Cortinas in there as well. Let's hear a little bit more from Ed.
Guy, there's very few racing drivers that would call going around Silverstone and a Cortina as chilled out fun, but I guess for you it is all quite chilled out.
Well, it's certainly a lot of fun. I wouldn't say chilled out, maybe that's not quite the words to use, but they're just really good fun cars to drive. Every time I drive it puts a smile on my face, and it's such a great event, this. I mean, I've been coming for the last 2 or 3 years and just surprised by the fan base, the amount of people that come and all the fantastic cars. It's just a really, really great weekend, so looking forward to it.
I mean, obviously there's lots of different classes in this race, but I mean, you've got your work cut out trying to stay with some of these bigger engine things.
Yeah, particularly here at Silverstone, it's tough. I mean, tends to be the Cortinas tend to have their own race and maybe try and mix it with a few of the Mustangs. But there's some quick cars with some very good drivers. So if I can get amongst them and cause a bit of, interference, that would be great. But as I said, it's just about having fun this weekend.
Talking of quick drivers, how's your dad getting on?
It's good. He's loving it. He's really enjoying it. He loves the Cortina, very much kind of his era. So it's just nice to be able to do it together on, race on weekends together, and just have fun really.
Well, I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Well, Le Mans winner Guy Smith in 7:11, Dad Peter in 7:12, so they'll be easy to spot. And in amongst the great and the good down there, former three-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Prio, who's sharing a Ford Mustang with Alex Taylor. And just seen a picture of Andy's old BMW Motorsport boss, Mario Tyson, who is down there as well. So it's not just Le Mans winners, it's not just Nürburgring 24-hour and Sebring 12-hour winners and World Touring Car Champions. The great and the good of motorsport are certainly seeing this Silverstone Festival as one of the biggest motorsport events of the year. Whether you're into modern cars or not, there's an awful lot of affection for historic race cars, and you just look at these cars. How could you not love this kind of racing? So much variety, and particularly in this, so much flipping, rolling thunder. The noise alone from these things is fantastic. Richard Dutton's Cortina that he shared for a number of years with his big buddy, Neil Brown, the legendary engine builder. Neil passed away sadly next year. A little logo down the side of that saying, you will never be forgotten. We will always be racing together. So Richard Dutton racing for a number of years with Neil in that car. They had quite a successful time in it. And definitely Neil Brown, very much missed by those that knew him and worked with him. A legendary engine builder. And Richard Dutton, of course, still running modern race cars. He just does not give up and enjoys a little bit of fun racing on the side as well. Sam Tordoff. The Tordoff is the T in JCT 600, hence car number 600. And that is going to be one of the cars we'll be looking at. The Minis, the Lotus Cortinas, and in this case, actually, interestingly, the 105 Series Alpha. That could be entertaining in amongst the Lotus Cortinas. In period, would have been very much a rival. I think the Cortinas probably had much more development, certainly in UK historic racing, than the Alpha has. So the Alpha might be a little bit outgunned by some of these. And a lot of these Cortinas, well, the console Cortina as it was in the very early days, the pre-A A-frame Cortinas, and then, of course, the traditional white and green of the Mark I Lotus Cortina. There's Nigel Greensall getting ready for the go. And hearing also that Pat Simmons will be here tomorrow for part of the Ayrton Senna tribute feature. Hoping to see Bruno Senna out in his uncle's, one of his uncle's Tolmans. And as I said earlier, the Senna feature, if you haven't seen it yet, 26 cars, bikes and karts related to Ayrton Senna's career, including the first Formula One cars he ever drove, the first Formula One car in which he won, McLaren's in which he won his World Championship, and a whole host of other cars. And once the noise on the circuit stops, the noise doesn't quite stop, because the eBay Motors stage will be in action. And in fact, that is kicking off right now. Nat Brooks, there you go. That's not him. That's a little bit of music in the background. He is on stage live now. Just under an hour from now, Shola Amma will be on stage, and Sophie Ellis-Bextor will round out the evening's entertainment starting at 8. If you are camping here, congratulations on your choice, at least for this evening. In terms of weather, it's going to be a beautiful evening. Get something to eat, something to drink, and head down to the village green and the stage, and you will be royally entertained. Tomorrow, the headline act is Busted. We will be back to the year 3000, finally a year later than advertised. And on Sunday, it will be Ollie Murs who rounds out the 2024 Silverstone Festival. And for those of you who don't know where the village green is, it's not actually marked as the village green, but if you remember where Bridge Bend used to be in the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, it's essentially there. So it's sort of inside the middle of the circuit. In fact, now they've moved it a little bit more towards the inside of between Copse and Maggots and Beckett's. But the eBay stage is down. I thought it was down on the way as we came towards the wing. Anyway, so yeah, find the eBay stage. You'll be near the big wheel. Your ears will lead you in that direction, even if my description isn't helping. For those of you who aren't here at Silverstone, that was largely a public service announcement. There will be more parish notices, undoubtedly, through the course of the weekend. But wherever you are joining us, if you're watching the live stream, again, feel free to throw in questions, corrections and suggestions. I'm equally open to questions that I probably can't answer and very, very open to corrections for my ill-remembered facts. Facts in inverted commas. So, yeah, please do throw in some comments. We will try and get to as many as we can, commensurate with actually trying to follow the racing action and watch the screens at the same time. So if you do have questions or you do have corrections for us, they are always welcomed, and somebody is watching the chat alongside the stream for us. So, car number 101, well, let's talk about some of the actual cars. This is Stephen and Alfie Woodrow's Mini Cooper S. As you can see, another Nick Swift product. Swift Tune, one of the, arguably the leading mini preparation concern in the UK. Wouldn't be surprised to see there's a few out here. Snetterton Speed Shop, hello Jonathan Lewis. They have a host of historic racing minis as well. Not sure how many of them are in this field. But oh boy, are there some Lotus Cortinas as well. Suddenly it just went all green and white, didn't it? A sea of Lotus Cortinas following the minis. And in front of them, the Mustangs, of which I have had a count. There are 16 on the entry list. So it's not an all Mustang race, but it is certainly, they're getting on for about 25% of the entire capacity of the grid. Fords in terms of Galaxies as well. And do we have, I'm just having a quick look. Yeah, one BMW, the 1800 TISA. Mustangs, we do have Falcons as well as Galaxies. So Tom Sharp and a couple of others in the, and there you can see a Studebaker Hawk, that big tall thing in the middle. Car number 183 or is it 63? Yeah, 163. In fact, it's not a Hawk, it's a Lark. Studebaker, you will have gathered from that misrepresentation of the Studebaker Lark, liked a bit of a birdie name for a car, Alistair.
And one of the favourite cars every year is the Roger Wills number 69, sharing with George this year, but he normally drives that solo, is the Mercury Comet Cyclone.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Mercury was a sub-brand of Ford, so it's essentially a 4.7 litre V8 engine, so you can guess where that's come from. But the running gear, basically a Mercury Comet, the Cyclone being the inverted commas sort of sporty version.
Yeah.
But it is pretty vast. It's not as big as a Galaxy, but it's pretty big.
Yep.
And pretty turquoise as well.
Yes, and highly entertaining. Lots of angle of the dangle being applied to the Lotus Cortina that didn't quite make it through the Beckett sessions successfully. So asking a little much the time. Well, there's the first couple of Mustangs in shot. Lots and lots of Mustangs. There's Nigel Greensell in that bright blue car just going out at the bottom of the screen. And I do know who's in that Lotus Cortina, but the number has escaped me at the moment. Is that 189?
Is it the Patel car? That's normally green.
198?
198, yeah.
198, OK.
Yeah, it's actually Giddings and Strether. That's Graham Patel's normal car, but...
Green and cream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very appropriate that we get 3 Mustangs and a Cortina in shot, completing the first flying lap.
There's no shortage of Ford machinery, is there? Whether it's Ford USA from Dearborn, Michigan, like the Mustangs, the Falcons and the Galaxy. Do we have any Galaxies or is it all Falcons?
I don't think there's any
it's
Galaxies.
all Falcons, isn't it? Yeah. They're a little lighter and more wieldy, or less unwieldy perhaps, a tool. 41, now this is the car what Alex built. So Jimmer, if you know, you know. If you don't, Jimmy Broadbent, the famous sim gamer, and Jan Mardenborough, again a famous sim racer who then became a pro race driver. They're sharing that car. That was the car, or that is the car built by Alex Brundle. Hence the Adrian Flux livery on it. And
the Mustang, isn't it?
The Mustang, indeed. Yeah, so Jimmer and Jan Mardenborough, that's a highly entertaining combination. This, though, is Nigel Greensall, again, essentially dialing in the oversteer with the throttle and then trying to correct it with the steering wheel. He's not flicking the car in sideways as such, he's driving the car out sideways. So again, pitching in, it understeers, and I'm sure that all the Cortina drivers would say pretty much the same. It understeers like a bit of a pig, so you basically chuck it in. So firm front, soft rear, get the rear sliding, drive it out on the throttle. The bright red and gold, those are the colours of Alan Mann Racing. And Alan Mann in the 1960s, a prolific Ford racing operation, started with Cortinas and Mustangs as well, and then later Lotus Cortinas. So 71, that's Ian Thompson and Harrison Newey in that Lotus Cortina.
And Alan Mann Racing still running, still preparing cars, now run by Henry Mann, Alan's son, who himself races occasionally. I don't think he's on the entry
He
list.
is indeed, actually. He's in 116 with Mark Matheson.
Yes.
So that is a Ford Mustang, and if you're looking for a red and gold Alan Mann Racing one, you'd be looking in the wrong direction because it's white. So I had seen his name on the list yesterday, and then I was looking for an Alan Mann Mustang, having not noted what the colour was, and I was rather confused because I didn't find one. So Jimmy Broadbent and Jan Mardenborough setting the first fastest lap. So is that the Welshman, Jan Mardenborough, or is that Jimmer? I'm guessing, and I don't mean this to be in any way derogatory, I'm guessing that's possibly Jan Mardenborough. He's ahead of Nigel Greensall and Andy Prio. So if that's Jimmy Broadbent, then, oh boy, that was a good lap.
Having said that, Jimmy Broadbent did British GT a couple of years ago, sharing with Michael O'Brien, and we know how quick Michael is. And their times were, I mean, Michael generally was the quicker of the two, as you'd expect, but Jimmy was very close and was actually slightly quicker on a couple of occasions, I recall. So I think you could say it could be either of them, actually. But they've both been pipped now by Sam Tordoff, who's driving solo in his number 600 purple.
We're just watching it here, and you could see Sam dialing in all sorts of different angles of attack as he balanced the car on the throttle and the steering. And again here, steering wheel is sort of often something for the driver to hold on to for confidence more than actually directing the car, particularly once he's got it settled into a corner.
Yes, the car does occasionally react in something like the order that the driver wishes when he turns the wheel.
Well, he's got the headlights on, so he's on a proper quali lap now. Look at that, you can see how much the evening sunlight is sort of softening here, and this is the Tordoff car right up behind the Alan Mann liveried Cortina, trying to melt the paint off. That's a bit unfair. I thought the Cortina behind actually might have had the high intensity rear light on. The Lotus Cortina, the sort of white and green one that's fourth in that shot, because as it went away from us out of Luffield, it looked like where you'd normally see the filler cap, they had rather carefully put a high intensity rain light. And that looked like it might have been on, however, it may not be. Sam Tordoff comes down the hanger straight. Another personal better first sector, but whoever's in 41, Jimmy Broadbent or Jan Mardenborough, that is potentially another pole lap. Tordoff goes quicker again through sector 2. And now as you get to Stowe, you go into sector 3, the shortest in terms of distance on the lap. Wow, look at the way he's just sliding the car. This is beautifully done. Elegantly balanced, and that's just keeping that momentum up. And 228.739 eases away a little bit, becomes 228.054.
Yeah, that was a better lap for Sam.
It was.
And it looked relatively untroubled for him. He's just, as you say, drifting the car beautifully. Nice to see the Minis out there coming down into Stowe Corner. Minis were very successful in period with drivers such as Gordon Spice and John Rhodes, John Handley,
Steve Neal,
yeah, Matt's father, that's right.
Got to get that in as well. Got to remind him that he raced in this era, because he refuses to acknowledge that he might be over the age of 40. 23. So who is that? Let's identify someone. 23. Andrew and Fraser Hack. We saw that car in the collecting area. I'm not quite sure what that green is actually. It's sort of a more modern metallic-y version-ish of a BMC colour.
And whilst the Minis can't really keep up, especially at Silverstone, unless it's wet, of course, with the more powerful Cortinas and the V8, the Falcons and the Mustangs, they will have a fabulous battle amongst themselves, and that's one of the highlights of this race, is watching the battle between all the Minis.
They've all happily torn past Charlie Neerberg's bigger capacity Alpha GTA as well. So he had a little bit of a moment to himself then. So plenty of Mustangery. Who is the best of them? That is still the 41 Jimmy Broadbent Jan Mardenborough car. So Tordoff is fastest of all in the Falcon. Then Mustang, 63 John Davison, Mustang. 10 is Tom Sharp, Falcon.
And then Julian Thomas in his Falcon.
So there's John Davison in the 63 Ford Mustang. So I didn't spot it yesterday, but there is one in Alan Mann Racing colours. Now, it hasn't got Henry Mann in it, as he said. But right behind the blue car,
that's John Davison in the Alan Mann colours, number 63.
Yeah. And again, that very distinctive livery, not with the gold in the same places as you saw on the Cortina, but with the gold hardtop and the gold, well, where you would see GT350 or GT500 on a Shelby Mustang, that's where the gold goes for Alan Mann Racing. Byfleet Surrey are the other two words that you have to say after Alan Mann Racing. That's what it says on the service barges.
I think that's Julian Thomas just ahead of, couldn't see with the sunshine on it, but it looks like Julian Thomas, who is currently sitting 9th quickest in number 192.
Yeah, there it is.
It is, yes. It's the dark blue car. That used to be yellow with a checkered roof. We used to call it the Taxi.
Yeah.
But he repainted it a couple of years ago and decided it would look nicer in blue, which is his more traditional colour.
Was it in the revival a couple of years ago or here last year that car was going really well?
It goes well everywhere.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
It was a couple of years ago, I think, when he'd handed over to Callum Lockie, his long-time co-driver.
That's the race I'm thinking of. It was a couple of years ago. Yep. Exactly so.
Julian Thomas, very accomplished driver now. He's very much an amateur, runs a successful business with data logging and lap time logging for racing cars.
Smith G, car number 711, is now up to 13th place. Last lap I noticed he was in 17th, so he continues to improve. Not quite an improvement on this lap. Ooh, boom, in with the bullet. Craig Davis in his red and gold Ford Mustang. That's the Alan Mann Racing car that we were just looking at, and that car, I've lost him now. Where did he pop into? Oh,
Craig Davis is 15th.
Oh, yeah, 15th, yeah. So into the top 10, top 20 rather. And there's the Alpha.
So another of the Halusa stable, Andreas Halusa driving that one. And the Alphas are very, very competitive against the Cortinas in that class. And we've not got them here this weekend, but the Banks brothers normally one of the quickest in that class. As Sam Tordoff slides the Falcon out of Club Corner and just pops past the Alpha of Halusa.
And that's the difference between 1.6 and 4.7.
and about a ton difference as well.
Yes, exactly. You see an awful lot more of the side of the Ford in the corners than you do of the Alfa.
It's Michael Whittaker Jr. in his Mustang. Michael Whittaker Jr. has won races in that car this season and last season. Very, very quick driver and beautifully prepared cars from the Whittakers. They've got a number of cars that they run, and Michael is 6th quickest at the moment, 6th quickest for number 49. Mustang with the thick black stripe down the middle, or dark blue perhaps.
A couple of cars in the pits, so whoever started, either Jimmy Broadbent or Jan Mardenborough, handing over to their co-driver. Likewise in 198, the Jake Giddings Paul Streeter car, not sure quite who started that Green and Green machine, but again, driver change there, driver change 2 for 168, and that's Mustang. Oh no, okay. So Russell and Shillystone.
We have a second driver for that one, yes.
Yes, we were not informed of that. As long as we don't see our own names appear as second driver, now that really will be a bit of an issue, not only because we've got other work to do, but also because neither of us will be very convincing. I don't know. Well, certainly I don't know about Alistair, but I would not be even remotely convincing in these cars. It would be like when you see those clips of Usain Bolt doing the 100 metres against normal people, yes, only with Usain Bolt actually trying and all the normal people being normal people.
Yes, I think remotely is a bit too strong a word for me. Even remote is too remote. But Michael Whittaker Jr. certainly has got the speed to trouble the top 10. He's 6th at the moment in the Mustang.
Harrison Newey, I'm being told, is the man who started the qualifying session in car number 71, the Newey-Thompson Ford Lotus Cortina. That information in from Michael Mallock. Hello, Michael. Glad to hear that you're listening in between all the other things that's happening with RML this weekend. I hope Michael's also doing some laps in the safety cars in the SWBs, because I'm not sure that you can get too many miles in those cars.
Michael Whittaker Jr. did improve his time on that last lap, but didn't improve his position, so stays in 6th, but gets within 2/10. But above that, John Davison, number 63, 0.02 of a second slower than the 99 Mustang of Alex Taylor and Andy Prio.
Yellow and black car, that's in the pit lane there. Andy Prio, the Guernseyman's helmet, so he's got out, so he did start that session. We saw him in the car, and it will be perhaps a little surprise to you that lots and lots of online fans are going absolutely mental about the Jimmy Broadbent Jan Mardenborough car. And according to a universal acknowledgement of the fans, Jan Mardenborough did start the session, which presumably means that Jimmy Broadbent is streaming it live as well from the pit lane, because if Jimmy does anything, it tends to be streamed live as well, because he's got millions of followers who will be following intently. Something to which I'm sure the builder of this car, Alex Brundle, would be very, very pleased to kind of achieve that level. So Jan Mardenborough, we saw the car. Did it come in?
It's out there on track now, yeah, so it's been in.
I think it did come in, yeah. So Jimmy Broadbent then at the wheel of number 41. So the pale yellow car, 777, who would that be? That would be Guy Zeiser and Ollie Webb in the 1965 notchback Mustang. No fastbacks yet. They didn't come in till 67, so they don't count in pre-66. So you're in with the notchbacks. And right behind, couldn't quite see which of the low tie that was, the Lotus Cortinas. So in the Mark I form, it was a Ford Lotus Cortina. In Mark II form, it was a Ford Cortina Lotus. Ford reinstating the importance of Cortina above the name Lotus in that one. 712, that's Peter Smith. So Smith P Smith G did come into the pits actually, so maybe Guy wanted a couple of changes, or I don't know, bottle of pop for the journey, something like that. But he's back out on track, and there is Dad Peter having a bit of a second stab there at getting the car to turn into Luffield.
Well, he needs a caravan on the back, doesn't he, just to stabilise the car. He's used to towing, boss of Swift Caravans.
I was going to say the reference there for fans who aren't aware, and that's of course is why Guy throughout all his junior career was sponsored by Swift Caravans, because it is the family business. So yes,
I think it's the largest caravan and motorhome manufacturer in the UK now.
Yeah, and one of the largest in Europe, if not the world. Yeah, very, very big business. Glad to see that the funfair is still in full effect. I'm not sure how much you can keep up with the cars as you're whizzing round and round in the Chair-a-Plane spinny thingy, because that is its official name. Car number 7, this is Mark Burnett's Austin Mini Cooper S. That sort of black with gold stripe along the bottom, that just makes me think 1275 GT, but of course it hasn't got a Clubman nose on the front. And another Ford battle, the Falcon versus the Mustang. And that Alan Mann liveried Mustang getting very close. 96, the Falcon in the hands of Tim Scott Andrew. And really right, I mean really right behind now, Craig Davis in that red and gold car now finds his way through. I think Tim Scott Andrew probably went, oh, okay, come on then, off you go. I don't want you shunting into the back of me, and you are clearly quicker. Oh, excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Okay, not the fastest, but it began the lap with the momentum that he wanted. And where is he currently on the timesheet? Down in 17th.
Yeah,
so
I was just about to say, I'm not expecting Craig Davis to stay in 17th. He's normally one of the quicker Mustangs.
Well, that last lap, quicker in the first sector, but then slower in sector 2 and sector 3. And you know, with so many cars, how many cars have we got? 55 cars out on. I mean, look at it. You know, if you're in a quicker car and you come up behind 7 Lotus Cortinas, a couple of Alphas and some Minis, then, you know, it's not going to help your lap time. So he's now got himself a bit of a break. He's got ahead of that blue Falcon of Tim Scott Andrew, so he's got a little bit of clear track in front of him. That might be enough to eke out a really quick lap. In fact, he's just been shuffled down to 17th place by Guy Smith, who is in 16th. Guy improving a little bit on the first sector of this lap, but again, he's found traffic. And so it will be page 1 of the driver's qualifying excuse book for a lot of these, won't it? Wow, there was traffic. And genuinely, almost every shot we get, you can see why they're saying that.
He's coming into Copse Corner now, so he's got to do another half a lap before he starts another flying lap, if he's been delayed on this one by traffic.
Well, there's a gap in front of him to Lotus Cortina and the Mustang sort of in the distance. Of course, that big slide at the start of the lap, he may not have lifted, but it did sort of dent his momentum. So his first sector time is not as good as he has previously done. Let's see what he gets out of sector 2. It's a long sector 2. It takes him all the way down into the braking area at the end of the Hanger Straight. So we're waiting a long while for that sector time.
And look at this lot ahead of him, which some of those cars he'll catch because he is one of the quicker drivers. And he must be looking out the windscreen thinking, what am I going to do when I get to that lot?
Well, he may not have to worry about it until he's out of the Vale. The problem is not so much Stowe, which has got a quick entry and a relatively quick exit. You tend not to lose too much time there. But drivers that really aren't on their mettle will lose more time exiting the Vale and going through Club Corner. He's not going to catch them before the line. It's very wide. Don't know if this is going to count in the end. A green sector 2 and across the line 2:27.4 to beat, 2:32.6.
It was a better time, moved him up one place. If it stays there, he may lose that lap time, but I think it's this lap that he was aiming for. If he can steer clear of that big lump of traffic.
This big lump of metal of Sam Tordoff. Tordoff seems to have led a little bit of a charmed life. We saw him early on fighting his way through traffic, but here he's just cooling it down. And he's then going to drop the hammer as he gets through Club Corner and start another flyer. Well, if he doesn't, yes, he does. was going to say, if he doesn't, then he's going to run out of time. There's only 3 1/4 minutes on the clock. So Sam Tordoff goes again. Jimmy Broadbent, Jan Mardenborough in second place. And starting from the front row of the grid would not be a bad place for them to be.
Sam Tordoff, it's like almost like ice skating when he's driving. He swings the car. Oh, he's maybe slightly oversteering there a little bit more, or that was maybe the camera angle. But he seems to just drift the car through. It's all so controlled.
Yeah, it is.
Really experienced driver.
Beautifully done. And actually, you could see that right from the very beginning. Just the flow of it. It's not like, oh, it's snap oversteer. It's absolutely deliberately done. Beautifully controlled. And he's up.
It's not as good as a time he's done before, but just a fraction down on his best time. So this could be a better lap, but he's 1.3 seconds quicker than Jimmy Broadbent and Jan Mardenborough in their Mustang as he comes out of the Luffield through Woodcote Corner, past our commentary position and down into Cops Corner. He's got a Mini just ahead of him.
Alan Taylor in 99 here, the yellow and black Mustang. That car currently 4th fastest. We saw Andy Prio handing it over to him a little earlier. Alex Taylor, beg your pardon.
And here comes the drifting Falcon again on our screens with Sam Tordoff.
Well, you know, we always talk about the fact that these things are probably going to run out of brakes if they're really pushed hard in the heat, but does that look like he's starting to run out of tyre as well?
And he's got that clear lap you were hoping for, because that big gaggle of traffic didn't really materialise for him. That's maybe some of them came in the pits, and he's coming into Stowe Corner now, just the Vale Club Corner to the line, and he's not improved his second sector time either, so it's looking like he won't improve his overall lap time. 2:27.4 is his best time, and he catches the car right in the middle of the corner.
Catches the BMW 1800 at absolutely the worst place. I'm not sure he lifted, but he certainly had to breathe the throttle a little and dive to the inside. Comes across the line with 40 seconds to go. Was he compromised at the start of that lap? Or has he just boiled the tyres alive? This is the 11th place car, Russell and Chilistone's Mustang. Still just under 20 seconds to get to the flag, so they will get another one. Not too many other drivers will behind them. 7, 6, okay, anybody? Okay, so the Mini does. Is that Dan? I think it might be Dan Wheeler's car. And checkered flag out now, or should be. The camera shot doesn't quite get it, but there it does. So there's the Alaman Racing liveried car. And everybody coming across the line now, taking the checkered flag.
Sam Tordoff has just set a speed at the end of sector 1 of 132 miles an hour. It's about 137 down the Hanger Straight. I noticed last time, we'll check this time what his top speed is, but for a big heavy car built before 1966, that's going some.
That's a heck of a speed, isn't it, with the brakes that these things sort of have. Just saw 1:49 coming across the line, and that's the Falcon sprint of Niels Fredrik Nieblis and Jeremy Welch. Quite a difference from what you often see Jeremy in, which is a big Healy. And there is the John Spires, Nigel Greensall Mustang, the blue car, just getting out a shot down at the bottom of your screen.
And Sam Tordoff has backed off, we can see from the sector time, so he's not going for a quicker lap on this final timed lap. He may just come into the pits.
I would think he's probably on his way into the pits. There you saw 41. So the Mustang, Jimmy Broadbent and Jan Mardenborough, front row of the grid. That's not bad. That is not bad. And it's a two-driver combination, so Sam's had the entire session out there on his own to try and find the gaps in traffic, to try and cool the tyres and brakes, build himself back up to speed, really drop the hammer when he wanted to and when the time was right. Whereas Jimmer and Jan have had to divide the session in half, which leaves you probably not with half the opportunities, but with a third of the opportunities to do exactly that. So that's a really good job. John Spires, Nigel Greensall, third fastest. Fourth place, 63, John Davidson, another of the Ford Mustangs. The Taylor and Prio Mustang in fifth. And Michael Whittaker Jr. in his Ford Mustang in sixth position. So no question, the Mustangs are up at the sharp end of the field. Is this our fastest Mini? Is that why we're seeing that? 101. It's a brilliant looking colour, isn't it? That could almost be a production colour. Stephen Woodrow and Alfie Woodrow in their Mini Cooper. SA, Stephen and Alfie 101. Oh, is that why it's car number one? No. Is that right? I don't know. Okay. And another very production looking colour scheme on the Minis. I think an awful lot of drivers do like to have that kind of authentic feel to their liveries.
The quickest Mini, to answer your question, which I don't think you ever asked, but you know one.
Well, I did say, is that our quickest Mini? Because we happen to be seeing it. No, it wasn't.
Phil Bullen Brown is the quickest Mini, solo.
All right. Well, Sam Tordoff is fastest of all, and it's Ford. There's not anything other than the Ford in the top 10, and it's spread between the Falcons, the Mustangs, and the Cortinas. Great qualifying from Jimmy Broadbent, Jan Mardenborough to go second ahead of Spires and Greensall. Guy Smith in the end just outside the top 10, and still nothing other than the Ford in the top 20. And the first non-Ford is the BMW 1800 of Harry Barton in 30th place. The top Mini is Phil Bullen Brown, as you said, in 34th place. The Mercury Comet Cyclone, the Wills, is in 36th position. And Andreas Halusa's Alpha that we saw earlier in 48th place. 55 cars on the entry list, 53, beg your pardon, went out and qualified. Hopefully the other two Alphas will make it out into the races, the race on Sunday. So it'll be a 45-minute two-driver race on Sunday, starting at 5:05. So a little earlier in the day than qualifying, but it is going to be absolutely excellent entertainment. So beautiful afternoon after what started as a little bit of a grey and overcast morning. And some very busy qualifying. The Honda van didn't make it out in qualifying, but then it's not pre-66, so there we go. Some dramatic stuff from Nigel Greensall. He and John Spires will start on row 2 of the grid. Equally dramatic angle of the dangle adopted frequently by Sam Tordoff, but he found the pace in the car. Really excellent stuff in the Ford Galaxy, in the Ford Falcon. John Davidson's Mustang went quickly, not quite so much the Alpha of Andreas Halusa. Car number 10, as always, of Tom Sharp, Ford Falcon, again showing plenty of tail. One of the most impressive qualifying from car number 41, the Ford Mustang of Jimmy Broadbent and Jan Mardenborough, the car built by Alex Brundle, and probably going quicker in their hands than his. He's going to murder me at some stage quite soon, but really impressive stuff from them. And the Mustang going very well indeed. We are nearly done, but go nowhere, because we still have pre-66 GT car qualifying to come.
The Ferris wheel isn't the only thing here at Silverstone, the Silverstone Festival, that Michelin have got something to do with. Now, when you think of motorsport, of course you think of Silverstone, and of course you think Michelin. They are synonymous, and I'm delighted to find out a little bit more by talking to the UK marketing manager for Michelin. Here, it's Martin Thompson. It's great to see you here. It's lovely to see you with such a great presence as well.
That's right. It's really important that, given the two icons that Silverstone and Michelin are, that we have a really good presence here. And as you know, Michelin, through the ages, we have been heavily involved in motorsport. The first competition we competed in was the 1895 Paris-Brest. We've had over 1,000 motorsport victories in all formats. And looking at technology, all of the technology you see in car tyres today comes from our work within motorsport. The longevity, the energy-saving tyres, and our latest creation, the cross-climate tyre. That's actually developed from the Le Mans teams wanting a wet slick. So that's where that technology came from there.
Of course, we always think tyres are Michelin, but it's not just tyres, is it? I mean, there's also restaurants too.
There are restaurants, there are maps and guides. The whole restaurant scenario came from, in the early days, the Michelin brothers realised that people were starting to travel further afield. They needed to know where they could get a nice meal, they needed to know where they could get a good bed for the night, and that's where the whole Michelin starred theory sort of evolved from.
But there's also the Michelin Man. Now, he makes an appearance from time to time, doesn't he?
He does indeed. If you're around during the weekend, the Michelin Man will be showing his face. He'll be there for photographs, and yeah, he'll just be playing up. So that'll be.
And over in the paddock, there's a bit of a Michelin presence too.
We've got a real eclectic mix of 20 vehicles down in the international paddock. They'll be taking part in the parade every day. So yeah, that's worthwhile going to look at. That's for certain.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots to see and lots to do, including this, the 360-degree platform. So I'm going to give this a go, and you can too.
.25 in the evening here at Silverstone, day one of the Silverstone Festival 2024, and there is still more entertainment to come. The final qualifying session of the festival, and this is for the International Trophy, which features pre-66 classic GT cars. So, plenty of tin-top variety, plenty as ever here at Silverstone of different sights and sounds. So, you will see Lotus Elans, some Ford Mustangs, TVRs, Jaguar E-Types, and a whole host of others, big and small engine capacities. And in amongst them, as ever, is our big engine capacity man, Ed Foster.
Adrian, I've heard there's a race over in Europe today, but you've made the wise decision and you're racing your E-Type here. Fewer better places than Silverstone and E-Type.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's haven't been out for a while, so it'll be nice to be back out in the year again, and looking forward to it.
And you've driven quite a lot of the Grand Prix cars as well. I'm sure I saw one clip of you pushing it quite hard and Christian looking quite panicked on the pit wall.
That was many years ago. Yeah, I think that was in a Leighton House and a Red Bull, and it was fun going around the Grand Prix circuit in those cars. It really is. And
you as a designer, you're always looking to make it obviously as fast as possible, and the driver's comfort is important, but not that important. Do you have a newfound respect for the drivers having driven some of the cars?
Well, that's what they're paid for. No, I mean, I think reality is now, particularly from a cockpit comfort point of view, then the regulations pretty much sort that out. We saw in Qatar last year that where it's extremely hot, that some cars perform better in terms of their driver cooling than others, but other than that, really, there's not much. There's so much space now in a modern Formula One car. It's packaging the driver is not really a consideration anymore.
You're sharing with your son Harrison. Are you still teaching him a few things?
Definitely not. I think it's the other way around. But no, I mean, this is a really special weekend for us because it's actually the first father and son racing outing we've had. So very much looking forward to that.
Fantastic. What are the tactics? Are you going out first, or is Harrison taking the first turn?
Harry's out actually in a quarterine at the moment, so if he makes it back in time, he'll go first. If he doesn't, I'll go first.
Fantastic. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, how will history remember Adrian Newey, arguably as the greatest racing car driver of all time? That is definitely right in there. And as he said, first time ever that he and son Harry are going to be racing together as a team. Now, of course, both of them have also competed in Le Mans in the 24 hours, not just in the historic support races, not in Le Mans Classic, but in the actual overall 24-hour race as well. Adrian Newey raced getting on for a decade, or maybe more than that ago, 15 years ago or so, in the GT category in a Ferrari with a couple of colleagues, and chatted to him before the race, said, so how come you are here racing at Le Mans? He said, they're not going to let me race in Indy, they're not going to let me do the Monaco Grand Prix, but they'll let me race here. Why on earth wouldn't I? And if there's not a better reason for getting an entry to Le Mans, then I don't know what it is. So fantastic to see Adrian back out, and for the first time ever with Harrison. And as he said, as he pointed out, Harrison was out in the session that's just finished in the Cortina, so not quite sure who will be at the wheel of what. But in this qualifying session, the final one of the day, 27 minutes for the International Trophy. And these are pre-66 GT cars. So again, lots of Lotuses, big Healey's, some big American muscle with Daytona Cobras. Got a couple of standard Shelby Cobras, big Healey's, Jaguar E-types, Milans, 26Rs, TVR Griffith, 1800 Marcus. You'll see Alan Edwards out in that. Ginetta G4, Sharon Edelman and George McDonald will be driving one of the little Ginetta G4s. So plenty to get your teeth around. And the cars that you see going away from you with the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina Band the Bomb rear lights, those are the TVR Griffiths and Grand Touras. And looking here at one of those, the 46 Griffith, this is Mike Whitaker's familiar car. Mike's got a lot of miles under his belt in that car. And 41, another familiar shape, and that's David and Olivier Hart's Shelby Daytona Cobra. Now, of all the Daytona Cobras built by Shelby, none of them are racing here. An awful lot of these will be toolroom copies or continuation cars, but the fact that they might not have been built by the chicken farmer in Texas does not make them any less entertaining or exciting, Alistair.
And already very interesting to see that the Griffith is staying ahead of the two Daytona Cobras. It's one of the cars you can say 6 were built and all 30 are running beautifully. But of the original 6, I don't believe any of them, well, they're certainly not here today, but I don't think any of them are actually competitively raced because they're worth so much money.
Well, the Griffith is giving nothing away in terms of horsepower. It too has got a big block Ford, 4.7. Ooh, damage on the front of the Healey. Now, has that just happened?
And what did it hit?
Well, at the pit wall, yes, it has definitely. Look at that, it's really hit the front, and I think that left front wheel is towing in a lot more than it did ought to. I think he's looped around and just slapped the wall, the pit wall. So that's John Caldwell, and I think that must be making the most horrible squealing noises from that left front wheel, which has got about 10 degrees angle of tow in. So that tyre's not going to last. And it will turn right very much more quickly than it turns left, or very much more eagerly, because the wheel's already starting to turn left. So let's take a look at this Cobra 77, that is David Methley's Shelby Cobra 64, and again, look at that, just I thought that was tyre smoke as he spun up the rear wheel, but it doesn't look like it. Hand out of the cockpit, that looked like smoke from the exhaust.
Yeah, from the right bank of the engine, wasn't it? The right exhaust.
Yeah, and in a right-hander as well, so whether that's over-oiling or not, I'm not sure. But again, he will have heard and smelled something and heading into the pit lane.
There's probably a rather large orange light flashing at him.
Yeah.
In the cockpit, because oil pressure would have dropped.
Well, Julian Thomas, we saw when we were looking at the green Shelby Daytona Cobra, he went past in the blue one with the white V on the bonnet, and Julian Thomas currently fastest. And with a purple Sector 1 under his belt as well, ahead of John Spires, Nigel Greenswell. Are they in every race? They're not in every race. They're only in 6 of our 20 races.
But they're in 2 cars in one of them.
Yes, exactly.
You know, just to keep things...
driving 7, they're each driving 7 cars in 6 races. So highly entertaining. And that is a logistical nightmare. So Peter Thompson's yellow TVR Griffith. Just taking a look at that. So 2 different types of TVR. Quiz me on the differences between a Griffith and a Grand Tourer, and I'll tell you that they're spelt differently. Other than that, I'm a little hazy, I have to say. I couldn't tell you what the differences are between a Griffith and a Grand Tourer.
The Grand Tourer has the 4-cylinder 1800cc engine from an MGB.
Well, there we go.
And the Griffith has the 4.7 litre from the Ford range.
And also, the name Grand Tourer never came back later in development, whereas TVR Griffiths did come back with the Griffith 400 in the late 90s, early 2000s. So the name was resuscitated and produced about the same kind of a car, a enormously powerful, hairy-chested TVR for the real aficionado.
And the E-Type, just pulling to the inside, not actually going to go past the yellow Griffith, is the Pearson brothers out again, the number 53 E-Type, John and Gary Pearson. John runs the motor racing tyre supply company for most historic cars, and Gary runs Pearson's Engineering, which is one of the top preparers in the country.
Yellow car on the right-hand side of your picture, Ginetta G4R, which is the racing version of the Ginetta G4. At Royston, Hertfordshire, the Walcott brothers were based in, if I remember correctly. We got another small provincial market town which hosted a manufacturer. So the Ginetta G4, just ahead, little Lotus Elan Sprint.
Woodbridge in Suffolk, that's where they started.
Oh, were they? Okay.
And the G4R, as you quite rightly say, is the racing version. It has the Lotus twin cam engine.
And again, we've got a couple of varieties. This will be Sam Tordoff, I'm guessing, from the number. A couple of varieties of Elan. We've got a few Lotus Elans, so essentially the Sprint, and a couple of 26Rs as well, or at least one 26R I saw. In fact, there's a couple, at least. Peter Baxter and Graham Ridgway, and Graham and Jen Ridgway both driving Lotus 26Rs, which is a more developed version of the Elan.
Yes, the Elan was Type 26 in the Lotus numbering system, but had a name, the Elan, and the Elite was Type 14. But other than those, I think they were the first 2 cars to have names in the Lotus range. And then the R was for racing. Just going back to the number 600, that's John Tordoff, that's Sam's father.
Yes, indeed.
Who is racing but still using the JCT 600.
Well, he's the J and the C and the T of JCT 600, isn't he?
Well, it's his father, actually, John's father.
John's father, right.
Yeah. Jack was the original J Tordoff of JCT.
So the 26R, normally identifiable by a little pair of sort of Mickey Mouse air intakes.
It had quite a difference as well. The bulkhead between the engine and the cabin was somewhat different. Suspension pickup different.
Easy to do when you're using moulds for fiberglass rather than phoning up Fisher Press Steel and going, could you just move the bulkhead? No, we can't. Do you know what machine tools cost? Or presses. 137, dialing in the opposite lot there, is Miles Griffiths in his Shelby Cobra. Obviously ought to be in a TVR Griffith for added confusion.
And the number 14 car we're seeing on screen now is the TVR Griffith, the dark colour with the light blue stripe. That is the quickest car now, and it's our old friends John Spears and Nigel Greenswell. And who's in the car at the moment? That's John, isn't it?
That's Nigel, I think.
Oh, is it Nigel?
I think I see yellow stars around the chin.
I think you might be right. Yeah, blue with the yellow flash. So, yeah, Nigel at the wheel. And his trademark sunglasses as well. He always wears his shades in the car.
Well, actually, he wears his glasses. They just happen to be tinted. So, yeah. And again, you know, some familiarity, even if you're jumping from one different car to the next different car to the next different car. You're right. So that is the quickest car. And second quickest at the moment is Julian Thomas in the dark blue Shelby American Cobra Daytona.
That's a bit smoky from
It's a bit smoky, isn't it?
Nigel Greensall. That's not looking
good.
too good, is it?
No.
And he may not be able to see that unless there's a gauge in the car telling him there's a problem. Out of the rear window, he may not be able to see that smoke. But the team will soon call him in if they think it needs attention.
Looks like a kind of valve guides issue. 79, this is Mark Drain in his 26R. So the full race version. So he lifts off here, and then when he gets back on the throttle, looks like that's where he was having, if it's just a bit of oil surge. There you are, picks up the throttle again, and a bit more oil coming out. But that is burning rather than dropping. There's a bit of a haze behind him. I wonder if he's going to head into the pits.
No pit-to-car radios in these cars, so the team won't be able to tell him to come in until he passes, and they can hang out a board to him to say, come in.
I guess you could try. Not sure you'd actually hear much. I think he's seen a warning light or two. So, may well have had the oil pressure warning light. Most racing cars, the single biggest thing other than the steering wheel in the cockpit is the oil pressure warning light, because that's the only chance you have of not seizing the thing.
Giles Dawson in another of the 26Rs. Elan's, the Giles Dawson 95 car, 11th quickest and first in class, so he's going very well indeed.
Now, I don't know Giles, but I'm guessing from the windscreen strip, he's the son of Andy Dawson.
It could well be.
Well, DAD, Dawson Auto Developments.
Yeah.
If not son of, then quite likely to be related to the doc. Not the doc, as Alan Docking to Andy Dawson. So Andy Dawson, race preparation expert and very fierce competitor of his era. Whose big Healy is this? 207, hard to tell because most of them are red with a white roof. This is Crispin Harris and James Wilmoth. And that's 1965 Healy 3000. We seem to have a habit of picking up cars just as they're heading into the pit lane. Is this some sort of new skill that a new divination that we haven't discovered before? Adrian Harrison knew his car in the pit lane, the Melling Minshaw car in the pit lane as well, and in this particular instance, car 55 is a Jaguar E-Type. Another of the Lotuses this is Andrew Lawley and Stephen Shanley. Another of the 26Rs.
And just behind it actually is the special bodied Elan. I think that's a Shapecraft Elan. It doesn't tell us that in the entry list, but it looks like a Shapecraft, of which there were 10 or 11 built. That certainly looks like that different treatment of the rear of the car.
Well, there was quite a trend, wasn't there, in the mid to late 60s of sort of fastback bodies, Ashley GT bodies for things like MG midgets and so on. And again, with the 26R, you can see as the car turns into stow, you'll see just in front of the rear wheel, go on, go on, go on, you know you want to, there you go, there's the little air duct in there. That's not a standard Lotus Elan. Woo! I think the Shapecraft carrying just a little too much ambition into stow there.
Oh, into the pits. We've done it again. That's 33 of, as you say, Andrew Lawley and Stephen Shanley.
And again, a lot of these will be coming in to swap over to the second driver. 27-minute session and 10.5 minutes remaining. So we're into second driver territory very much. 72 is in fact, I think, one 72.
72, yep.
Nikolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen in the Daytona Cobra. And of course, they are also sharing a Turner, which is another pre-66 GT car. And they were out in that this morning.
Well, he. I don't think Jan actually got out in that, did he? It broke.
Yeah, Mortensen broke it and then tried to fix it, I think unsuccessfully. And Jan Magnussen didn't get a chance to drive it. He may well have driven it in practice yesterday. I didn't see that. Ingo Stoltzen, Thomas Matzelberger's TVR Griffith just going out of shot at the bottom of the frame. 72 behind the red car, and that was Brian Caldwell's Shelby Cobra.
That's our only Porsche, isn't it? 194.
Yes, it is.
Scooter Gable and Catesby Jones. That's a wonderful combination, isn't it? That's the 904 six-cylinder Porsche that preceded the 911.
And there is Julian Thomas, second fastest in the Daytona Cobra, drawn by Peter Brock, not the Australian racer, but the American journalist, on a napkin, and then translated onto the garage floor at Shelby American with a piece of chalk, according to the stories.
Well, there was a recent interview with Carroll Shelby, which was printed in one of the monthly magazines, which was an interview that was never published. And it was fascinating because it was about 2011-ish, and typically for Carroll Shelby, very honest, open about what was going on, and he mentioned that the drawing and the development of the Shelby Cobra was the Daytona coupe was in answer to the fact that the original traditional Shelby Cobra shape was just not aerodynamic enough, that Peter Brock had come up with the drawings. But I believe, as you say, it was all done with chalk on the workshop floor.
100%. And they would have probably done that at Cooper's if they had had a concrete floor in the workshop rather than a dirt floor. So, I mean, and in those days, you literally sat the driver in and go, right, how long is the engine? That's going to go there, that's going to go there. Where's our wheelbase going to be? It was, in a lot of cases, as organic as that. So again, you saw 600 John Tordoff in that 26R. Again, all sorts of detail differences. The car is very slightly visually different from an Elan, but it's that little air scoop there that really kind of is the main giveaway.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's either for differential or rear brake cooling. If it was brakes, you'd assume one side. So
it's only one of them, so it's probably differential, isn't it?
Adrian Harrison knew his car has not left the pit yet, or if it has, it's gone back in again. The Harts are in the pit lane. Olivier and David Hart's car, fourth fastest at the moment. And Jack Tordoff just whistling by the car that we previously identified as Crispin Harrison, James Wilmot's Big Healy. It's a 3000 rather than a 3000 Mark III. Again, don't ask me for the detail. Paul Potchell and James Hansen's Jaguar E-Type, not the only car they're sharing here this weekend. And again, that's the rather more aerodynamic fixed-head coupe.
I think of the three versions, Series 1, 2 and 3, that's probably the prettiest of them in my mind. I've never been a fan of the V12. I think the windscreen is too upright and too tall. And the Series 1, I think nice looking, but the Series 2.
And again, I'm very much a fixed head coupe fan. You know, the Roadsters are lovely, and I'm sure absolutely a joy to drive on any sunny day. But you could daily a fixed head coupe anytime, any place. GT350 on the side of the number 86 Mustang. Now, we talked about in our previous race that they were all the notchback Mustang. This is the fastback, so a slightly more aerodynamic, later development of the car without the more upright rear window. It's got that fastback, and again, that helped. You can see the screen there has been bubbled down to try and negate some of the low pressure area behind the roof as well. And these cars, the GT350, the small block car, and then the GT500 using the King Cobra engine. And both of them were also made as a rental. Genuinely, you could go to Hertz and rent a GT350H, and then in the subsequent year you could go and rent a GT500H. And I think Hertz kept that going for pretty much a year before more and more rental companies realised that under the hastily replaced carpet, there were marks of roll cages having been welded in, because people would literally go to Hertz, rent a GT500, go drag racing, or go to Riverside and race it in a in a spec race or whatever, and then return it to the rental counter. And if they hadn't shunted it, they could weld in a roll hoop. It wouldn't have been a comprehensive cage, but a roll hoop, and then cut it out. Whoa, just a little too much. That very slightly looks to me like a change of plan mid-corner, which is never great at Copse. Just a little change of mind. I'm not sure whether it was Nick Pink or Chris Fox, but at Lotus having not even a half spin, a quarter spin. Copse is a strange corner. You sort of think that it's a lot tighter than it turns out to be, and then you think, oh well, it's quicker than I can go, and then you start to carry a little bit too much speed in, and there's the result. Here's the Sean Balfe Tom Ashton Lotus Elan. Again, this is entered as the Lotus Elan, but you kind of look at the way it's got the extra scoops in, so it's probably been modified more to 26R spec. Definitely has that very familiar look of the Elan Sprint with the hard top and those little hooded headlights.
Very pretty car, and
such a pretty thing.
From the back you can see Lotus Elite, which was its predecessor, and it's said that the Mazda MX-5 was based on the Lotus Elan.
Very much. The Mazda engineers made no bones about it, that they had taken an Elan Sprint as the sort of zenith of light, responsive, very organic cars, and they wanted to replicate the sort of lightness and the feel without enormous power, and particularly that sort of steering feel that a light and nimble sports car like the Lotus had. And it's, yeah, if Lotus made little sports cars then they might well have done the same. Looking here at Dan Eagling in the Ginetta G4R that we saw a little bit earlier on.
He's up to 6th now. He wasn't straight out of the blocks in the session. He's only done 5 laps. Everybody else has done 8 or 9. So maybe a little bit of an issue in the paddock, but already up to 8th place. Dan, of course, drove the Royale in the Royale RP 17 in the open sports car session earlier, and was very quick.
Yep. Clearly doesn't mind pedalling around a 2-litre car at one of the world's fastest Grand Prix circuits.
And he's in that Ginetta G4R, the race version. I did hear last year that Lawrence Tomlinson had one of them built. He obviously is the owner and boss of Ginetta and had one built because they're such fun. Not many of them built in period. Very much an Elan beta, or that's what Ginetta wanted anyway, and there they are together on the track.
Didn't quite have the cachet in terms of customer sales maybe that a Lotus Elan did, and didn't have Jim Clark driving one in the adverts either, but yeah, certainly a very capable guy. As you saw Dan Eagling just whistling past a couple of Elans like they were stood still. This is the Morton and Magnussen car.
I think we decided that was Mortensen, didn't we, in the Turner.
So Jan Magnussen must have been out first in it.
And it's actually sitting in 14th place, that Daytona Cobra Coupe.
I wonder how many different cars Jan Magnussen has raced in his career. Because he's, as a pro driver, although he spent several successful years, with a number of teams in sort of succession, and I think probably one of his longest tenures was as a factory Corvette racer in GTs. But he must have driven such a variety of different cars. Hugely successful right from the start. Very quick indeed in Formula Vauxhall Lotus, then in British F3, then into F1, maybe a little too early He was a dad very young as well. Had to deal with that as well as Formula One and all that pressure. Kind of bounced off the atmosphere really and never quite entered Formula One, just sort of skated off back into other forms of racing and really made a big name for himself as an endurance racer, a sports car racer, a prototype driver. Very, very quick indeed, and still just so much fun to be around.
And on his coattails very much Tom Christensen, who is Mr. Le Mans.
Yep. All between them, John Nielsen, some very, very spectacularly successful Danish sports car racers. And again, look at the Ginetta, just whooping past the Grand Tourer.
And still we have Danish GT drivers with the what's known as the Dane train with Marco Simonsen.
Marco Sorensen,
Sorensen, my apologies. And Nicky Thiem, yes, and Aston Martin.
Yeah, not racing together at the moment, but again, never say never. There's a Valkyrie programme coming next season. If they're not involved, I'd be surprised. And they just work so well together. And when you've got a brand new car and a brand new programme and a brand new race team, then having a driver pairing that works so well together is really, really good. And there are some other fast Danes around. Okay, they might currently be signed for other people, but never say never. I think that would be a really interesting combination to put a Danish trio together. The last time there was really a successful Danish trio, again, Alan Simonsen, the late Alan Simonsen, was part of it, and that ended very badly with his fatal crash at Le Mans. But the other two have continued very successfully together. And interesting to see them doing some historic racing. They raced in British GT
they did.
For a year or two.
That livened up the pit lane.
And I talked to them, I said, you know, God, what are you guys doing here? You know, what are you doing on the wet Wednesdays? That's testing. Oh my God, this is so fantastic. I've watched these tracks all my life. I'm at Alton Park, I'm at Brands Hatch, I'm at Snetterton, and they were just so enthusiastic for the whole thing. Maxime Martin was also there, and a bunch of other Mercedes drivers and so on. Yeah, full-fledged factory drivers came over and haunted British GT regulars for a couple of seasons, and they just loved it.
The flag has gone out, and we were watching just a minute ago or so the number 14, which is in pole position. John Spears was at the wheel. Nigel Greensill set the time, but that car smoking.
Yeah. Right, smoked through most of the session, not quite as badly as the 77 Cobra, which went into the pits early on. Was heavy smoking de rigueur in this? Yeah, it was in the 60s, wasn't it? I don't think we need to necessarily do that all the way through, but our massive 54 car entry, one of them, or a couple of them, only just made it out on track, but 53 of them had some very entertaining lappery, and a whole host of different cars, big engined, small engined, Davids and Goliaths, and just about everything in between. Going to be a highly entertaining race. It is the final race of the 2024 Silverstone Festival, the international trophy for pre-66 classic GT cars. Run between 6:10 and 7 p.m. on Sunday evening. So that will be our Into the Darkness race, and we have finished our qualifying just a couple of minutes from where we should have finished the race. John Spears, Nigel Greensill at the top of the pile in the TVR Griffin, ahead of Julian Thomas's Daytona Coupe, John Davison's TVR in third, and David and Olivier Hart's Shelby American Daytona Coupe in fourth place. Lotus Elan's knocking on the door of the top 10. They are always going to be a problem for the big banger cars, whether it is wet or dry. And Sunday is forecast to be warm and dry, so it should help in the power stakes. And you see some of our cars ended up without a time. A couple didn't manage to leave the pit lane, but a great variety of early 60s sports racers from both sides of the Atlantic. the British cars will be highly entertaining. The Elans versus the E-Types and the Healeys. And then you pitch in a couple of the Ginetta G4Rs, and those are going to be very quick as well. Didn't see much of Alan Edwards in his 1800 Marcos, the earliest of the long-nose Marcuses, with that Volvo engine. And then moved on to the 3-litre V6. And David Methley and Cliff Gray didn't quite get the chance to set a time as they had technical issues with their cars. Don't forget, although the cars have stopped, Shola Amma has only just begun. That's not a musical reference. She has just started her act on the stage, and the eBay stage will close tonight with the curtain coming down at the end of the set from Sophie Ellis-Bextor. So for the moment, on behalf of Alistair, me, Martin Haven, saying thank you very much, and you can join us again tomorrow. But final word from Ed Foster.
What a day it has been. Wall-to-wall qualifying. We've had sight on track. An extraordinary day. It's been so many highlights. But do not go anywhere, because tomorrow we've got all the races. We've got Ayrton Senna tributes. We've got all of his cars that they've got together here. An incredible selection. We've got all his McLarens. We've got his Formula 3 car, Formula 4 2000. And the eagle-eyed amongst you will see quite a few runners here. They're about to do a fun run around the circuit. See, everyone's looking at me quite nervously. Let's go. You're taking this very seriously because you've actually been stretching.
Yeah, that's because I'm old and fat.
Have you run the circuit before?
Not this one, no. Le Mans I did a couple of months ago, but not this one.
Well, this will be a piece of cake because Le Mans is much longer.
Well, it's 14 and a half kilometres. Yeah.
Well, look, braver men and women than me. Slow and steady wins the race. See you all tomorrow, and give these guys a big cheer when you see them out on circuit.